very good morning everyone, and a warm welcome to the Cooper Associates County Round in Taunton for the first day of the 2026 WPA County Championship campaign. We hope you've had a fantastic winter, and we're excited to welcome you back to the proud home of Somerset County Cricket Club. Day one of our match against champions Nottinghamshire gets underway at 11 AM. We'll have the toss and team news at 10:30. A warm welcome to all the players, officials and supporters joining us from Trent Bridge. We hope you have a fantastic day with us. Once again, a warm welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Round here in Taunton. Day one gets underway at 11 AM.
27, Miguel Pretorius. Number 3, Alfie Ogborn. And number 14, Jake Ball.
Good morning, cricket fans, and welcome to day one of the Rothesay County Championship match. Somerset taking on Nottinghamshire at Taunton. The weather's been a little bit inclement this morning, but it looks like we are going to start on time, which is great news. Nottinghamshire have won the toss and have elected to bowl first, so Somerset will be batting. I'm joined this morning by Sophie Luff. Good morning, Sophie.
Morning, Triggs. How are you?
I'm good. I'm excited. I mean, it's the archetypal perfect day one of a county championship season. A little bit of a cold chill in the air. Lots of sweaters on for the bowlers doing their bowl throughs at the moment. A little bit of drizzle in the air, so it's set fair for a really interesting first hour's play. The pitch from sort of, I suppose, about 90 metres away looks a good surface, a little bit of live grass as you'd expect this time of year, but all in all looks like a pretty good pitch. What do you think, Soph?
Yeah, it looks good from up here. The ground staff have worked really hard this winter. Nick and his team. It's a beautiful place to play cricket, and yeah, I'm sure hopefully over the next 4 days we get a little bit of sunshine. It was absolutely glorious here yesterday, and when I left home this morning it was absolutely bucketing down. But it's dry in Taunton and we're going to get some cricket, which is what we've all been waiting for such a long time. Yeah,
optimistic for a day of sunshine yesterday. Not quite as sunny today, but I'm sure the Somerset faithful Nottinghamshire fans will be coming to Taunton in their droves. Let's check out the starting 11, the first game of the season. Opening the batting for Somerset, Tom Kohler-Cadmore and Josh Thomas. It's been a slight area of concern over the last few years, that opening partnership, but I have to say I'm quite optimistic with their very differing styles of play. What are your thoughts on that, Soph?
Yeah, excited. I mean, it's obviously another new pair, which we maybe saw towards the back end of the 2025 season. But yeah, great opportunity for Josh Thomas to make his mark in the county championship, and hopefully we see those two settle into their work and there's not too much change at the top of the order throughout the season for Somerset. Yeah,
I think wildly contrasting styles. Kohler-Cadmore known for using his feet batting outside off stump, and of course Josh Thomas being left-handed as well, so potentially posing some accuracy problems for the Nottinghamshire opening bowlers, and that very solid middle order of Lammonby, Abell, Rue and Goldsworthy. Top quality performers, very, very consistent. I think a lot of Somerset's hopes always rest on that middle order. It looks pretty solid, that though, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely does. You know, Tom Lammonby fresh off 100 in that pre-season game against Glamorgan, and we know how reliable Abell and Rue are in the middle, so yeah, excited to see them. Hopefully we won't see them for a little while yet, but hopefully they'll be full of runs this summer.
Yeah, and if we could just get that back, if we could just have a look at the bowling side of it. Excellent, good work team. Miguel Pretorius, Craig Overton, Jake Ball, Alfie Ogborn and Jack Leach. Jack Leach being the main spinner. Goldsworthy does also bowl a bit left arm spin, but Alfie Ogborn in particular, so have been very impressive in pre-season. From my eye, looks like he's put on a yard of pace.
Yeah, I think he's worked really hard this winter, Alfie. I've seen him in the nets all the time. I've seen him in the gym constantly. He's been working really hard at his game, and I'm really excited personally for him to get an opportunity today. Yeah,
it looks a really well-balanced team. Let's have a look at the Nottinghamshire starting 11. Here we go. England hopeful, I reckon, in Hasim Hamid, but he'll have stiff competition. Ben Slater, probably one of the best opening partnerships in the country, I'd say. Very, very solid up the top. Freddie McCann, Joe Clark, always a very exciting player to play, and Jack Haynes, who's been making waves. Pretty good top five there, Soph.
Yeah, very good. They're obviously the reigning champions, aren't they? So they'll come into this game full of confidence off the back of last year, but it's a fresh season, and yeah, they'll be desperate to make their mark, but bowlers have got some work to do to start with.
Yeah, Lyndon James, wicketkeeper Kyle. Can you pronounce that, Soph? I'm having a bit of a struggle with that.
Very end? I don't know.
Very end. That sounds absolutely perfect. Liam Patterson White, Ollie Stone, Rob Lord and Dylan Pennington. So they've definitely got a little bit of pace in their attacks. Probably a little bit sharper, I suppose, than the Somerset attack. Ollie Stone in particular is a very skiddy bowler. Dylan Pennington bowls that hard length, but a really impressive looking team. I think it's a bit of a miss, Brett Hutton. Brett Hutton has a really good record everywhere he plays, but in particular at Taunton. So he's picked up a bit of an injury, so he's missing. But all in all, I think both teams shaping up really nicely. The last few preparations being done on the sideline there. Coach Paul Franks is hitting a few catches to Joe Clark, keep getting his hands warm. The Nottinghamshire team are waiting, ready, early, which always shows that everyone's pretty excited about the start of play. The umpires are just making their way down the steps here at Taunton. My eyes could have deceived me, as they are starting to do quite regularly these days, but I think it's Paul Pollard and Graham Lloyd, if I'm not mistaken. I did have an upgrade to my prescription, so they're obviously working pretty well, Soph, as you nodded. Happy with that, and the Somerset batters making their way down the stairs. Tom Kohler-Cadmore and Josh Thomas. It's been a little bit of an area of concern for a few years now, since probably Trescothick and Sapphire, that gelling and opening partnership together. We've had a number of people tried, but I have to say I'm quite optimistic, and I think based on the fact that even though they are both quite positive players, I just think if they can get in, and they've got such contrasting styles, I really do think that the county bowlers this time of the year that will look to be hitting the top of off, bringing the knee roll into play, I think that area and length changes quite dramatically between these two players, which is going to be interesting to see how that plays out. If they can just survive and get through those first 2 overs. I know, Soph, in the media room there's a lot of chat about the opening partnerships, and they're so negative about it after a few years of bad performances. They're thinking, you know, if we get through 3 overs, that's a win. I mean, that's a low bar, Soph.
Yeah, absolutely is, and I know TKC will be desperate to make his mark out there, put the bowlers under pressure, and brilliant opportunity for Josh Thomas to kind of lean on Kohler-Cadmore at the other end, full of experience. He looks like he's going to take the first ball as well, which, yeah, it's brave from the youngster, but love to see it.
Yeah, well, I did see him around the ground a while ago. He obviously got the nod a few days ago that he was making the starting team, and I think all the messages were, you know, from him were really positive. He sees it as a huge opportunity to cement his place in the team, and was really excited about the challenge ahead. The challenge is going to be Ollie Stone from the Lord Ian Botham stand end, or the river end, whatever you want to call it. The last few well wishes from Lyndon James there at mid-on. Might be Lyndon James, or is that Dylan Pennington? Maybe I should go back and get the old specs tested. But after a long, wet winter, the first ball of the championship is about to be bowled. Ollie Stone to Josh Thomas. And as you can hear on the effects mic, a lot of excitement out there. A beautiful delivery there by Ollie Stone, and almost Trez-esque left there. I don't think he actually offered a shot there, just played inside the line, give him the benefit of the doubt there, but a bit of pace there early on, Soph.
Yeah, no loosener there from Ollie Stone. Marching back to the top of his mark, he looks quite pumped up already. I'm sure there'll be a lot of nervous energy out there from all the players.
A little bit of nip back there into the inner thigh pad of Josh Thomas. 1 away, 1 in, 3 slips waiting. Not an overly attacking field. You often see a gully popped in, but they've put the cover in place. Lyndon James is in the covers. A little bit more movement like that. It wouldn't surprise me if they pop an extra slip in at some stage, but early days. Stone into Thomas. A little bit of swing back in towards Thomas. That delivery, a very, very buoyant Nottinghamshire team. You can hear they're all up and about all the counties, and yourself, so spent so many hours in the indoor school getting out on grass. There's nothing better, is there?
Yeah, I'm sure they're all really excited out there. There's no bobble hats either, so can't be too chilly.
First bit of bat on ball there from Josh Thomas, a very solid looking forward defensive, hits high on the stickers, so a nice bit of pace on this fresh wicket here for the first game. Yeah, great work by the ground staff. The ground's looking immaculate.
Yeah, especially considering how wet a winter we've had. A lot of hard work gone into the surfaces here. Good start this by Ollie Stone.
Yeah, certainly hitting that probing area, isn't he? But you have to say, Josh Thomas has been very watchful there. He's shaped up nicely. Looks like he's batting on a middle and off guard, so you have to stay aware of that ball swinging back in towards the pads, but looks like he's a really good eye for his off stump, which is really important this time of the year. And the first runs of the county championship season from Josh Thomas. A little bit straight from Ollie Stone and nicely played down to fine leg. A sigh of relief. You could almost hear it up here, that first run of the season.
Yeah, not a bad ball to just nudge down to fine leg. Warmly applauded by the Somerset faithful here, who are making their way into the ground still, where they might have put a few people off today, but flocking into the Hildreth stand, the Lord Ian Botham stand here, a few undercover at Colin Atkinson Pavilion. I'm sure they've got plenty of layers on. They've been preparing all winter for this day, just like the players.
Yeah, they certainly have. Yeah, I'm sure the weather would have put a few off, but we have this live stream offering for those who haven't made it, thanks to WPA Health Insurance for, again, sponsoring the club's live stream. Hopefully you're all enjoying and wedged in for a couple of hours of entertainment, hiding iPads under the desks at work, if you are at work on a Good Friday.
Yeah, but in the sun it's lovely. When I have a bloody long sleeve t-shirt and
Dylan Pennington from the Trescothic stand end, the tall frame. Normally bowls a little bit slightly back of a length to Ollie Stone, more of a hit the deck sort of bowler, relies on more movement off of the pitch rather than swing in the air, but very strong bowling action, slams it into the deck. It's good pace when he's got rhythm. Beautifully played there by Josh Thomas, I'm sure. Well, he's played those first 8 balls, he'll be calmed a few nerves.
Yeah, it's always nice to feel one out of the middle of the bat, a couple of solid defences.
Well, there's definitely life in the pitch, because a lot of those balls that have hit the bat have hit right at the top of the bat on the stickers, so certainly a bit of pace and bounce and a bit of nip across Thomas that time. Again, just played slightly inside the line and didn't follow the ball, so very watchful from Thomas.
Plenty of chat between Thomas and Cola Cadmore as well. Senior player just walking down, giving Thomas a lot of confidence, I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't think you've got to be as aware facing Pennington as a left-hander about the ball sort of swinging back into the pads. It's more that off the pitch movement, and that's an absolute beauty there. That's a genuine play and miss, that one, probing, probably pitched on off stump and nipped sharply away. Middle stump, yeah, pitched on middle and leg and nipped across him. That's a beauty to a left-hander. Quite a bit of added excitement, I think, in the county championship. These first rounds of games for the first month. You know, the messaging coming from the top that county cricketers, all the international players released. A couple of spots with some question marks above them. A few players playing in this fixture that will have their eye on putting in a good performance. So adding to that excitement. The start of this 2026 season. Another sharp nipping delivery across Josh Thomas from Pennington. Ends the first over, and quite a threatening one.
Yeah, Notts bowlers have started beautifully here. Stone was on the money first over and backed up really nicely there by Pennington.
Yeah, again, just reflecting on the work that you mentioned from the ground staff, Soph. I mean, it's been a really, really wet few months here, and my first impressions of the pace and carry in the pitch, that the ground staff here have done a tremendous job on this wicket.
Yeah, I don't think they would have been able to really get onto the square much before beginning of March, to be honest. The amount of rain that we had over January and February, so yeah, brilliant effort by Nick and his team.
Kohler Cadmore off the mark straight away, clipped it out to square leg. He's going to pick up 2 runs. Could have potentially pushed for 3, but better safe than sorry.
Off the mark, first ball. Kohler Cadmore, we know how he likes to play the game. He'll want to put these Notts bowlers under pressure.
Yeah, it's just that little bit of calibrating that you need to do as a bowler when you've got that left-right hand combination, especially Kohler Cadmore, who generally tries to get across his stumps there. You've got to work those different lines and lengths out pretty quickly, and that's a beauty there. Big drive there from Kohler Cadmore. We expect nothing less than the kitchen sink from Kohler Cadmore. A risky strategy early on here at Taunton. It's a pretty straight ball, that, but Kohler Cadmore is not really renowned for leaving the cricket ball, is he?
No, it wouldn't be his trademark shot, would it? Defending on that occasion to Hamid at mid-off.
I think that's where Kohler Cadmore feels most confident, when you bowl the ball in that I must play area at the stumps. I think that's where he feels comfortable. That sort of 4th, 5th, 6th stump line, I think, is where a lot of bowlers like to operate against Kohler Cadmore, getting him feeling for the ball, getting those slips into the game.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. He's not someone that moves his feet a lot, is he, and gets into the ball, and is probably a product of a lot of the white ball cricket that he plays. And I spent a little bit of the winter talking batting with him and hitting a few balls with him, and yeah, we've talked probably more about like moving feet less. So yeah, he's that sort of 4th, 5th, 6th stump line. I think could be the danger zone for him.
He is quite well known of advancing down the wicket to seamers, but you know, certainly last season he did it almost from ball 1. A little bit higher risk, I suppose, this time of year. We'll see how that sort of evolves, because I think that is part of the great thing about having winters and having that opportunity to maybe rethink your strategy. Not completely sure not moving your feet is the greatest thing to maybe practice for this time of year, but you certainly want to be very still when you're sort of hitting the ball, for sure. That sounded like that one missed the pad. A nice little purple one on somewhere on the thigh there from Cola Cadmore. That'll wake you up on a cold April morning. 3 overs gone here, 3 runs on the board. No real freebies given away from the Nottinghamshire pair so far, so good contest. And next all will be over the moon. No wickets in the column.
Four slips in play now then. Pennington in to Thomas, who defends.
Yeah, those nipping balls across Thomas from Pennington would have certainly inspired the captain standing at mid-off. Asib Hamid, certainly one of those names that have been spoken about. If he gets off to a good start this summer.
He's obviously expecting a little bit more sunshine with the white floppy on.
Nice defensive prod from Thomas through the covers. He's going to pick up a couple. Nice start here from both sides. Good combative cricket. Yeah, it probably wouldn't be making its way into my bag many moons ago. First game of the season, April, the old sun hat, but I think I'd be more worried about it blowing 30 yards off my head this time of year, but
have you been down in the middle? Is it a little bit blowy out there, or
yeah.
How did it feel conditions-wise?
Yeah, I did go out to record a bit of a welcome and say hi to a few, and it was a bit chilly. Yeah, it's one of those days as a bowler where obviously most bowlers like bowling in just their shirt, but I think those first couple of balls every over where you take your jumper off there's definitely a little bit of a fresh nip in the air. It doesn't look like there's a lot of movement back in towards Thomas. Looks like Pennington will be bowling what's called nowadays that wobble seam delivery, just trying to get the ball to pitch on the stumps and leave Josh Thomas, bringing that outside edge into play. It's very unusual actually to see an opening bowler stay over the wicket for this long. I mean, a lot of right arm bowlers do go almost immediately to that round the wicket angle. Thomas shaping up very nicely this morning so far.
Is that just like personal preference of the bowler, or did you enjoy coming round the wicket, or did you find that you preferred to stay over?
Personally, because I swung the ball, I felt like it brought the pads into play, but you've got to think, you know, there aren't many left-arm bowlers around. You, as a left-handed batsman, you face a lot of right-arm bowlers, and I think this is the angle that you do most of your practice on. And I think, I mean, that is an absolute beauty there, just nipping across. Josh Thomas maybe just tried to play that through the leg side, but that's an absolute gem of a delivery there. And I think it really highlighted, I think, almost globally for right-handed bowlers, the Broad Warner situation. You know, Warner shapes up beautifully over the wicket, and as soon as Broad went around the wicket and started moving it away towards the slips, I mean, the wickets just started tumbling. So kind of makes sense. I mean, I think it's why a lot of right-handed batters struggle against left-arm bowlers bringing it back in, because you don't see it very often. I think it's just that familiarity that, you know, left-handed batters feel very comfortable right arm over the wicket. It's what they practice and what they face probably throughout their whole junior careers into their professional career. So it's just a change of angles, change of alignment. Makes it probably harder for them to leave the ball as well. Good start by both teams here. Ollie Stone, top of his run, looking to start his third over. Both Notts bowlers very miserly at this stage. Oh, a beauty and a drop. Looked like the wicketkeeper was wrong-footed there. Kola Cadmore, was it an edge or back leg? It looked like a regulation nick.
I don't know if that carried.
It definitely carried. It did carry. Was it off the edge or the outside? It's off the edge. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Mile short. Good call, Soph. Book me in. Specsavers.
Just down the road. Pop into town at lunch if you want.
Whew. I mean, just waxing lyrical about the carry in the pitch. That was a genuine edge and didn't quite get through to the keeper. Ended up being a really good stop. Lucky it wasn't back leg, because that would have been probably one of the plumbest LBWs you've seen.
It's a good job we got replays there, hey, Triggs?
Isn't it just?
Big puff of sand. There's been a lot of sand laid on this outfield this winter. It's helped with the drainage, and that certainly helped our viewing the second time around there. We are right behind the keeper here.
Yeah, that's my excuse, so his glove was in the way. Oh, a beauty there from Stone. A little bit of shape and movement away from Kola Cadmore. It's normally this sort of time that Kola Cadmore, if he's under pressure like this, he starts to think about using his feet. It'd be interesting to see how this plays out. I don't think he's the sort of batter that likes to feel like a sitting duck for the moving ball. Normally likes to defend with the offensive.
Really impressive start by Ollie Stone here, though. Feels like the sun's coming out, Triggs.
A little bit too straight there from Stone, and nicely clipped off the hit from Kola Cadmore. Picks up a couple of runs. Yeah, it's one of the challenges as a bowler when you've got that nice bit of movement away. You think, if I can do that from slightly straighter, I'm in the game, and that's generally the one that then doesn't nip, and you get the little clip off the pad, and the captain's normally scratching his head. But to be fair, I think both bowlers have earned the right to try that magic ball from time to time. They've been right on the money. Another big slash outside off stump. That's it's one of the. It's literally a Marmite shot. That one. If you hit it, you look like a genius. But if you nick it, you'd be sending the reporters next door into overdrive on the. That was a ridiculous shot. Game on here at Taunton.
Right, I thought interesting enough is you try to do
Oh, that is an absolute beauty from Ollie Stone. I don't think there's much you can do about that, Soph. For my eyes, that's pitch middle, and it's clipped the top of off stump. An absolute beauty of a delivery. First wicket falling here at Taunton. Somerset 7 for 1. Oh, that is an absolute beauty, even on the replay, Soph.
Yeah, you called that one nicely, Triggs. I'll give you that. Yeah, not much Kola Cadmore can do about that one. Top of off. Bowler's dream, and fair play to Ollie Stone. He's put the ball in the right area consistently this morning, and he's got the first reward.
Yeah, he's threatened a couple of times with a similar shaped delivery from different lines, but that was perfect. Pitch middle, nipped away, clipped the outside of the off stump. Have a look at that replay there. That is
For Somerset,
almost
by
unplayable
spinal surgery,
at
number
the pace that
15,
Ollie Stone
Tom
bowls.
Lammonby.
I think it even looks better from the other angle. You can really see how much it moved off the pitch. Yeah, you always have that moment back in the dressing room as a batter, don't you, Soph, where it's like, did I get myself out? But sometimes you just get a good one.
Yeah, bowlers are allowed to bowl good balls, and that was a very good ball by Ollie Stone, and Notts will be buoyant. Somerset 7 for 1 here off first 5 overs, and 2 left-handers at the crease now as Tom Lammonby joins Josh Thomas in the middle.
Yeah, as you mentioned, so for a pre-season Centurion, always nice to get some runs in pre-season, so he'll feel pretty good about his game. He's been a real consistent performer. Tom Lammonby batting at number 3. He's got his work cut out for him this morning. Pennington to Thomas. Another beauty. You just sense that Nottinghamshire have sniffing a bit of an opportunity, and why wouldn't you? First morning, a wicket with a little bit of seam movement, enough pace and bounce that if you do catch the edge it will carry. Two in a row, absolutely top draw stuff from Pennington. He's a big lad as well, so if he must be sort of a 6'3", 6'4". I think actually what's the most impressive thing, he hasn't, in my mind's eye, he normally bowls a bit shorter than that. He's actually pitched the ball up and he's bowling superb areas so far.
Yeah, and it's probably why he's decided to stick with over the wicket at the moment, putting the ball in good areas.
That looked more a seam up delivery. It looked like it swung away a little bit and bounced on Thomas. Well, changing room cricket, he's out. 3 player misses in a row, you're gone. Can Pennington hold that line, or is he going to get greedy? Is he going to get greedy on leg stump? Oh, he's tried to bring it back in. Very, very well played from Thomas there. Lots of challenges on day 1.
Yeah, he's not done too bad so far though, Josh Thomas, navigating this. Well, both openers have been on the money. He's facing the majority of this opening pair as well, 22 balls. Down the leg side, that one. Here the Notts players, they're up and about. Driven and well fielded at backward point there, diving stop.
Yeah, it's about this time, nearly half an hour into day 1. You look around the traps at other scores, you kind of think there's always one team that has a big collapse in that first half an hour. Only a couple of wickets have fallen in the Surrey lineup. There isn't a sort of catastrophe-looking scorecard at the moment, but the one surprising one is Sussex, a 57 without loss off of 5.4 overs. So maybe they've been watching the IPL, those lads.
Yeah, 10 and over up at Grace Road at Leicester.
Well, commentators curse, they're 1 down.
few delayed starts. Sapphire Gardens and Southampton.
Ollie Stone to Lammonby. Just a little bit of shake back in to Tom Lammonby. Nicely watched.
Oh, yes. Yeah, so
Stone just having to adjust his line back to the left-hander now, after getting rid of Kola Cadmore in that previous over.
Well, watch there. Two kinds of leave there. That's not far away from that off stump. Ollie Stone has got the ball talking, has just nipped back in and shaved the outside of the off stump.
Yeah, lots of excitement there from the not slip cordon and keeper, letting Lammonby know just how close that was to his off stump. Straighter in line this time, and Lammonby can only work that to just in front of square.
Somerset batters being made to work incredibly hard just to stay out there, let alone scoring runs at the moment. The Notts bowlers are executing the plan, I would say. 7 for 1 at the moment. One ball left in this 7th over. A couple of little clips off the pads. I can't really think of a half volley or a poor delivery bowled so far, Soph. It's been good stuff.
Yeah, it's been very good. Yeah, Somerset have only really scored when Notts have got slightly too straight. But no boundaries yet. It's been exceptional, Stone and Pennington. That's well fielded. Just in front of square there. I think that might be Ben Slater. It's never what you want, is it? First game of the year and someone absolutely smashes one at you.
Yeah, dive on the end of a net wicket as well, that's bone hard. That'll warm the hands up for sure. And also a batter, you know, you finally get a ball that you feel like you can score off, and square leg dives through a row of houses and stops it. Nottinghamshire certainly on top at this stage. Somerset battling hard. Day one here in the Rothesay County Championship. Somerset 7 for 1. Pennington to Josh Thomas. Proper cricket being played this morning, so if we've had a winter where all the cricket fans have had a pretty strong fill of T20 cricket and white ball cricket. Definitely a different feel, but certainly keeps you on the edge of your seat. Josh Thomas's eyes lit up there. Looked like a half volley, and I think it probably was, but it looks like it's nipped sharply back, and it has through the gate. Yeah, that's nipped back off that angle quite sharply there. Dangerous deliveries.
They're the balls you are looking to score off, though. Anytime the bowler does it slightly over pitch, I want to try and put pressure back on them somehow. Or loose shot there from Thomas, but it evades the slip cord and goes over the top, and that's Somerset's first boundary of the morning.
Yeah, that old saying in cricket, if you're going to flash, flash hard. He hasn't got much of that, Thomas, but that's flown over those 4 waiting slips and crashed into the Thatcher's advertising board. Right back on the money there. It was a slightly loose delivery from Pennington. First real sign of a bit of width. Thomas's eyes lit up again. He's picked up 4 runs for it. I think it's going to be one of those mornings where you're going to have to scrap your way through and get a bit of luck from time to time.
Definitely trying to bowl that fuller length here, Pennington. Defended again by Josh Thomas. 8 overs gone here. Somerset into double figures. 11 for 1.
Yeah, good first half hour. I think in particular for Josh Thomas, he's shown really good temperament this morning. He's been bowled a number of very challenging deliveries. I mean, I think maybe that nick over the slips for 4 might just be a little bit of a wake up. Flashing outside off stump can bring the boundaries, but it's pretty high risk with 2 bowlers that are getting that bit of movement. But he's certainly digging in and scrapping. Lammonby's only faced a few balls, had a near miss on that off stump. A little bit of a muffled shout for LBW. Just a little bit too straight going down the leg side that time. Probably pitched outside leg as well. Apart from that, it was close. Another near miss there. Stone straight through the drive effort there from Lammonby.
Just left the left-hander slightly there. Ollie Stone on the money. We've said that so many times this morning, but it's been a brilliant spell of bowling from the river end.
Left on length that time. Lammonby trusting the bounce of this Taunton pitch. It's been a high quality bowling performance so far from the Nottinghamshire opening pair, Pennington and Stone. Somerset hanging on by the skin of their teeth at the moment.
Good patience being shown by Lammonby here.
Just for those listeners, we'll be keeping an eye on the live stream, the comments. We'll just keep an eye on it if any gems of wisdom come from our viewers. What are you noticing out there? What are your thoughts and aspirations for the season? I suppose it's not a bad way to spend a Easter weekend, is it? Scoffing a few Easter eggs, watching a bit of cricket on the live stream if you're not here in Taunton.
Yeah, Good Friday today. Easter's kind of crept up on me this year.
I was kind of expecting some sort of Easter-themed bake that
Yeah,
you were
really,
going to bring
really
in.
let
Lovely
you
shot
down.
there from Lammonby, straight down the ground, beats Nasib Hamid, but he reels that in. Inches from the boundary, Lammonby picks up his first runs of the morning. They take 3. Yeah, it's definitely the weekend where, you know, looking after the sugar intake, just it's got to go out the window. Something about chocolate in Easter egg shape, it just
It
so
tastes
good.
different, doesn't
Just
it?
good.
Do you not think it tastes different?
With a cup of tea. Oh,
What would be your go-to, Triggs?
probably quite. If I could probably bring in two sort of chocolate brands, like a Buttons the egg, just a Cadbury's egg,
Okay.
and some of those Lindt chocolate balls, the red ones. Oh, superb. So if anyone's listening,
And anyone here over the next 4 days?
they're probably on buy one get one free somewhere. Nicely played there from Lammonby, very watchful. Just feel like that first delivery there didn't quite have that zip on it from Pennington. Interesting to see how the Nottinghamshire captain rotates their bowlers. It'd be very hard to drag these two off at the moment, but you've got to, I suppose, think a little bit longer than that first session. Cold weather, first game of the season, you don't want to flog your opening bowlers too much, but Pennington, you have to say, he's looked like he's been threatening. Probably quite unlucky to not have a little end column wicket there. How long will Hamid bowl him until he makes a little bit of a change? What about yourself, Soph? What would be your Easter cheat?
I love mini eggs. Yeah, mini eggs. I'm a bit of a sucker for fruit and nut, and you can actually get like
Old school. That is old school.
you can get like it within the egg, which I think is elite. So yeah, that'll be my go-to.
Bit disappointed the manufacturer hasn't made an Easter egg size that's just solid chocolate. I know it'd be a bit of a grind to get through, but like, you know, like an everlasting gobstopper version of an Easter egg, that'd be right up my street. No, that's a bit high. That's high. Possibly pitching outside leg as well. That might be optimistic. But we've got replays here at Taunton, slow-mo cameras, we've got it all. Let's have a little look. Yeah, pitched outside leg and a fraction high, I would have said. Oh, not high. Not high, but outside leg. Good decision there from Graham Lloyd, who's officiating from the Trescothick stand end. Oh, a little feather through to the keeper. Hard to argue with the fact that Pennington deserved that wicket. Lammonby has just hung the bat out there, but a good delivery. The outside edge was caught, and a comfortable catch by the Nottinghamshire wicket-keeper. Almost the identical delivery, just nipped across him. A little feather.
Tom Lammonby was
Nottinghamshire are in the ascendancy, and it's hard, even though we're both Somerset types, to say that Nottinghamshire haven't deserved that second wicket. They've been exceptional this morning.
Yeah, this opening bowling partnership for them, Ollie Stone and Dylan Pennington have worked really hard. They put the ball in the right areas and they've got their reward as well. Cola Cadmore and Tom Lammonby both back in the changing room now. Somerset 14 for 2. It's James Rue. Another left-hander comes to the crease.
I mean, it's not just 14 for 2. It's the just the lack of deliveries that you'd feel as a batter that you can score off. You know, they've just created so much pressure. You know, every single ball's been on the money, testing the defences, a few player misses, good leaves. There's been absolutely no let-up in these first nearly 10 overs. It's been exceptional stuff from the Nottinghamshire pair. 14 for 2. You'd have to say that I don't think it's a huge fault of the Somerset batters. You know, both dismissals you'd say were, you know, Lammonby hasn't chased the ball there. He's played the line, it's nipped across him, caught the edge, and the Cola Cadmore ball was almost unplayable. So, tough start for the home team. The current county championships have come ready, prepared, and are executing. Nicely left there from James Rue, who's had a busy enough winter. He's been away with England A, I believe, and I'm sure he's been doing plenty of practice here at Taunton. He's had a fantastic start to his first-class career, and they certainly need the engine room, the middle order of Somerset to fire here on day one. Lammonby, Rue and Abell have been the lion's share of the run scorers for a number of years now, and they certainly need them today. 14 for 2. Everyone wrapping pads of Josh Thomas there. Well, I think if there were any question marks of Pennington having another over, have certainly gone away now after that wicket. It's always one of those real arts of being a captain, is knowing when enough's enough to make sure that the bowlers stay fresh for their next spells, but very hard to get the ball out of a bowler's hand when there's nip and seam swing around. Thomas just falling over those straighter balls at the moment. He'll have to keep his eye on those. Both of those pitching outside off stump. Paul Pollard, the umpire at the river end, just getting a little bit interested in Ollie Stone's follow through. Getting close-ish to that danger area. Oh, the old inside edge just misses the top of the stumps, and Josh Thomas gets up the other end, which is probably the best place to spend as much time as you can this morning, up the other end, watching your mate navigate his way through this bowling at the moment. I think Ollie Stone for the left-hander does pose the double threat of having that ability to swing the ball back into the pads and the outside edge, so you've got to be pretty mindful of both of those as a batter.
Yeah, he's on the sharper side as well. Stone looks fit and firing at the start of the 2026 season.
Oh, yeah, he's skiddy. He's skiddy. He has his sort of injury issues from time to time, but when he's fit, he's one of the best in the country, no doubt about that. And that is an absolute beauty, just sliding across James Roop. Probably needed to get a little bit more of a stride in there. It's a full delivery. Hard to criticise James Roop there. The old feet don't work amazingly well those first couple of balls. That's why getting into an innings is always a challenge. As we have a little bit of a low mist over the ground at the moment, so that ball is responding to the atmosphere at the moment. Definitely feels like the last few overs the ball's just started darting around off the surface, that bit of moisture just landing out down on the surface.
Yeah, looking out into the distance, the hills are disappearing. It's never a good sign. It's got slightly gloomier here at Taunton.
Yeah, a number of friends that I have seen this morning that have come up from Devon way say that it's pretty miserable. It was quite miserable our way, Soph, as well, slightly north of here. I think Taunton is probably one of the better weather areas in Somerset at the moment, which is why we've had 11 overs so far. Uninterrupted play here on day one of the Rothesay County Championship. Somerset taking on county champions of last year, Nottinghamshire, and it has been, you have to say, all Nottinghamshire so far, 16 for 2. A beautiful opening bowling partnership from Stone and Pennington. Josh Thomas, though, has been playing with some very, very good, a good amount of grit and determination, and he's still out there. So great start from the young Somerset opening batsman, who's got a brilliant opportunity this summer. As we see there, that looked like my glasses when I was doing that welcome this morning. I had to get the old wiper blades out.
Yeah, the floodlights have come on here. Talked about it getting gloomier. A few spits and spots out there as well.
Yeah, my friend from Newton Abbot told me this morning that it was pretty gloomy down that way, and looking at the flags on the Andy Caddick Pavilion, I think that probably rings true that it's blowing up this way. I don't think you can expect not to have some interruptions through 4 days of county championship cricket in England in April. I'm not sure there's any science behind this so far. There absolutely isn't any science behind this, but I was kind of thinking coming into this season that surely the clouds are empty after the rain we've had from sort of December to now.
Yeah, I've been here the whole winter, and certainly January certainly reminded me why I spent the last 3 away from here, that's for sure. I'm not sure we had a dry day, to be honest.
There's a little bit of a period here where Somerset could have an advantage. Every time that ball goes out into the outfield on that damp surface, the ball will just soak up a little bit of moisture, and it ages the ball a little bit quicker. Ball becomes a little bit heavy, you know, especially now. You'd probably say that the lacquer was off the ball, protecting it. Bit of moisture into the leather, becomes hard to shine in the swing, hardness goes out the ball a little bit. So I think Somerset, even though it's challenging, if they can just stay out there and get that ball into the outfield a number of times, it could pay dividends later on in the day. That's not out. An optimistic appeal there. Probably like the ones previously, pitching outside leg, and that one certainly was high as well. Oh,
that's
what
beautiful.
a shot. Shot of the day there, without question. James Roux slightly over pitch from Pennington and punished in magnificent style.
Trademark Roux there. How many times have we seen that over the past couple of years? Glorious cover drive from the left-hander. Hold the pose.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot. There's something about a cover drive from a left-handed batter that just looks so easy on the eye. That was a perfect example. And backed up by a very nice and well-watched lead. 6 overs of Pennington now. He's got 1 for 10, matching the figures of his opening partner, Ollie Stone. Both bowlers 1 for 10, 20 for 2. No extras.
Change of bowling.
Unusual.
The river end,
Probably
number
a sign
8,
of the disciplines.
Lyndon James.
Good
Yeah.
indicator, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, I think discipline is a great word for how knots have started here. Never a good sign when the ground staff are walking closer
Ground staff
to the
lurking.
sheets and the covers.
Umpires meeting. Lyndon James is having a bowl from the river end. Ollie Stone's getting a rest. But I'd be surprised if he starts his over, because there is a little bit in the air. Maybe not enough to come off. Good on you, umpires. I think we're going to persevere. I think that's potentially why Hassamid, Nottinghamshire captain, has had ball in hand going over to the umpires saying, you know, we don't want this ball getting too wet. If we need to come off, happy days. Probably trying to do a bit of a salesman's job on the umpire. But Lyndon James into the attack. And 4 runs off the first ball. Not the classic shot there from Josh Thomas. Slightly outside edgy. Probably the first sort of loose delivery that Nottinghamshire have bowled this morning. Lyndon James he's had that 40 minutes from bowling in warm-up where I suppose the body's got a little bit cold, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. But Josh Thomas, with a flashing blade, makes the most of that, picks up a boundary.
Yeah, and that ball has gone across that dampish outfield now. Like you said, Triggs, every fielder's had a good go at trying to dry it, shine it. It's back in Lyndon James's hand now.
Yeah, sort of noticeably a little bit slower through the air than Ollie Stone. I think it actually just makes you realise how pacey Stone and Pennington are. You know, Lyndon James probably bowls around the 80-mile-an-hour mark, and I think it was, you know, the other two bowlers noticeably quicker, sort of mid to high 80s. So certainly quite a challenge. James has, over the last few years for Nottinghamshire, been a very, very useful, genuine all-rounder. Very reliable with bat and ball. Josh Thomas battling hard. 12 to his name off of 37 hard-fought balls.
Seems to be brightening up slightly, actually. So good call from the umpires to stick it out here. Driven beautifully down the ground by Josh Thomas. just lent on that one. A couple of boundaries in this over, and Somerset, and in particular Thomas, will start to feel a little bit better about life.
Yeah, matching the quality of the Rue cover drive in the previous over, showing that Josh Thomas is very well balanced at the crease, just punching that down the ground. Beautiful strike, well timed boundary there from Thomas, onto 16. Clip off the hip, down to square leg. Lord round quickly. He's been down at fine leg doing a few stretches, so I was going to say preparing for a spell. He is having a spell, so
change of bowling at
both ends.
Yeah, 12th is out there running the rags.
Never seen Rob Lord bowl before, but I was watching in the warm-up. Looked like he bowled a little bit back of a length and got the ball skidding through. Looked like he had a good amount of pace about him. So it'd be interesting to see how this goes. Gone are the days of a player that you haven't played against before, sort of bowling his first ball, unknown to everyone. Everything's videoed these days, footage, stats packs. The batters will know exactly what the challenge is. Yeah. Hit the deck hard that time. Yeah, he looked like he was hitting the old baseball mitt with a decent thud in the warm-up. Quite a strong wind blowing across the ground from left to right here at Taunton this morning, helping that shape across the left-hander from this end. Nick, and it carried to third slip. It would have been a stunning catch, but that one hasn't stuck.
Jack Haynes, is that?
It would have been a hell of a catch. One-handed diving effort. Looked like he was a little bit late to move, but sharp nip across Josh Thomas, and lucky for him, third slip was unable to hold on. And you almost didn't have to bowl that next ball. You should have just given him 4 and move on with the game. Start a ball later. Every single time there's a drop catch, you can pencil in a boundary the next ball. A little bit of frustration maybe from the bowlers. Seems to happen every single time. A nice shot from Thomas. Got to mentally reset after making that little error there. I'm not sure how much of an error it was. It was quite a sharp nipping delivery across him, in all fairness.
Yeah, he's shown real good application here, Thomas.
Probably one of the worst feelings as a cricketer when you're fielding, isn't it? So when you drop a catch and you're just like, oh, please don't get a massive score now. Everyone's going to remember I dropped him.
Yeah, and these days you just can't get away from it, can you? Everything's live streamed, commentated on. yeah, I'm sure he'll be hoping that they can get Thomas in the next couple of overs and all will be forgotten.
Yeah, it is a tough position, that third slip. I think first and second you sort of see the ball down the line, whereas from third slip you kind of have got to pick it up from the outside edge. You get a little bit less time, and it did look like he was fractionally late to move, getting that one hand to the ball. I'm going to take a little break now, Soph. Sam Dalling is going to come in to join you. I won't go too far though, Soph. Now that we're talking about Easter eggs, the old tummy's starting to grumble. Thanks to WPA Health Insurance for their continued support of our live stream. I'll see you again later. Somerset 33 for 2.
Thanks, Triggs. Hopefully he comes back with an Easter egg for me. That would be lovely. Ruin Thomas then trying to navigate a good opening period for the Notts bowlers. 14 overs gone, and there hasn't been much on offer for Somerset to put their hands through. Just the 2 slips now for Lyndon James, and a short catching cover. Somerset scamper a leg by. Paul Pollard is going to signal. And I'm delighted to be joined again. Another year has passed, and we're back in the commentary box together, Sam. How are you?
Hey up, Soph. Yeah, I'm all right. I am all right. You all right?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. Yeah.
This is nice to be back. Nice to see Josh Thomas out there as well. Those last couple of boundaries, I know he was dropped, but felt like a bit of a reward for surviving that opening 12 overs. Like, really difficult as a batter. Shield Berry's next door asking if it's the earliest they've ever started the county championship. I mean, 3rd of April. Stone and Pennington up there in the better bowlers on the county circuit. I know Stone's had his problems for injury. I don't think he played at all for Nottinghamshire last year. I think, didn't he get injured in pre-season or very early? And played 1 game on loan.
Well, he looked in good rhythm, and yeah, this morning.
He's played for England in the current era. It's just been so unlucky. I mean, he's been at Notts like 4 summers. Maybe this is his 4th summer. Played half a dozen games. No Josh Chung for them. So as Triggs was saying, like, noticeably the pace has dropped a little bit with Lyndon James, and he's a fine bowler himself. But Josh Thomas, I think, hopefully can get a reward.
Yeah, it feels like he's done a lot of the hard work, but 34 for 2, Somerset will know there is a lot more work to do here.
Not an unfamiliar position.
No. Well, when we were previewing the lineups, we talked about how good Somerset's middle order is, and I did mention that I didn't want to see them too early, though. Defended by Thomas on that occasion.
Is it Dan Kingdom is brilliant as a statter? I'm going to bring it up. He was talking about opening partnerships and how many there have been since Marcus Trescothick had retired. Plenty is the number. I shouldn't really refer to something I haven't got it up in front of me. That's my first error, but easing myself back in. Good from James. He's the kind of player that you can build championship winning sides around, which they did last year. End of the over. 15 gone here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, 34 for 2. All round. He puts to bed as well that it's not a myth, because Nottinghamshire do sign players from other counties, but that they don't bring through their own. Lyndon James came through their academy. Middle order all round, and not unlike Triggs himself, a bit taller. Yeah, that top end of county pro that you really need in your side over the course of a summer. Big summer for James Root coming up. Big summer for his brother as well. Potentially I saw him driving out this morning, presumably to go and revise. It's nuts. He's still got exams to do. I don't miss revision. I haven't done any for a while.
Yeah, I'm long out of education now. Crazy to think that, yeah, it could be a huge cricketing summer for him while he's sitting his A-levels.
Lovely shot. And James Root sat up nicely, back of a length. I think it's Ben Slater at backward point, but all he's going to do is chase that down and pick it up over the little hill. Hillock. Can we call that hill down there in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion? I probably have, so.
I'm not sure about that. I mean, it was a lake a few years ago, wasn't it?
Was a lake.
Do you remember that? You know, talking about how good the ground's looking here. Plenty of pace in the outfield.
Good comeback. Yeah, that lack of boundaries in the first 10, 12 overs was not to do with the outfield being slow.
No, that was definitely to do with how well Stone and Pennington bowled. No freebies whatsoever, really, from the opening pair. I've seen maybe a couple more deliveries that the Somerset batters have been able to score off from James and Lord. Never ideal having to get the body warm at this time of the year.
Fielder down there. I almost called it a boundary early, but I've learnt my lesson. There's this little pillar in my way. I couldn't quite see if anyone was down there, just a single.
Yeah, I think it was Lyndon James.
How have you found the winter? Because unusually for you, you stuck around, didn't you, for most of it?
I've been here the whole time, yeah.
In the trenches.
Yeah. Thought I'd best do some work for once, Sam. No, it's been great. I've really enjoyed it, actually. Yeah, I've really enjoyed being around the group, and yeah, we've got a new head coach, so as that one's defended by Thomas. Yeah, it's been great to kind of, I guess, build that relationship, continuing as captain and leading this group. So yeah, really excited and always optimistic at this time of the year. We've got a couple of practice games coming up. We play tomorrow in Birmingham, and we're here on Tuesday against Hampshire. So yeah, then we'll be into it.
Are you 7, 8 days away? 11th, is it your first game?
It's the 11th, yeah, so week tomorrow.
End of the over, 16 gone, 39 for 2. Now, you've been on comms the whole time, so I'd imagine the answer to this is no, but have you seen the first wicket of the county championship season? Not here, just anywhere. Have you seen it on your socials yet?
No.
You know, there's
Is it
always
a
that.
good one?
Oh, isn't it? It's the best. You know.
Really?
You know, there's always that thing. Oh, who's going to be the first batter out? Wasn't there a year where someone was
someone
at
got out
10:59?
before. Yeah, before it was even 11 a.m. Yeah, I do remember that.
So this one, if people haven't seen it, it's worth seeking out. It's Rory Burns.
Oh, it's a run out. I know he got run out, and that I did think, oh, there's never a nice way to go early doors, but run out, really.
Here's Lyndon James.
Okay, talk me through it then.
See, Rory Burns is, you know, Chris Wokes is bowling, and it's great to have him playing county cricket, isn't he? And he's pushed a nice one. It looks like he's got off the mark. Dom Sibley, though, had other ideas. And Ed Barnard, I think, was the fielder, and his throw isn't great. But Burns has basically run too. Dom Sibley hasn't moved. And he's got to within, you've always got to exaggerate these things a little bit for comic effect, but got to within maybe a yard of him. Fielder out there, so that'll just be one. And yeah, I mean, I can't imagine those two will be having a particularly friendly conversation over lunch. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, at this time of year, as a batter, you know, you're thinking the conditions are in bowlers' favours, and getting run out, that stings. Can't wait to watch it later, though. driven, but only finds Ollie Stone at cover.
What do you think of this field to James Root? Is that catcher there because it's James Root, or is that just actually quite a standard field relatively early when you move a third slip out? Is that just the go-to for skippers these days to put a catching cover in on the drive?
Yeah, I guess you don't see like too many catching covers, but yeah, they've lost third slip. Still want to be attacking. You know, James doesn't have as much pace as Stone. You know, this time attempted pull there from James Rue. We know how strong James Rue is through that cover area. I think it's in place for both the left-handers here, though. But yeah, potentially just James not having as much pace. You know, can they get the batter caught on the drive? It's another fielder in your eye line as well as a batter. So what have you been up to this winter then, Sam?
What have I been doing? It's a good question. A bit of football and a bit of keeping a toddler alive.
Oh, yes, yes. Just the important stuff
Well,
then.
I'm finding this whole speaking in sentences very difficult because currently we're on to sort of 2 words. We don't use any conjunctives. It's quite nice. It's an
Okay,
efficient way
yeah.
of speaking. It's good from Lyndon James. End of the 17th, 41 for 2 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. But the favoured phrase at the moment is "Daddy away." I am not popular. It's all about mummy. I can like sneak into a room. Daddy away. Somerset versus Warwickshire, Festival of Red Ball Cricket. I reckon it'll be a bit warmer by then as well. June the 19th to June 22nd here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. A few years now that Festival of Red Ball Cricket's been running. I think it's a sort of national. This is why I've lost my words. I want to call it a thing.
Yeah, I think
Event.
it was actually Nottinghamshire that played here last year for that fixture.
That one's worth sticking in your diary. Lots of demos, Q&As. Sure Harry Everett will be on the end of a microphone somewhere.
I haven't actually seen Harry yet.
He is here, of course he's here.
I know he's here, but I haven't seen or heard him yet, Sam.
You know what? He's actually doing some work for once. He's not paroling
Yeah,
around
and
the
to
ground.
be fair to him, I'm getting on the bus to Birmingham a little bit later, and he's going to pop on and cover for me. So
Did you have to twist his arm to get him to do that?
he doesn't take much persuasion, does he, Harry? So he's always my banker if I need him.
Fuller, driven. Hamid does the fielding. Oh, he
And
snuck it
yeah,
by.
he's right behind me now.
She's noticed. It's like you put up the bat signal there, and he just appears.
I was saying nice things as well for a change.
Well, I was going to see how long until you noticed, and I was just going to keep feeding you.
He's trying to look
Harry
all
Everett.
official as well with his lanyard and earpiece.
Still 3 slips. Cut away. Not that much width there, actually. Thomas played that from really close to his body. 4 more, he moves on to 26. Do you know much about Rob Lord, Harry? I thought you might, nodding his head. He's going to save it for his stint this afternoon. Good level of selfishness, that. I like it. Now he plays up at, I think he's a Lancashire lad who plays minor counties for Cheshire. Mid-20s. It's getting to that point for Triggs. It must be demoralising where he hasn't actually played with everyone. He can't like look into the memory bank and remember everyone.
Yeah, 2 of his previous teams battling it out there. That one's
Leg
pitched
side.
outside leg.
Yeah, was his final act in the professional game winning the Blast for Nottinghamshire, or did he do a year after that? He did that. There was a really wet T20 final day. Let's have another look at that one. I think you called it right. I think, as did Graham Lloyd agreed with you. I think it was, they had a reserve date.
It's good memory. from you. I'm sure Triggs will be able to talk all about it later, though.
Ball by ball.
Ball by ball.
I enjoyed it. You know, he said he was going to engage with the live comments, but I think he glossed over the one that mentioned he had both the Harry Potter glasses and the Severus Snape haircut going on at the same time.
Who was that? They've nailed it.
That's the look he is going for. 45 for 2 here.
Yeah, you never really know what look Trees is going to turn up with at the start of the season.
Good from Lord, just shaping it into the left-hander. End of 18. 45 for 2.
Yeah, a little bit of a partnership building for Somerset here, up to 31. Rue on 11, and Thomas has applied himself really nicely. He's on 26.
They're playing just about everywhere else. No play before lunch in Cardiff.
That's not really a surprise, is it?
You said it rains over there a bit.
It's always damp in Cardiff. What's the Sussex score now? Because they were absolutely motoring.
111 for 1 off 19. Ben Green, I think, has done Ben Green things and taken a wicket in his first over. He's got 1 for 21. I feel a bit for poor Yadi Singh. I think he was only signed a couple of days ago. They've got a bit of an injury crisis going on there, bowler-wise, Leicestershire. So not the ideal start to their first game back in Division 1. What a year they had last year. Good from James. Into his 4th over now. Bit of rain over on the hills, but I was pleasantly surprised this morning. I know it wasn't like warm, but given the forecast overnight, what was it? It was just sort of 60–70% chance rain from about midnight last night. Full start there from Lyndon James.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised when I got off the M5 at Taunton and the roads were dry. Leaving home this morning, it was damp and miserable. So ecstatic when I drove into the ground and saw the players out there warming up, no covers in sight.
Good from James. I love the thought of you being ecstatic as you drove in. How did that ecstasy play out in reality?
You know what? It's such a stupid thing, but like it's one of my favourite things to do is drive into the ground and like have a little chat with the steward. So it's like anticipation is like who was going to be on the gate. I mean, when I commentate, I should always know it's going to be Alan on St James Street.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love that interaction, like the first bit of your day.
Just be 1.
And he always goes, "Oh, Sophie, I didn't recognise you. How are you?"
Lovely man, isn't
he?
he,
Good, thanks, Alan. Yeah.
It's a bit of a. I mean, you're all right because you've got your players. Like everyone knows you, right? But there's always that little bit of jeopardy. Like, would our names be on the gate? Will they be on the list? Never found immediately. It's never the first name he comes to. It always takes a little bit of a while. But we were on there. Question for you, Sophie Luff. You up for questions? A bit too early in the. I would say too early in the morning.
Already had media day this week.
Have you? How did that go?
It was very windy.
Was it?
All I can say is I'm not looking forward to seeing the photos because I have no idea what my hair looks like.
Okay.
That's cut away, and that is flown to the boundary. A few more boundaries here at Taunton. A few more loose deliveries from the Nottinghamshire bowlers that Somerset cashing in on, and that is
19th over.
50 up.
You're a cat person though, usually, aren't you?
Cat person?
A cap.
Oh, a cat person. Oh, yeah,
not
love
a
my
cat
cats.
person.
Yeah, I've got way...
The look you gave me.
Yeah, cats. Don't like cats. Love caps. Probably got way too many caps.
You can never have too many, I wouldn't say.
I don't know. I think you can. You can only wear one at a time, Sam.
Lord, continuing.
Okay, what we saying about caps then?
For the photos, you a cat person? Do you have to remove
Oh
it?
no, I actually had to do my hair and not put a cap on. But I've probably spent most of the winter with a cap on.
Is that to avoid having to do your hair?
Yeah, a little bit on the lazy side. And I just like wearing caps.
I do as well. Largely because the hair is like disappearing as well rapidly underneath it. I don't think wearing caps helps that, but we're beyond that point now. Pushed into the leg side. They are going to come back for two.
Good running.
Good running. Marie Kelly up at Blaze, they will be Nottinghamshire. She's brought out her own cap range, hasn't she?
Yeah, versatile. Yeah, it's very good. Not that I've got a cap or a woolly hat, but
if she is listening,
I've been on a coaching course with her this winter, and she brought a couple of the products in, and yeah, I think it's a massive gap in the market, to be honest with you. Yeah, I rarely have played in a team where the cap has been well suited to the shape and size of my head. Usually too big.
Okay. Marie's nailed that.
I think she has, yeah.
Good fun as well, Marie Kelly. She's a bit of commentary, a bit of content. So you two actually took, because you were talking about not revising, but you have been learning this winter, haven't you?
Yeah, I've been doing a little bit of personal development, as they say.
Getting your CPD hours
in the coaching world. Yeah, which has been good fun. Really enjoyed it, trying to engage back into my coaching, which I did a lot before I turned professional and focused full time on cricket. Yeah, I've been working with some of the pathway players here, which is really exciting. There's a lot of good players coming through the ranks, and like the access to facilities and coaching and resource now is unbelievable in the women's game. And yeah, at 14, 15, they can see a career path, which is really exciting.
I think we're going to have our first change of angle. Craig was saying a bit earlier, it's like this is almost around the wicket. Right arm seam with the left-hander is almost the default these days, but it's taken us best part of 20 overs. Still 3 slips in for Lord.
Stone working hard on that ball there at mid-on.
Gone. 53.
What was this question on the?
Oh yeah, it's a kind of tangent. You bring up a question and I've left you intrigued. It is from Kit Harris. It says, how's the squad looking at the moment, injury-wise? I mean, you've just been over in Pretoria, right? So fully fit, clean bill of health-ish?
Yeah, went to South Africa for a week, which was unbelievable, actually. Yeah, the fact that we were able to rearrange so quickly and get somewhere, but to go to Pretoria, we were based at the High Performance Centre there. It was kind of like the South African Loughborough, that's how I would describe it, in terms of like university campus. So yeah, really good week there. And yeah, like squad looks in a good place. We're going to miss Emma Corney at the start of the year.
Right.
She's still recovering
okay.
from that nasty ACL injury that happened during the game at Warwickshire last year in the Vitality Blast. But like, she's worked so hard this winter, rehabbing, being incredibly diligent, and yeah, hopefully we'll see her back on the park sooner rather than later.
Oh, beauty from Lyndon James. That change of angle for him as well around the wicket to James Root. Just a little push at that one.
So yeah, we're going to be missing a couple at the start of the year. Emma through injury, and B. Willis, who we signed off our academy, young fast bowler. She's actually out in Australia at the moment with England under-19s.
Nice.
So yeah, we didn't want her to miss out on that opportunity, but it does mean that she's unavailable for, I think, the first couple of games.
Single out. To, it's almost a deep backward point. There are a couple of fielders out as well. Deep square leg and a long leg for both Rue and Thomas, actually. Looks like Ben Slater out there at deep square leg. Rob Lord down at quite a wide, fine leg. Slater's just being moved up maybe 10 yards in front of square. I keep finding myself wanting to say things like Thomas is looking really assured out there, but just trying to avoid it.
There's no such thing as commentator's curse, is there, Sam?
No, I don't believe in it. Doesn't quite get it in the gap there, so Lord scurries around easily enough.
Yeah, not quite as well timed as Thomas would have hoped there. But runs coming a little bit easier for the Somerset batters. Oh, it's a good ball though. 21 gone here. Somerset 55 for 2. Hamid, the captain, just conversing with Pennington, I think it is.
Big couple of months for him, I reckon, Hamid. Scored his runs a lot more quickly in the last couple of summers.
Yeah, he had a very good year
Oh,
last
yeah.
year, didn't he? Captain in the county champions as well. It's no mean feat.
Yeah, nice to have that on the CV for him. I'd like to see him get another go. Probably needs runs. Good test when I don't want to sit here and bang on about England too much. But naturally, that's where your head starts to go when you watch some of these players. He was so young. Well, he's played a couple of times, hasn't he? Like 2 different spells.
Just clip down to fine leg for a single. So how old is he now?
People can hear the sound of silence, which means Google. 29.
20s,
29. That's peaking, right?
Yeah, I would say so.
Let's see.
Potentially next week as well, but we'll have to see. I think it's working hard to get him for next week.
Single out to deep backward point. I think that was a Nottinghamshire fan caught on the effects, Mike, bemoaning the
Yeah, it'd be nice to have one of those three available for this one.
unavailability of Josh Tongue. He played something like 6 games for them last year and took a bucket load of wickets. He was almost, he asked some Notts fans, he was the difference between the championship or not. But he and Ben Duckett not available for this one.
The boys are here playing. McSweeney's playing. The Northam. So I think it was just Victoria wouldn't let Fern come.
Pulled. Fielder out there.
Yeah, again, not timed by Thomas. That Rory Burns run out
Seen it.
has just made it onto my Instagram feed, but it's highlighting the ability of Kai Smith behind the stumps, because he had a lot of work to do.
It's not a great throw, is it?
Due to the terrible throw. But yes, Rory Burns did run too.
Fuller. That's what he was trying to do. He was trying to entice that drive. James Rue's eyes temporarily lit up. Lost his balance. So who's that? Who's posted that? Because that's a very nice take on it. That's someone who's using positive.
That was just County Championship, I believe. County Championship. And it just says, Kai Smith's agility secures the first wicket of the 2026 season. And it's a full stretch dive.
That's what they work for, in the wicket keepers, isn't it?
And I love the fact that Dom Sibley didn't even leave his crease.
Yeah, the one thing Rory Burns can't accuse Dom Sibley of is like selling him down the river in terms of yes, no, leaving his crease. And
Yeah,
then
it looked like
halfway
he
back.
didn't want to run at all.
Yeah.
St James Street, Cran Village. The bar in the Lord Botham stand is open as well.
I'm seeing it twice now. I'm seeing it in a better angle on Warwickshire.
County room, lunch and afternoon tea, all subject to availability.
In fairness, Burns leaves him a lot of time, but yes, he does really well. Yet the fact he has time to do that, as we see this partnership building, 44 now between Rue and Thomas. 7 for 1, 14 for 2, now 58 for 2.
That might race away to the mid-wicket boundary. Almost just punched through there from Josh Thomas, and I mentioned a couple overs ago that runs have been a little bit more free-flowing since the introduction of Lyndon James and Rob Lord, and these two making it look quite comfortable out there, Sam.
Yeah, it was almost a shot of a sort of tennis paddle player, that, wasn't it? A bit of topspin forehand. There's a little bit more bounce than perhaps he'd anticipated. He wasn't properly pulling it. A lovely shot from Josh Thomas. Good comeback from Lyndon James. Over 4,000 of you on the live stream. Lots of familiar names in there. Some new ones as well, no doubt some Nottinghamshire fans. Bit of rain in the air. That's what we like. Nice, clear communication between the batters.
Yeah, not really Josh Thomas's call there, but didn't fancy the run, and James Rue knew that he needed to stay back. Notts bowlers having to work hard now. Edge, but doesn't carry. Falls well short, actually. Soft hands from Josh Thomas there.
Uppish, but no one in the, what would have been the ring at point. Here's a fielder at third, comes round. And that's the 50 partnership for between these two for the third wicket. 14 for 2 has become 64 for 2. Josh Thomas unbeaten on 39. He's got 32 of this partnership. James Rew's got 17 at the other end. Just what Somerset needed after a good opening half an hour or so from Nottinghamshire. Ollie Stone and Dylan Pennington were brilliant for that first 12 overs.
Just a single this time. Joe Clark does the fielding. 23 overs gone here. Thomas moves to 40. Somerset 65 for 2.
Returning at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, number 18, Dylan Pennington.
Sufficient rest then for Dylan Pennington to come back and have another go. I expect Asib Hamid was just thinking, well, could do with picking up another one before lunch. He's gone back to Pennington, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 10. Earlier on, picked up that wicket of Tom Lammonby, caught behind by Carl Varane for just a free. Pennington was probably on the cusp of an England call-up. Was it summer before last? Started really well, was very much looked like in pole position. Hasn't quite had it yet. Ian Josh Tongue making the move from Worcestershire. Somerset played against them. There was that, what was effectively a sort of quarter-final of the Bob Willis Trophy back in COVID year, when I think, did Worcestershire have, they probably had Jack Haynes at that point as well, but Tongue and Pennington were definitely bowling for them. Maybe Barnard, probably Joe Leach. They had a really good seam bowling quartet. Alas, they've all moved on and all retired. Wholehearted appeal from the bowler. Not sure it was fully there from behind the stumps. Let's have another look. Hits his foot?
Yeah, well, whether the bat clips that back pad or something.
Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant with hits his foot.
Yeah. Does seem to get in a awkward position at times, Josh Thomas, where he just gets a little bit square on the ball there as it's angled across him. He's played nicely so far. That one's down the leg side. $20 minutes to go to lunch here. Slightly more, feels a slightly more even contest now. Somerset 65 for 2. Not to be thinking 1 or 2 more before lunch. And that first session is definitely theirs.
You can see the extra pace here. You don't need a speed gun. The eye tells you just a bit more zip. I've missed this position. Sat up here.
It's a great position, isn't it?
It's a good spot, isn't it?
Yeah, we're literally right behind the bowler's arm. Pennington bowling from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Are you doing just today, Sam? Or are you
today and tomorrow?
A couple of days down.
Couple of days.
This way, yeah.
You're playing tomorrow, right?
Yeah, we've got
a
practice game against Warwickshire up at Edgbaston Foundation Ground, their second pitch.
Good from Pennington. And the over. 24 gone. What's going on elsewhere? Surrey 55 for 3. Jamie Smith has been and gone. Ollie Pope has been and gone. Interesting to see Jamie Smith batting at 3. Pope 4. Lawrence is just about to wander out there at 5. Ralphie Albert's playing there as well. Grandson of Jimmy White, the snooker legend. Durham 95 for free.
Liam Patterson White.
Liam Patterson White is going to come on and bowl a bit of left arm spin for the first time this season. Casey Aldridge playing up in that one. I saw he was presented with his Durham cap by Ben Stokes before play. A lovely moment
touch
for him, yeah. That is a nice touch, isn't it? Took that horrible blow to the face in the indoor nets up there. I think Robbie Bowman hit a ball on it. It was a complete accident, but yeah, well, Stokes' face was a right mess. He was hoping to play a little bit in April, but held back until May.
Spin for the first time today then.
More than your token over as well. Probably get 3 or 4 here, Liam Patterson White. No Farhan Ahmed, he was in the squad for this one. An understandable decision, I think, in early April, going for the 4 frontline seamers. Just one out there. A lot of left arm spin options in this game then. Patterson White, Jack Leach, Lewis Goldsworthy, Josh Thomas.
Edged by Josh Thomas. Patterson White into the attack and into the wickets. And Thomas looks distraught with himself. He has to go for a really well-made 40. As we see the replay.
Josh Thomas
pushing forward. Well held by Freddie McCann in the slips. And Notts get their 3rd.
He was disappointed by that. Josh Thomas, you can see his disappointment. Comfortable catch for Freddie McCann, really, at first slip to the left arm spinner. Done all that hard work. As soon as the spinner comes on, just pushed at 1. Good change though for Haseeb Mahmood. Works straight away, wicket in his first over. We're going to see Tom Abell out there batting in the middle for the first time this season at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Very much a local favourite, Tom Abell.
Very much is. Came all the way through the pathway. Similar age, Tom and I. Spent many a winter on emerging player programmes together. I'm sure he'll be desperate for another big year in a Somerset shirt.
Was the end of the over, so he'll have to wait a little bit longer. Dylan Pennington's going to continue from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. You can see how keen Tom Abell is halfway down the wicket there.
Yeah, you can see that in the way that he comes out from the dressing room.
I think he sits still very often, Tom Abell. Strikes me as quite a lively one. Plenty of energy.
Actually, I mean, he's got some lively spikes on by the looks. Quite flair for Abes. He's sporting a longer haircut these days as well.
Yeah.
Driven up to mid-on again.
Do you think he's sort of going through his midlife crisis early? His Trigo moment. Does every player have to have a Triggs moment?
Yeah, I mean, there's some interesting haircuts knocking around the boys' changing room.
The mullet seems to be back, right?
Yeah, I think it has made a bit of a return.
Shot. James drew at his fluent best there. Slightly over-pitched by Dylan Pennington. That whistled away towards that cover boundary. Lovely.
Yeah, I mean, you never really know whether you're just watching a replay when James Rue hits those ones, because that really is his trademark shot. So strong through the offside. A photographer's dream, that pose.
Must be no better feeling than that shot you know you don't have to run off as well. Just stand there. Side on. It's brought about a change of angle as well, straight away from Pennington.
Still fairly blowy here. Overcast in the distance. Too straight that time from Pennington.
Who's happier, do you reckon? If it stayed like this, 3 down at lunch, is that about evens? Charles Taylor's here. Speaking of growing their hair.
Oh, it's very formal.
Yeah. Well, he's a man of national radio these days, so. .26 gone. 70 for free, Somerset. Sorry, so I feel like I asked you a question and then just got distracted.
Honours evens, that's what you were saying, wasn't it?
If it finished like this, 10 to 1.
Yeah, I think you know, Thomas will be bitterly disappointed that he'd done all the hard work. He'd have loved to have seen it through to lunch. Yeah, I was thinking if Notts get 4, then it's definitely their session. Somerset have battled hard here. It's not been easy at all.
I feel like they needed that 3rd wicket, Nottinghamshire. You know, Hamid having won the toss, and that makes a difference. Putting a side in as opposed to it's your decision.
Yeah, and it's almost like, I'm not saying that James and Lord bowled badly, but almost Stone and Pennington bowled so well up front. It was going to be hard to keep that up. But they kind of did just let Somerset get back into the game slightly there. Abell defending his first couple of balls.
They had Mohammed Abbas for a bit last year as well, didn't they, Nottinghamshire? He's now at Derbyshire. What a signing that is for them, by the way, in the 2nd division.
Yeah, he must have an unbelievable record in county championship here.
Let's have a look, shall we? Abbas and Bashir, not a bad winter's work there. And they signed Matt Montgomery, actually, from Nottinghamshire. Derbyshire in a good spot, I reckon, this year.
Defending again is Abell.
.32 wickets at 21.46 last year for Nottinghamshire. Abbas.
Abell off the mark.
180 for Hampshire at under 20s, 79 for Leicestershire at 20.67. So like decent.
So did he start at Leicestershire?
I think he came Leicestershire first, yeah.
Okay.
Then Hampshire signed him.
It felt like he was at Hampshire for a while. Him and Kyle Abbott just tore through teams, didn't they?
Kyle Abbott's still doing it. Well, he played 47 games for Hampshire, so what's that? That's 3 seasons if he plays every game. So probably 4 summers, is that? 27 gone here. 71 for free. Decent crowd in, as ever, here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. I was walking in behind one group who were, they were dressed up, coats on. One was proudly telling his mate that he got a singlet on underneath just in case it was too cold, but they're absolutely buzzing for it.
When you said dressed up, I was thinking, oh, that's not the kind of a county championship crowd that I thought we would be getting on day one.
It's not Lords.
Not too many woolly hats though in the crowd that I can spot even, so some brave people out there.
It's all right if you position yourself strategically away from the wind, I think.
Pennington to Abell then, left alone by the right-hander. Lights still on here at Taunton. Again, Abell chooses to leave that delivery alone.
It's a leave? I think it is, right? Oh, yeah.
Make it look like one.
Scoff it, that was his leave.
Pennington into his 9th over here. 1 for 14. Straighter this time, and Abell defends up to Hamid at mid-on.
Probably going down. Maybe a bit high. He's a candidate early on, isn't he, Tom Abell?
Yeah, it's almost like he was setting him up for that straighter one. First few from Pennington outside off stump. His last 2 deliveries come a lot straighter to Tom Abell. It's a great over by Dylan Pennington.
A reminder that the Somerset Cricket Museum
Another maiden to his name.
Lunch interval. Entry is free and it's situated behind me on Darchi Pavilion. And everyone
71
here
for 3 here,
would like to
off
wish
28
a very
overs.
happy birthday to Katie Davis, who turns 6 years old today. Katie's favourite player is Alfie Ogborn. From all of us here at Somerset, a very happy 6th birthday to you, Katie.
nice to hear Rob loud and proud as well.
Yeah, it's new and improved, I believe, this
Good volume on it.
this summer. Very good volume.
Lovely clarity to his voice as well, Rob.
We've got 4 minutes to go to lunch. Patterson White rattles through this one. Might see another over of Pennington.
You think James Rue's going to go and just check the pitch is all right? Maybe do his shoelaces up a couple of times?
It's hard to
You not get away
when
with
you're
it these
just
days.
tapping it back to the bowler, though, and it's going straight back in their hand.
Umpire helping him out there.
Yeah, well, Paul Pollard probably wants his lunch just as much as anyone. That's a beautiful drive through the offside. I think it's going to be pulled in. It is. It's a good bit of work by Lyndon James out there. Somerset. Run 3.
That's a good way to slow it down a little bit. James Rue, nice shot. Moved. Looked all right, James Rue. One beautiful cover drive.
Yeah, he's just so strong through that area. Any width. Abell defends this time.
You just hear homeowner Charlie Taylor talking Triggs through his house renovation at the back of the box, leaning on him for a bit of advice. Maybe Triggs trying to get some work. Handy carpenter, Triggs. Hey, you can do anything, mate.
We are going to get one more over then. That will take us to 30 overs in the morning session.
Can't knock that really with the seamers.
Pleasantly surprised that we've got that many overs in, especially with a bit of a dodgy forecast around. We've done very well to get that much play.
Are you ecstatic again?
I'm ecstatic. Ecstatic, that's the word. I just get so... I don't even know... I don't
See the
really know
smile on
where
your face.
ecstatic came from, right? I think I'm just so bored of saying excited.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, really excited for the season to start. Yeah. So I'm gonna use ecstatic from now on.
Why not?
It's gonna be my buzzword for the summer, Sam. Every interview I do, can I get it in there?
Freddie McCann's on to bowl. He won't be ecstatic because James Rue is hitting for just a couple. Great bit of fielding from Ben Slater.
Do you
out there.
reckon?
Do you reckon he was over the rope?
Oh God, I'd like that checked, please, sir.
Well, we're going to check it on our replay. Not sure it's going to make any difference to what happens out there.
That is 4 runs every day of the week.
Is his foot touching the rope there? He doesn't know.
He doesn't know, but that's 4.
You were a batter, you would be fuming there, would you? Would you signal?
Well,
Would you
hard
try and
because
get involved?
As a batter, you're not really
Right.
watching exactly. If I was in the dugout and I was close to that, I would be slightly disappointed that the umpire wasn't signalling for. Abell defends. They think about a quick single, but probably not the time with the lunch interval looming. Abell defends.
Tom Abell will retain the strike after lunch with that single. 30 overs gone here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, Somerset. Having been stuck in by Hasib Hamid, fell to 14 for 2, 50-run partnership between Josh Thomas and James Rue. Rescued them somewhat, however, Josh Thomas fell to Liam Patterson White's first over of spin, which means James Rue will continue to after lunch on 28, Tom Abell on 2. What do you make of it, Luffy?
Yeah, kind of honours even in a way. Nottinghamshire will be buoyed by the wicket of Josh Thomas towards the back end of that session, though. But really impressed by Ollie Stone and Dylan Pennington. The way that they opened up for Nottinghamshire showed a lot of pace, movement, made it really hard for the Somerset batters. Cola Cadmore got an absolute beauty and good ball to get Lammonby as well. So, yeah, kind of honours even. I'm just grateful that we've had 30 overs of cricket. We're back.
Glorious. We are back. Tom Abell will be back after lunch with bat in hand, but we're going to leave you with 40 minutes of him. A little bit of a deep dive into his cricketing journey so far. Tom Abell inside Somerset about to come up on your screens now.
So, Tom Abell, great to be here this morning with you. Your 13th season coming up. Doesn't seem that long ago you started, does it?
No, it doesn't. Obviously, we were just talking about some of the sort of interviews we've done over the years, right at the start of my career and over the last 12, 13 years. So, yeah, on the eve of my 13th season, it's, just as exciting as it always is. But, yeah, there's obviously been, some ups and downs over those 12, 13 years. But, yeah, it's obviously good to be here, and you've obviously, been there for the whole journey, really, Walshy. So we've had, plenty of interviews and catch-ups along the way. So it's good to be here today.
We probably know each other pretty well.
Yeah, probably too well, maybe. Some might say, but it's always been great sort of talking to you, Walshy, and I know you're a massive supporter of all of us in the club. So yeah, it's always good to see you.
Thanks, Tom. Now today we really want to talk about your cricketing journey and how it all began and how you got to where you are today, really. I mean, you've had a fantastic journey of cricket, haven't you? Tell me how it all begins. I mean, you were born and lived in the house that your mum and dad still live in Taunton. Where did it all begin for you, the cricket, then? Yeah, I mean, the first thing I would say is, I feel very fortunate, very lucky to have had, the opportunities that I've had, in my life. As you say, it was like a dream for me to sort of represent Somerset, and, I've had the pleasure of doing that for the last 12 years. So where did it all start? Certainly at home. My parents have been the biggest influences on me, and my two brothers. We'd play in the garden, in the street, at my local club, at school, on the beach, wherever we could play, really. I probably hogged the batting most of the time, I think. But yeah, I mean, we'd play all sports, whatever we could, with our friends, our neighbours. It was just, we'd just try and be outdoors the whole time. And absolutely loved, we had the most incredible childhood, and, we were just playing sport, and, I was playing cricket all the time, really. I think my mum always tells a story of, me playing in the kitchen with the fish slice and stuff. So, yeah, I think I was pretty obsessed from an early age. Where are you in the family of the three? I'm middle. Middle? So short straw, yeah. Yeah, you've got the short straw. Yeah. Absolutely. So you probably had to do all the fielding. I would say that, but as I say, I think, I probably ended up hogging the batting, and I don't think I gave my brothers much of a choice. So, yeah, I probably owe them a bit for bowling and throwing me loads of balls over the years. But as I say, I was very lucky. We had a great childhood, and, it's centred around sport a lot of the time. And tell me about sort of young cricket at a very young age. I mean, you obviously started at home, and then where did you graduate to? Was it cricket at the club, or here, or at school? Yeah, I remember at school, I was probably maybe 8 and playing in the under-9s, and then, at my local club, Taunton Cricket Club. As soon as I could get involved, really, I got involved, and I just wanted to train and play as much as I could. And as I say, I was completely obsessed, I think, as a young kid, and then just loved playing, at school, in the playground, at home.
in the garden, wherever it was. And yeah, I was, pretty fortunate. I got a place on the age group set up, and that didn't always go very well for me as a youngster. There was, I never scored any runs, and there were certainly better cricketers than me. But yeah, I'd obviously was playing at school, playing for my club, playing as much cricket as I could for anyone really. And then obviously, yeah, sort of being part of the Somerset age group system was amazing. And then I got an opportunity on the EPP, which is probably where things, really started to change and take off, and the amount of contact time and training I could do. And yeah, fortunately enough, got a place on the academy. And that's where, I guess things got a bit more serious, the intensity, the level went sort of through the roof, and involved in the second team, which I remember being a really steep learning curve for me. And then, yeah, I went to university out of school, so I had 3 years to sort of try and earn a contract, earn an opportunity, whilst obviously playing and studying. And that was, 3 years for me to sort of try and develop as a person, as a player. And I guess from then on, it's been cricket ever since.
Can we talk a little bit about your school career? Because you were an outstanding schoolboy cricketer. You played in the first team, I think, when you were 14 at Taunton. And I think you're the youngest player to score 1,000 runs in a season over there for the school. And you got a special award, didn't you? Schoolboy Cricketer of the Year from Wisden. Yeah,
you probably know more than me about it, to be honest.
You can't forget that, Tom. Don't be too modest.
No, I was obviously a few years ago now. But, yeah, my school and, the staff at Taunton School, they had a huge influence on me and my cricketing journey. As you say, sort of given the opportunity when I was probably 14 to play sort of first team cricket, and I was around some really top players in that team as well, which I think sort of helped shape me and helped guide me sort of through that period of my cricketing life. But yeah, school cricket was a very big thing for me. I look back now and I do feel a little bit guilty that I think I opened the batting and opened the bowling, and I wish I'd have maybe sort of, given other people a bit more opportunity. But I loved it so much. I just wanted to be involved in the game, whether it was with the bat, with the ball. And thankfully my last season at school went pretty well, and I was named sort of Wisden Schoolboy of the Year. So but at the time you sort of don't really appreciate it in terms of, that it was going well that year. But obviously I look back now and, pretty proud of that. And it was a big part of my life.
And when you stepped into playing second team cricket for Somerset, what sort of a step up was that from schoolboy cricket and club cricket to come and play second 11 cricket? Because you played, in 2009, 2010?
Yeah, I remember sort of being really taken aback really by the level and feeling completely out of my depth. I reckon I was probably 15, 16 maybe when I first got an opportunity, and I remember being in a change room with the likes of, Compton, Chris Jones, Butler, and, you see the sort of level of these players, and, I was a pretty small 16-year-old and certainly didn't feel like I had the ability of these guys, of course. And I just remember feeling sort of a huge step up, and I think you probably start to doubt yourself a little bit more so than you do previously, than if you're playing maybe club cricket or school cricket. But I think, that's where you learn and find out a little bit about yourself. And that period of time I was sort of on the academy, and I think the level of training and the intensity of things sort of really went up a notch. And I guess it's sink or swim, and I had to try and find a way. And it certainly wasn't, smooth sailing. There were plenty of sort of tough times, and I didn't necessarily have too much success early on in second team cricket. But then, I sort of found my feet, and I managed to score a few more runs.
Who was on the academy with you? Who was a part of that cohort?
So Harry Rouse, James Regan, Will Jenkins, that was my year group.
That was your year group.
So yeah, some seriously talented cricketers, and again, I sort of feel pretty fortunate that I was the one that maybe had the opportunity to sort of take it on and make it a career. But I know those guys have sort of gone down different routes and been very successful. So yeah, it's different for everyone.
But you were playing cricket still?
Yeah.
And for Somerset?
Yeah, obviously. I mean, which is a very special thing for me. It's what I always wanted to do, and you know, you never necessarily anticipate having a 11, 12-year career. But as I say, I've sort of been one of the lucky ones, and yeah, it's amazing to talk about, but equally there's been some very challenging periods sort of through that time. So it's not always been happy days, but yeah, I guess you sort of need that challenge in life, and overcoming those challenges and those obstacles is what it's all about. And
then in 2014, Alvira got injured, and you were called up, weren't you, near the back end of the season for Dave Nosworthy? Yeah, absolutely. And it was a bit of, I never had it on my radar, never anticipated getting that opportunity. As you say, there were, I think, 4 games to go in that season, and the overseas had a little injury and he was flying back from South Africa. But yeah, I got the call from Dave Nosworthy saying you're in for tomorrow, and obviously just completely surprised, taken aback, and I just went straight home to tell my parents, and it was obviously an amazing moment for all of us, really. And yeah, it was obviously mixed with a huge amount of nerves and anxiety. But yeah, I remember sort of we were in the field on day 1, which sort of gave me a chance to get in the game and just manage my emotions a little bit. Otherwise, I don't think I think my beans would have been going if we were batting first. But you didn't show your nerves when you went out there and got 95, Tom. Well, I don't know about that, because I remember it being a bit of a struggle, I think. Yeah, I remember getting off the marks. I think I nicked one down to 3rd man. So, and then once you're off the mark, you can relax a little bit and think, oh well, I didn't get out for naught. What can go wrong? But yeah, I just remember sort of just trying to stick it out, really, because I think Warwickshire had a good team and we were under a bit of pressure, and I just tried to sort of stick around. And yeah, obviously it was better than I ever would have imagined, getting 95 on debut. But yeah, the second innings brought me back down to earth, because I left a straight one for naught. So I guess that's the game of cricket in a nutshell, isn't it? Yeah, indeed. But then the following year, you became a regular opening partner for Trez.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't anticipate that either, because I was still at university, and I'd done all right in the 4 games at the end of the season, and then yeah, all of a sudden to be opening the batting with Trez, who I'd watched play for England, watched play for Somerset, obviously admired from a distance. As a young Somerset boy, getting to open the batting with Trez was, like something out of a movie. So yeah, I mean, you feel pretty insignificant at the other end when he's, capable of the extraordinary, and, you're just trying to survive. But, I mean, we had a pretty good partnership for those first couple of years, and, of course, he was a huge influence on me as a batter, and gave me a lot and sort of helped get my career going, I would say. So yeah, obviously very grateful to Trez, and, had some amazing times opening the batting with Trez, and, as a young player, just, super excitable, and, you're living out your dream, and every game was just like the biggest thing in the world. And it was just an amazing time in my life getting to open the batting with Trez for Somerset.
Yeah, I mean, Trez is one of those people you don't realise how good he was till he's not there anymore. I mean, to be the other end to him must have been something a bit special for you as a youngster. Yeah, I mean, obviously we appreciate how good Trez, looking back on his career, but I certainly at the time I appreciated how good he was as a player, because he could dismantle other teams at will. And as I say, it makes you sort of think a little bit more deeply about how good you are. You feel pretty irrelevant compared to him. But I think we sort of dovetailed quite nicely. I'd try and sort of survive, and, he'd score all the runs and take teams down. So phenomenal player. Obviously privileged to have had an opportunity to play alongside,
Trez, obviously one of Somerset and England's greatest. So yeah, you can't ask for much more as a young Somerset boy.
And he was alongside you when you scored your first ton against Hampshire, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'd bottled it a few times. I think that first 100, I think I'd had a few 80s and 90s. But yeah, I remember actually it was very rare that I was anywhere near Trez's score, but I think we both got to 100 at, you know, a pretty similar time. I think he just pipped me. But yeah, obviously a very, very special day. I remember, I think I was stuck on 99 for quite a while, and I think my dad was sort of teaching down the road, and I think he just left his class to come and watch. And he just about, I remember actually seeing him in the crowd when I was on 99. So yeah, a great little story, and obviously amazing that my parents could be there to see my first 100 for Somerset.
You had a big partnership with Trez there, didn't you, to get to that 100? Yeah,
we did. I think it was a pretty good batting wicket, that's for sure. So our bowlers had done a great job the day before, and then yeah, we just had a good partnership, and we made the most of it. And obviously we both got hundreds that game, I think, and got a pretty good score. So yeah, obviously always look back on your first with fond memories. But yeah, they're never easy as well. So just you certainly take them in when you do get 100.
You had a period at that sort of time, you were going out to Fremantle to play cricket in the winter. I mean, do you want to talk a little bit about that experience and how that might have helped you in your way?
Oh, I mean, that was, you know, the most incredible experience. Had 3 seasons with Fremantle, and I think, again, got pretty lucky. It was an amazing club, amazing people there that sort of really took me in, and, you know, we had some seriously good players. But the cricketing culture, I think in Australia, but, you know, at Fremantle was unbelievable, really. You know, the whole club training twice a week and obviously playing Saturdays and Sundays. So it was just a brilliant time in my life. As I say, they really took me in and gave me absolutely everything, and I absolutely loved, you know, my time out there. And I think, you know, it's the first time you move to the other side of the world for 5 months, grow up a little bit and find a bit out about yourself. Obviously, I was working on my game and my fitness out there. So, yeah, I like to think, you know, I always came back a more rounded person and a better player. Obviously, as a young player, sort of getting to play all year round and, you know, play all through the winter. It's a really good level as well. You know, around some top players. I think, yeah, it gave me a lot. And the club, you know, I owe a huge amount to Fremantle, the club, because they were absolutely amazing with me.
And there was a bit of an Aussie influence here in 2016 when Buck Rogers was here as captain. What sort of a season was that, and ending in disappointment?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing to say about Buck, you know, he was an incredible player and captain and person, you know, for our club. I think he really sort of shifted the mindset and the dynamic of how we played. He was a brilliant captain, you know, very forward thinking, and obviously, as I moved into my captaincy journey, I think, you know, he was a huge aid to myself. But obviously an unbelievable batter, and, you know, he certainly made the most of his abilities, and just a brilliant influence on all of us, especially young players, I think, at the club. And yeah, obviously we were very lucky to have him as an overseas. We've had some amazing overseas over the years, and thankfully he came back, you know, in the following year as a bit of a mentor. So again, I feel, you know, I've had some brilliant people around me and there to mentor me sort of through those early stages of my career. And
then you came back that winter, didn't you? I remember sitting upstairs in the Blundell's box, and you were announced as the captain of Somerset, aged 23, and you were going to take over from Buck Rogers in 2017. I mean, was that a surprise? Did that come out of the blue, or did you have an inkling that was going to happen?
I didn't. It was a surprise, obviously, when it first got discussed with me. You know, I'd only had sort of 1 full season really in the side, and naturally, you know, I was a little bit wary about my own sort of place within the team. But obviously, I spoke to numerous people. I'd done a bit of captaincy sort of in the second team, and, you know, for my club and school and things like that. But it's obviously a different beast, you know, captaining a club like Somerset. But I spoke to sort of some of the senior players, obviously my family, and everyone was overwhelmingly supportive and on board. And I think, you know, the club possibly wanted to go down a slightly different route, and obviously I was a relatively young, exuberant character and, you know, I guess full of energy. So I think they maybe wanted to go down a slightly different route. And yeah, I guess looking back, it didn't go too well, did it? Especially at the start. So yeah, I mean, it certainly wasn't a decision that, you know, I took lightly. But I mean, when you get asked to captain a club like Somerset, it's, you know, you sort of, you have the dreams and ambitions, you know, of being a captain that can bring success to the club, and that's certainly what I felt. We obviously had unbelievable players still in the team, and they were always incredible with me, incredibly supportive, always there for, you know, to help me and support me. So yeah, obviously I took it on, and yeah, it was an interesting journey over the next 7 years.
Indeed it was. I mean, obviously, as you say yourself, it didn't always go right for you, and you actually dropped yourself on one occasion, didn't you? And to get a bit of form in the seconds, and then came back and did well. Yeah,
I mean, the reality is it couldn't have gone any worse at the start. I think my first 2 games I went 0-1, 0-1, my first 4 innings. So, oh Christ, then you're thinking, you know, what have I done? And I was so, you know, conscious about my own performance, my batting, you know, whereas the previous year you just, you know, I was a young opening batter, and I guess that was all you focus on and you just play. Whereas I guess it did sort of take on a different dynamic, and then we didn't get off to a good start in the season, and then you're worrying about, you know, are you the right person for the job? What have you done? And, you know, all of a sudden you're caught up in the relegation scrap. Even early on in the season, and yeah, halfway through the season, I remember we said we're going to give it one more game, because obviously I was pretty shot of confidence at this point, and then it was away at Hampshire, you know, they're a good side and tough place to go, and I got a pair, and obviously I think that was probably reminiscent of, you know, where my mentality was at that point, and obviously, yeah, the decision sort of had to be made, you know, it was my decision with Matt Maynard, and you know, I think he certainly always had my best interests at heart, and you know, was great with me through that period of time. Matt was, so yeah, it had to happen, and I remember thinking, you know, what does that mean for my career? Because Adam Hose had sort of come in, and he was playing really well across all formats, and you start thinking, well, what does that mean for sort of my career? Like, how might you don't necessarily see a way back into the team. And then it's funny how things happen. Obviously, Hosey moved on within a couple of weeks. So I missed 1 game at Scarborough, where thankfully the boys got the first win of the team. So I owe Louis G a little bit, but yeah, obviously then Adam Hose left, and that sort of vacated a spot in the middle order. And you know, I didn't necessarily think I was the right person to come back in, because I was very short on confidence and still necessarily unsure about whether I was good enough. But yeah, came back in, and I think I got a 90-odd against Surrey, and then things started to sort of get better from there, and obviously we managed to stay up that season just. And yeah, thankfully I've not had experiences as poor as that since then.
As you're sitting there talking about those games, I can remember those games and sitting here with that Surrey game on the edge and thinking, are we going to? And we did, of course. But then let's move on to your moment, one of your moments of triumph at the club, 2019, when we lifted the one-day cup at Lord's.
Yeah, I mean, that'll probably always be one of the most amazing and special days of my life and my cricketing life. I think, you know, a one-day final at Lord's has always been a showpiece, and one of the biggest days in the cricket calendar for a domestic player, of course. And obviously at the start of the season, you know, you always set out to challenge and to win trophies. And I think building up to that, there'd been obviously a lot of talk about Somerset coming second, you know, one too many times. And there's been some great Somerset teams as well. So, yeah, I think we had a brilliant team, and we just not scraped through, but we didn't go straight through to the semis. We had to play a quarter-final, and I think that actually worked in our favour in a way, because probably the best cricket we played was the quarter-final, semi-final, and then obviously the final.
Worcester, wasn't it?
Yeah, and Bant's got on a bit of a heater, and I think...
got 5?
Yeah, that was Azza got 5. So that was a brilliant day, I think. You know, we played such good cricket, you know, in the quarter-final, in the semi-final, and in the final, and, you know, they were amazing days to be a part of. And, you know, we had a very close group. We were a close group of friends, and obviously we had some Somerset greats in there, and the likes of Hildy and Trez, and, yeah, just incredibly fond memories, obviously, with our family, with the supporters. I just remember you know, down one end of Lords, sort of the whole of the Somerset support just going absolutely crazy when it looked like we were obviously going to get over the line. So, yeah, to be a part of that team was absolutely amazing, and obviously to win a Lords final was very special.
And then, obviously, you stepped down from captaincy in 23. And obviously that year, Louis G took over. Is that right? Yes. Yeah. And we won a one-day competition. We won 2 T20 competitions, and you've been part of those as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've been sort of blessed to have a pretty competitive white ball side over the last however long it is now. But yeah, I felt the time was right for a change, and I think, you know, for our group, change was probably a good thing. You know, Louis G is a slightly different captain to me, and I think he's got a great cricket brain and very forward thinking. So I think it was the best thing, and obviously, you know, Louis has probably overseen, you know, one of the most successful periods of the club's history. So yeah, as a player, it's been great to be a part of that, and, you know, Louis is a great friend and a brilliant captain for Somerset. So yeah, as I say, the time was right, and it also gave me a chance to just, you know, focus on my own game a little bit. And, you know, captaincy is pretty all-consuming. So it was nice to sort of take a step back and actually focus on my cricket and my batting, and trying to fulfil my role as a batter within the team.
And last year, 2025, you got 1,000 runs. Second time you got 1,000 runs. I mean, that's really what I'm guessing your aim has to be, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, so I just snuck in, I think, last year, but I never necessarily think about, you know, scoring 1,000 runs, because, you know, through the season, you sort of judge yourself on your performances within games, if that makes sense. So yeah, obviously there's times where as a batter, you know, maybe conditions are in your favour and you sort of try and take advantage of that and, you know, put those big scores on the board. But equally, there can be other sort of situations where, you know, actually a gritty 40 or 50 might be pretty big in the context of the game. So yeah, I think from a batting point of view, it's when it's your day and you know, you get that opportunity, it's trying to sort of take advantage of that. And look, all of us want to be, you know, putting in match-winning performances, whatever that may look like. So yeah, I guess 1,000 runs in the year is the gold standard from a batting point of view. So of course, you know, when you get close to that milestone, you're always, I think, wary of it. But yeah, at the start of the season, it always seems a long way off. So I don't give too much thought to it. But if you have a good start to the season, I guess you're always looking at that milestone, yeah.
But people look at numbers, don't they, unfortunately, for a batter? Of
course, and obviously that's the game we play. You know, it's there in black and white, and yeah, it sort of works both ways, doesn't it? Because, you know, when you're maybe not scoring the runs that you'd like, it's there for all to see, and you're almost hyper aware of it. But of course, when you do get those scores and the runs, it's a very satisfying feeling as well.
But it seems to me, looking from where I sit to watch you playing out there, your game has moved on again almost since you gave the captaincy up. You've concentrated more on your own game and been very successful batting.
That's very kind, Walshy. I mean, yeah, it's sometimes, you know, obviously when you do well, it feels great. And obviously when, you know, maybe you're going through a bit of a bad patch, you always sort of question whether you've, you know, done the right things, you're getting better and things like that. But I think, obviously, everything's evolving, the game's changing, and, you know, as a batter, you're always trying to sort of stay one step ahead and evolve your game with what's going on domestically and obviously internationally, because I think we all have aspirations to try and make that next step. But yeah, had to adapt as the game's moved. Obviously with white ball cricket as well, but I've always been pretty passionate about fundamentally making sure my first class game is in a good place and that I'm performing in red ball cricket for Somerset.
Last year you had an average of over 50 and you got a new career best, didn't you? 156 with Rui here. You shared a big partnership with James.
So that was at Notts, I think. I was just trying to think. Yeah, I mean, look, Rui's been a breath of fresh air to our team and our club. Really, I think incredible player for someone so young. And yeah, I think we've actually had some pretty good partnerships over the last couple of years. So always enjoy batting with him. A bit like Trez, at times makes the game look a lot easier than maybe it feels sometimes. But yeah, obviously, I mean, batting always seems pretty tough. So any time that you get a good score and obviously a career best, it's always a nice feeling. And yeah, hopefully I'm not done there and there's a few more to come yet.
I was going to say, yeah, you're not done yet. You're only 32. Got a few years left in the tank, I would hope.
Well, I hope so, yeah. But there's some pretty good young players coming through that are sort of snapping at your heels. So, yeah, as you say, I've obviously got to try and, make sure I'm getting better and fulfilling my role in the team.
And what's it been like playing cricket at Somerset, at the county ground? Cooper Associates county ground, I've got to say, haven't I? But what's it been like here over the years, the crowds and the support you've been given when you walk out there onto the pitch?
I've always felt we're so lucky at Somerset. Getting to represent the county and play here. I would say you certainly feel the support like nowhere else. And the feeling and the passion for Somerset cricket, I think, is unrivaled. And you look at the crowds we get, the atmospheres that we get. I think, Somerset cricket is a vibrant club, and yeah, it means so much to the people of the community and of the region. So, getting to represent Somerset has always been, very important and not something that we take for granted because, as I say, it means a lot to a lot of people. But yeah, I think the passion and the feeling for Somerset cricket is like nowhere else.
What about 2026? What do you think we're going to be up to come the end of the season? What are we going to have on the shelf? Anything?
I certainly think so. I think this time of year everyone's pretty ambitious, and you like to think what you might be capable of. And obviously we've competed in white ball cricket, and obviously got a couple of victories in the T20 over the last few years. Of course, a big thing for us is trying to sort of, I feel like we've been saying this for the last 12 years, try and take that next step in the championship. We've been close. We've been competing the last, 3 or 4 years. But of course, there's some very good teams, so it's not easy, and you've got to, maintain that level of cricket, for the whole summer. You've got to play as good a cricket at the back end as you do at the start. You can't sort of afford to have periods where you're maybe not quite at the races. So, yeah, in terms of, ability and the quality within the dressing room, I think it's there. I think we've shown that at periods over the last few years. But it's a case of, those crucial times in games and in the season, making sure you win those moments. And I guess, yeah, coming towards the back end in September, you want to be in a position where, you're in the race and you're competing for silverware. So yeah, I fully expect us to be there again this year. But obviously, we've got to start well next week, haven't we? So.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Tom. Been great to talk to you. Thank you for explaining your cricketing journey to us this morning.
Pleasure. Thanks, Walshy.
Thank you. Thanks, Tom.
Absolute pleasure.
Somerset batters number 55, James Rue, and number 28, Tom Abell. We stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, we are stronger. We are dedicated to raising the game. If you witness it, challenge it, call it out. Here at Somerset, you can report an issue or concern by alerting a steward or by texting SCCC steward, followed by a message to 66777. Thank you for your support.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground here at Taunton. It's looking slightly brighter than we started this morning's session. Somerset resuming 78 for 3. Managed to get through 30 overs this morning. And Triggs has just rushed back into the box. We thought you'd done a runner.
It took a little bit longer than planned to get me jacket potato down, but I have to say, if you come to the ground, jacket potato, beans and cheese for £7 at a sports venue, great value, with a little side salad. I mean,
ooh,
it was
quite
sensational. Bougie. More importantly, Ollie Stone's bowling to Tom Abell. Very combative first session, and I'd go as far as to say I think Somerset have scrapped themselves into a sort of honours even after that first session. I think they did really well. Nottinghamshire gave very, very little away. Those first 10, 12 overs, Somerset really could have been 4 or 5 down. I thought they played really well. Big shame to lose Thomas to Liam Patterson White towards the back end of the session, but I thought Somerset did very well. 78 for 3 I don't think is a particularly bad position, but as is often the case here at Somerset, a lot on the shoulders of Abell and Rue.
Yeah, that partnership between Josh Thomas and James Rue kind of wrestled momentum back for Somerset. Nottinghamshire with the 3 wickets, one to Ollie Stone, one to Dylan Pennington and Patterson White, as you mentioned, and Stone and Pennington were superb early doors this morning.
If there is a good time to bat on the first day of a county championship in early April, I think this is probably the session. There's enough hardness in the ball, but with that slight bit of moisture on the ground, the ball will be a fraction softer than it normally would be after 30 overs. So if these two can scrap through a few tough overs early on, it looks a pretty good surface. Nice bit of pace, bounce, carry. But you sometimes rely on the bowlers occasionally straying in line and length in the Nottinghamshire attack. Certainly the opening pair didn't really do that too often, did they, Ms. Love?
They didn't, no. Stone and Pennington were superb. Change bowlers, James and Lord, probably allowed Somerset to get into their work a little bit better. Boundaries flowed a little better from the bat of Thomas and Rue during that period.
Yeah, Lord, he actually bowled very similar to how he did in the warm-up. He was noticeably quite a lot further back of a length. Was getting the ball to fly through to the mitt, but you know, certainly showed he'd give opportunities for horizontal bat shots, a few pull shots, which brought a few runs to the Somerset pair. And you know, as a young bowler, I suppose you bowl a spell, and I'm sure the coaches, Kevin Shine in the Nottinghamshire dressing room, would have just challenged him with maybe just pushing his length up a little bit, because this time of year you certainly want to be top of the stumps. Fraction short there from Stone and nicely played.
How easy is it to do? I'm not a bowler, so how easy is it to do that as a bowler? Like when your natural length potentially is slightly back off, is it Is it something that you have to work really hard on, or is it actually just a mindset shift?
Well, it's something that goes into like it's a bit of a feel thing, really. I mean, I think every bowler in their action, when they bowl their perfect delivery, has a natural sort of snap in the action where you get the right good amount of pace on it. And obviously, the taller the bowler, generally, that's shorter into the pitch. But it's really sort of like tuning your brain into the ends of your fingertips that release the ball, just being able to subtly move your hand or wrist position just to pitch the ball up, get it fuller. And it's just one of those things, like most sports, it's about practice, reps, and also the intent that you know, this pitch does require a fuller length to bring the outside edge LBW bowled into play. And yeah, some bowlers have a really good knack of, you know, constantly adjusting. And one of the great things about English county cricket in particular is you'll play on wildly different bouncing surfaces. You know, you play a Surrey where the ball bounces and carries a lot further to, say, a Hove, which is generally a flatter, lower bounce. So, you know, you're talking across the country, you know, a yard of differential. Great bit of fielding there from the Nottinghamshire captain. That mid-off, no run taken. Probably could have snuck one in there. Haas has definitely gone to full stretch there as he's now stretching out those hamstrings. Yeah, so I think almost innings by innings you do have to evolve slightly, but in practice obviously you get that feel to what it feels like to bowl that fuller or shorter ball. So like most things, so practice makes perfect. I know there will probably be a coaching contraption that, you know, but, you know, I remember, you know, coming here, training with the professionals and seeing a Thatcher's cider beer mat on a 7-yard length, and the bowlers were trying to land it on that and bowl it through to the wicket keeper. Andy Caddick used to make an off stump with a hoop on the top of it because he liked the ball going through around that top of off area. So you can certainly practice using targets. Nice shot there from James Rue, that classic cover drive used to good effect. Little semi-stop there by that short extra cover fielder.
What was your target of choice, Triggs?
I think I was more an at the wicket kind of focus, and I used to like hitting the ball, the wicket keeper's gloves in a certain area, but I did like the top of off. I mean, I think there's like a foam bullseye target that you can put on the top of an off stump now that the coaches use, you know, just aiming for that really. And like I said, on every surface where you have to bounce the ball to get it to that height will be wildly different. So I think it's quite a good training aid to do that kind of thing. But I was very good at bowling a half volley. Exceptionally good at bowling a half volley save. Much to the dismay of the captain, normally stood at first slip. Lyndon James from the pavilion end.
With the double teapot.
Yes, the dreaded double teapot from a disgruntled captain. Sorry, Cap, I'll get it right next over.
32 overs gone here. Somerset 80 for 3.
And that just to sort of reinforce the conversation we had earlier about left hand, right hand, and Kola Cadmore's use of his feet, which I was surprised. I have to say I was surprised he didn't go to that at some stage, just to negate the movement that Stone was getting early on. But by the by, you know, that's another challenge. So you not only got like a difference in the lengths you're looking to bowl, you know, left and right hand, that's probably a foot and a half in terms of line that you've got to keep altering every time you run up and bowl, and that's why left-hand combinations often have quite a lot of success in cricket, whether it be opening or in the middle order.
And would you be really specific with your training in terms of like left, right hand and how much time you'd spend bowling it, like either batter, or would it be specific to like the opposition that you were facing, knowing that they've got so many left-handers? Or
yeah, towards the back end when the footage and the stats was available. I mean, if you were playing a team that had, you know, you always expect 1 or 2 left-handers in an 11, but if you're playing a team that had 3 or 4, you definitely focus your practice sort of like 2 or 3 days out from that game to make sure that you were locked in on being able to bowl those round the wicket deliveries. And again, like we spoke about earlier, you know, toying with going around the wicket, bowling different shapes and different lines. Or if I'm perfectly honest, like, I always felt like I had quite a good feel on lines and lengths, so, you know, I always backed myself to be able to adjust and stuff. But I know players that are a little bit more mechanically minded probably have to do some sort of alignment training from time to time. Something that the Notts bowlers looks like they've done plenty of. They've been pretty relentless in their lines and lengths today so far.
Start of this over, just rotating the strike though, which would be frustrating for Stone because he will have to keep adjusting between the right and left-handers here.
Yeah, it's where the those phrases like you know, to keep the team motivated when you're on the field, you know, put 2 wickets on the scoreboard, lads. You know, that kind of narrative that you talk about, because I think one thing, with that in mind, where the game is at the moment, because the Notts lineup is, for the most part, been very disciplined. They've controlled the run rate, controlled the game. They've never allowed Somerset to get away, you know, into the 120s, 140s, which happens from time to time when you see a slightly more ill-disciplined bowling performance. Whereas now, 2 wickets early season, which can happen very quickly, all of a sudden 80 for 3, 80 for 5, you're now wildly in front of the game as a bowling team. And that's because maybe they haven't taken the wickets that their performances suggested, but because they haven't bowled many poor deliveries, they're very, very much in the game. And it's, you can almost sense that there's quite a lot of pressure out there on the field, because Somerset just haven't got away in terms of run rate. I think it's, what, 2.5 runs and over. Yeah, modern day 4-day cricket, you're looking at 3.5, 4s, and obviously that changes the dynamics slightly. So very much game on, even though, like I said at the start, Somerset have fought themselves into a position where, on the flip side of that, they put a nice big partnership on 160 for 3. Then you'd say it's Somerset's game or innings when you get to around tea time. So lots to play for here. Beautiful shot there from Rue. Massive scoring area for James Rue through the covers. Beautiful driver of the ball, closes out the 33rd over.
Yeah, Rue moves to 33, playing nicely. He's looked very fluent through the offside. A few more jumpers being put on out there. Still sounds very blustery. It was pretty windy when I walked down at lunch.
Yeah, just having a look at the flags on the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, the 2 flags of the teams playing today. They're pretty horizontal, like Biggles's scarf, for those old enough to remember.
I have no idea what that is.
It's like a pilot from the 40s or 50s used to have like a bit of wire in his scarf to always make it look like he was going super fast. Sharp bit of running there from Tom Abell, in and out. Picks up 2.
Warmly applauded by the Somerset crowd, who love a 2 here. Good bit of running though. Smart batting.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of been the feature, really. I think Somerset have kind of earned all 87 runs so far this morning, and proper game of championship cricket. Right on cue, probably one of the worst balls of the day, and I think a little bit harsh, but signalled a wide.
Yeah, I did feel that was slightly harsh as well. Almost swung away after it past Abell. Oh, it's, yeah.
I think
It's quite wide.
where it pitched, I think that was a little bit harsh in a four-day match. Lyndon James straight back on the spot. Some of the Somerset faithful all wrapped up in their winter clothing watching the game. Certainly not t-shirt weather. Even though one of our cameramen today, Soph, was wearing shorts. Neil, what was he thinking?
I'm actually a shorts in all weather.
I'm sure he's probably listening.
Kind of girl. But it's quite a static job, isn't it?
Builders and postmen, I reckon, are pretty keen on an inappropriate short.
Cameraman, I think that's
still.
Yeah, that's static. That is a bit fresh, brave.
Sure, he'll give me an explanation at some stage.
I thought you were going to say it was in a t-shirt, and that would be, well, that'd just be stupid.
Yeah, I see a lot of people in the winter. I see it on the golf course as well, like bitter cold, and players still wearing shorts, but 4 jerseys on and a waterproof.
Gloves and a woolly hat.
Woolly hat, mittens, but your legs hanging out. It's like, well, which is it? Nicely played there from Abell, just tucked into the leg side off of length rather than line. Certainly looks like that ball isn't doing quite as much as it was in that first hour in particular, where Pennington and Stone had it darting around all over the place. Oh, right on cue, nips away from James Rue to end the over.
Somerset County Cricket Club would like to wish Albert a very happy birthday for Sunday. Albert, who is sat in our family stand, turns 10 on Sunday. He's a lifelong Somerset fan.
Sounds like we've got some young fans in.
Yeah.
Easter holidays have started.
I didn't expect, when I heard Albert's having a birthday,
I thought it was going to be 88.
yeah, I was not expecting 10.
Yeah, the old names have come back round
Good
there,
classic
haven't they?
name,
Yeah.
like it. Fellow allotment owner, I reckon, Albert.
Don't reckon there's many baby Peters at the moment, though. What do you reckon?
Terrible name. Pete, named after mud. Awesome. Cheers, folks. Lucky when you're in the world of sport, you very rarely get called your first name.
Very true.
It's all certain, like nicknames,
Yeah.
Luffy, Triggs.
Yeah.
Praise the Lord.
Imagine if we were known as Peter and Sophie.
Hi, Peter. Hi, Sophie. Maybe back in the day when it was a glass of red wine for lunch, maybe in those days. I think cricket has, in the history, has spat out some magnificent names.
That might be 4 of them. Edged, guided. Soft hands by James Rue. He picks up another boundary. Not entirely convincing, but...
Yeah, moral victory there from Ollie Stone, just catching the outside edges. Switcheroo to around the wicket and caused a problem, but credit to James Rue there. He's played with delicate soft hands and rode that bit of movement down into the ground. Picks up 4 for it. Got one of my boyhood cricket heroes in the building today. Michael Atherton is here doing, I'm sure, a piece of writing, and I was making sure that I did comment on the quality of Abell and Rue in particular, and how many runs they've scored after the last few years. So hopefully that will make its way into the report. He did sort of caveat with the fact that England's middle order is very stacked, isn't it? It's almost like if you're an opening batter, I think you've got a real big opening there. But middle order, some top quality players. But runs are runs. Be interesting to see the next squad when it is selected. Is there a standout performer in the county championship that can just get that opportunity? I think on the field today there'll be a couple with a chance, with a big April, May. 2 are batting now, and the other one you'd probably say would be the Nottinghamshire captain, who's been touted as having an opportunity. He obviously played a number of test matches early on in his career, but from what I've seen, he's really developed into a high quality opening batter.
Did you play with Hamid while you were at Notts?
Yeah, I played against Haas when he was new on the scene for Lancashire, and played with him at Notts, and he was temperament-wise second to none. He's got an exceptional temperament for a batter anywhere in the innings. But it felt like when I played against him early on, unless you bowled him a really bad ball, he wasn't going to hurt you. He used to bat a lot of time, was very defensive, but over the years, you know, he's really expanded his ability to dominate a bowling attack. And I have to say, with my neutral head on, I think he'd be a pretty sound pick.
A couple more to Abell there. Let's work down to fine leg. He moves to double figures.
Yeah, a number of runs off that over. A little bit fortunate. That one off the outside edge, one off the inside edge. Does look to be a little bit of weather lurking around, thanks to WPA Health Insurance for their continued partnership here at Somerset, keeping the lights on in this live stream. We hope you're enjoying it wherever you're watching. I'm sure it's probably about that time of the day where we ask for some random places where you might be watching the live stream, or exotic locations to make us jealous. And how many Easter eggs are you scoffing while you're watching?
Yeah, I think there's a few spots of drizzle in the air again, but we've been very lucky so far today. Most of the weather has avoided us so far.
Yeah, it's threatened a couple of times, isn't it? Rain. It's definitely a little bit in the air now, but I really do think that's actually a slight advantage to Somerset at the moment. That little bit of moisture on the ground, and every time that ball rolls across the surface, just softening that ball little by little. According to Michael, it's a windy morning in Colorado as well. I bet it's slightly warmer though. I could be completely wrong because my geography is horrendous. Colorado, I think that sounds like quite an arid, horsey kind of place. What do you reckon? Sounds ranchy.
Yeah.
Am I right, Michael?
Are there ski slopes? Is there
Colorado skis?
Skis. That's where I'm going.
Is it like what's that series? Yellowstone, Colorado. That's Montana, isn't it? I'm thinking you could go horse riding in the day in the desert and mountain skiing in the afternoon. Am I right?
A western US state.
Oh yeah. Any chance you can sponsor me for a visa, Michael? Get me there. I've got my Stetson ready. High. I think that's a little bit high. Good shout though from Lyndon James. Just caught Tom Abell above the pad on that thigh pad for my eyes.
Best known for world-class skiing. Breathtaking Rocky Mountain scenery. Sounds all right, Colorado, to me.
Yeah, book me ticket. Someone who used to live in Minehead, now watching from New Jersey. A lot of American followers, awesome. Jamie Jewell, Bermuda. Living the dream, my friend. You got to eat your egg quick over there at Melt. Lyndon James to Rue, bashing away. Probably been one of the more expensive bowlers this morning. Doesn't look like he's fully hit his rhythms yet. Lyndon James as Somerset go to 99 for 3, 36 overs bowled. It's 3 degrees in Colorado, so that makes me feel a little bit better.
What do you reckon it is here?
6, tropical. A sunny day in Toronto. It's Canada, isn't it?
14 here apparently. Feels like 7 though.
Yeah, it's that northern wind.
Good scampering there by Abell and Rue, and that brings up Somerset's 100 in the 37th over. Warmly applauded.
Yeah, hard fought 100 runs there. So if Somerset are really scrapping, and I think a little partnership here. Somerset have made themselves at least back to par in this game. A great start from Nottinghamshire, but Somerset have scrapped well. 2 key men at the wicket now, James Rue and Tom Abell. We'll get well soon to Richard Caddy, who's in hospital at the moment. We hope you're back on the road to recovery, good man. Tune in, and I hope the old hospital grub is at least as good as my jacket potato from the Stragglers at lunchtime.
Delivery from Stone again there. He's look the pick of the bowlers in Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, fine performer. I think higher honours would have come, I think, in droves if he'd have stayed fit. He's had a couple of injuries from time to time. Ankle, knee maybe rings a bell, but yeah, he's a quality bowler. Ollie Stone bowls a quick short ball as well. Bowls a quick full one as well. Now we're talking. Michael from Colorado, who's coming over to watch some cricket in September, and he's going to bring us some mountain rye whiskey. I think our commentary could go awry if we tuck into a bit of that, but more than welcome. Pop up, Michael. You can take over for the session. Another LBW shot. Looked high, very muted in the end. Have a look at the replay. Looked like that was... Oh. He must have hit that. That looked quite exciting. Love to see that replay again. That looked quite close, didn't it?
Definitely a lot closer on the replay than what they played out in front of us. It was only really sort of Stone that got excited about that.
God, didn't realise how many viewers we get from all over the world. It's magnificent. We've got someone watching in Bochum in Germany. I'm sure I've completely hashed up that pronunciation, but that sounds like something you lather on your shed roof or a chest infection. Bochum. We've got someone from Germany, loads in the States, Canada.
Yeah.
We're global.
We are global. And on that note, I'm going to love you and leave you for today, Treeks. Sam's going to, well, I was going to say pop back in, but he's probably going to have to do a bigger stint.
Well, it's been an
I've
absolute.
got to catch the bus to Birmingham.
It's been an absolute pleasure, Soph. I know you, as you just said, you're popping up. You've got your pre-season game
Tomorrow, yep.
tomorrow.
And we play here against Hampshire on Tuesday.
Start well. We'll be watching.
No pressure.
And don't worry, even though you commentate with me and you know how I am, I won't be critical. You know, get them feet moving,
Yeah.
bosh it around.
Hit the ball hard.
You do you. Best of luck.
Thanks, Treeks. Catch you
Travel
all soon.
safe. See you soon. Awesome stint there from Sophie Luff, who's got a full 37.1 overs, but the bus is leaving, and I think there are quite hefty fines these days if you miss the bus, so she's darting off, and Sam Dalling's going to come in and join me. We've got a Notts fan watching from Disneyland in Florida before a day at the parks. Which park are you going to, Lee? I like the one with all the water slides. I forget which one what it was called, but Typhoon Lagoon or something, I don't know.
Yeah, good luck on the motorway, Soph, on Good Friday after the schools are just broken up. You'll get there for 10:30 tomorrow, I reckon. Everyone flooding into the West Country. Charlie Taylor, forever a West Country man. People never, it's all right, Soph, no one leaves the West Country, they just travel down here. It's grim up north, Charlie.
Did you know we were so global, Sam?
Not until you were just telling us.
I mean, it's
I enjoyed your German pronunciation.
extraordinary. Old Finn's watching from a youth hostel in Hanoi, Vietnam. He's obviously post-uni grad, going on some travelling, trying to find himself, you know, yada yada. Probably having a great time.
Just needs that little
Did you
taste
do
at
that,
home.
Charlie? You've got the look of a post-grad student going to have a little 6 months tax dodging. Good lad. Good lad. Lyndon James just trying to find a little bit of rhythm. Hasn't quite hit his straps in the couple of spells he's had so far. He's not been expensive by any stretch of the imagination. With the context of how the other guys have bowled, he's probably leaked a few more runs than others.
How good can he be? Was he around? Was he on the staff when you were there?
Yeah, very good cricketer. Very reliable. Gets his runs, bowls his spells, takes wickets.
He'd played a bit of Lions. He'd been in and around it. England, I liked your reference to England A earlier. I was like, that's a throwback. You're showing your age there.
Yeah, the dizzy heights of my career. No, very good cricketer. Very good cricketer. I played with him at Notts, and then I think I commentated on one of his first team games with Anthony Gibson, and he introduced him to the bowling crease as Lyndon Johnson. I was like, what? Wasn't he an American president?
A little insight into Anthony Gibson's mind. Double header there. Tickets on sale now. Friday the 22nd of May. Well, that's the start of the second May bank holiday, isn't it? And what a way to start a weekend. Double header here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Sophie Luff, who has just left the commentary box, will be in action. The women's team, followed by the men's team. Oh, lovely shot. Flicked away. Too straight. Abell doesn't need to run those.
Pure timing there from Tom Abell. Ollie Stone just drifting into the pads. Beautiful crack of leather on Willow as that races through square leg for 4. A rare loose delivery from Ollie Stone today.
It's been good to see him. Good to see him have a whole summer uninterrupted of injury. I don't think he played for Notts at all. Certainly not in the Championship last year. Not that long ago, he played a Test match or two. Same again. Flicked away, a little bit fuller. Through mid-wicket, Tom Abell, back-to-back boundaries.
That's a beautiful shot there, Tom Abell. 2 back-to-back loose deliveries from Ollie Stone, uncharacteristic. Maybe a little bit of frustration. He's got 1 for 32. On other days he could have had 3 or 4. Maybe just a little bit of frustration creeping in there. Trying to bowl that magic ball. Tom Abell, though, picking those 2 off beautifully.
How long does it take, do you reckon, as a quick bowler who hasn't played much and then to come into a season to get that stamina, to come back for those 3rd and 4th spells? Does that take a few games to find that?
I mean, it's one of the age-old question marks about bowling, and having a career that spanned a length of time, and speaking to the pros from the era before me and the strength and conditioning coaches now. I mean, I feel like the information I've gathered, like the old school would say stuff like a lot of running and bowling is the only thing that gets you bowling fit, and then you've obviously got the slightly modern age where there's weight training programs and conditioning and all that kind of stuff, and I think there's a combination of 2. So no doubt that the cricketers on the field these days are trained, tested, they take their physical selves very seriously, but I do genuinely believe from my own experiences and watching people around me that there's like a hardiness that when you bowl a cricket ball, you will use muscles that a surgeon wouldn't even know existed. It's such a funny, honestly.
I'm not going to your doctor, mate.
If you don't bowl for a few months and bowl a cricket ball, you'll wake up the next day and you think you've been run over by a train. There are muscles that you can only work through the action of bowling a ball, and I think there's an upper end of doing too much. But I think a combination of like your conditioning that you do with the strength and conditioning coaches and regular bowling. I think if you as a professional go a number of days without bowling, I think you're opening the door for injuries. I think you've got to build up that hardiness, and it's, like I said, the unmeasurables. Does that make sense?
It does make perfect sense. Remind me, Charlie, if I need surgery, not to ring Triggs for a number. There are many numbers I'd go to for Triggs, I think, but a surgeon perhaps not.
Mate, I'm highly unqualified but a very skilled physiotherapist. I can acupuncture, massage, diagnose. You don't need to go for a scan. Tell me your symptoms, I'll tell you what's wrong with you.
Even the use of the phrase "I can acupuncture" is it a verb?
And then like back in the day, you'd be like, "Oh, Caddy, I'm a bit sore in the back," and he goes, "I know what's wrong with you. You need to harden up, mate." Cheers for that diagnosis, Andy.
110 for free, 39 gone. Did you back end of your career as this? I was seeing, I think Ollie Stone had on his social media doing Pilates and stuff like that, and they do a lot of stuff for resistant bands. Like, did you get into any of that kind of thing as it came into the game?
I don't mind the banded stuff from a flexibility point of view. I think yes, and I know a lot of sports people swear by Pilates and yoga and various other things. It just wasn't necessarily for me. I'm more like training montage Rocky IV kind of trainer. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I want to lift stuff up, and I want to like bit of a beasting. That's kind of the sort of training that and it worked. I bowled a lot of overs.
Yeah, you did.
But I used to also love bowling as well. I mean, there's even bowl throughs before the game. I used to just enjoy doing it. And I think the upbringing of a young cricketer these days is wildly different. We used to have nets and bowl literally on a conveyor belt for an hour. You'd probably get through 10, 12 overs minimum. And it was, you were one of 3 or 4 seamers in a game, whether it be first team or second team. And unless you dramatically bowled someone out for a low score, you were nailed on to bowl 20 to 25 overs every single fielding day. And I always remember it being a bit of a surprise. I think it might have actually been finishing my career. Not as one of the bowlers. We had a tough day in the field, and he was probably in his early 20s. He said, I'm knackered. That's the first time I've ever bowled 20 overs in a day. And that was quite a shock to me, because bowling 20 to probably 26 overs was like just a day in the field. That was just the norm. So did bowlers back in the day get injured less? Oh, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say. Fascinating though. I know it certainly does challenge all the coaches and conditioning professionals they have in the game now.
And there's so many different theories, and it's constantly changing. I went in, Lancashire let me go in and do their pre-season fitness testing the other day. That was an eye-opener.
I saw you mid-plank. You did all right with the old planks, didn't you?
I did all right with the old planks. Some of the other stuff, not so
You're not
well
carrying much weight to plank, though, in fairness, are you?
No, that's true. I think there was a point where they were like, I think the planks was first, and they were a bit like, oh, maybe he could actually do some of this, and then they realised no. But I did. It was good fun. Flicked away. Just too straight. Little tickle from Abell, moves him on to 25. Another boundary.
Yeah, it was something that I enjoyed, and I also prided myself on.
Yeah.
I mean, in our pre-season testing for Somerset and Nottinghamshire, I still think I'm top of the tree on some of them. Especially, I had back surgery early on in my career.
Right.
Back in the day, the surgery, and I really did not enjoy having that particular surgery. And the surgeon said, if you don't want to see me again, you've got to look after your core strength. And he gave me this program, which was very old school. It was literally like, it was almost like Gary Player narrative.
Yeah, yeah.
It was literally like every single day, do 500 sit-ups and 500 hyperextensions. And I actually did them religiously for 2 decades. And, so I built quite a robust core around the spine sort of thing. So, but that was just fear of, I really don't want to have another back operation. And I know the lads do all that sort of stuff now, and the medicine ball twisting and all this kind of stuff, like the wicket keeper was doing down there just now.
Or even amateur gym stuff. I go in where I and some of the stuff I'm just like, I just want to do a sit-up, but now it's all resistance, twisting. But it's amazing what they do. And it was amazing chatting to some of the younger lads, maybe like first-year pros who were coming into it, and how tough they found it compared to some of the lads who have been around it. People like Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells, who have seen it all change, because it was the beep test and the yo-yo. Now it's the 2-kilometre run that they all do as the big test, endurance-wise. Right, Rob Lord, back into the attack. Looks like we've got the speed gun as well. On the go.
Yeah, I'd like to see Rob Lord just a tad fuller than his first spell on the whole. I'm sure that might have been one of the conversations. I think that's where Ollie Stone, when he bowled so well at the start of the game, was everything was coming through past the batter around about the top of the knee roll. Bale's height. I think Lord and Lyndon James have been just a fraction back of that on the whole.
Your old teammate Stephen Jones got is very into all that bowling mechanics stuff, isn't he?
Yeah, very, very much so. Yeah, he's been around the world coaching his training and bowling philosophies. Does very well.
Straight back at the bowler, who does well. Was he like that when he played? He had a couple of big injuries, didn't he? He almost came back. There was one big injury he came back a lot bigger, strength-wise.
Yeah, I don't recall a long layoff with injury. He was always a really good pro, Steph. I mean, bowled a lot of overs, but he went fully down the he was early on in his career. He was a very military medium bowler, and he went down the rabbit hole training himself. Supplements which were not really a thing back then. I remember he used to carry this bag that was almost as big as his cricket bag with all his proteins and all the various other cod liver oil tablets. Yeah, okay. I mean, he used to rattle when he used to run into bowl. As we have a look at that scorecard there. Good start from Thomas early on in his career, opening the batting, a hard-fought 40 But now the mainstay of the innings, Rue and Abell, 39 and 26 respectively. Somerset currently 116 for 3. But yeah, he got super strong, and he went from a 75-mile-an-hour bowler up to a 90-mile-an-hour bowler through his training. So
that's quite a
what he
big
coaches,
jump.
what he coaches now, he genuinely did do himself. I mean, he became a very, very strong unit. Yeah, like I said, he bowled his overs and had a good career.
50 partnership between Rue and Abell, that and the 4th wicket. First of all, Somerset fans will be hoping many. It feels like if Somerset are going to have a good year, this middle order is going to have to really fire. Good rugby player as well, Stephen Jones.
Yeah, I think he used to play. I'm not going to do the correct pronunciation, but he played for Llanelli.
Back when Welsh rugby was
semi-professional
good,
rugby, or professional rugby. I'm not quite sure of the level, but yeah, he was a good rugby player. Great guy to have in the team. I don't know, he's a funny guy, and happy to have an opinion, but just like made it so much better that he had a Welsh accent. It was awesome. Awesome, as Steph would say.
116 for 3.
Yeah, he used to change next to me, and in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, up in the. I used to sit. I think me and Steph used to sit where Joel Garner sat, 2 for the price of 1, because Joel was quite keen on having a sleep on batting days. And yeah, I suppose the only negative of having Steph as a teammate, because of all the lotions and potions he used to take his backside, is wind. Tell you what, he used to destroy
they're not good for
the back quarter of the dressing room. Sorry, Steph, if you're listening. Nicely tucked again, off of length from Abell.
There's a Notts fan watching from Buenos Aires, so our global reach continues, Treeks.
What a great part of the world.
Tell me about Lyndon. We were talking about Lyndon James then. Is he a cricketer that could go up to that next level, or is he just a very good county pro, which there is nothing wrong with being?
He's a very good county pro already. I would say that he would probably. I think to get to the next level, he has to score more runs. I think 3 or 4 years into his career, this is his bowling at the moment. I don't think he's bowled as well as he can today, but I suppose can that evolve to a level where he's going to suddenly take 60 wickets a season? He could, but I think for him to massively go on the heavier side of being a batting all-rounder would be the way forward. He's a very, very all-round cricketer, if that makes sense. He's a good fielder, good in the slips, has days with the ball, but he's a very, very good batter, very good middle order batter. But again, it's that I think maybe one of the issues that England have had for a while, that those the 4 to 8 position, very high performers. It's those guys that bat in the top 3 that maybe have struggled from time to time, and rightly so. You're facing the new ball at the end of the day, so that seems to be the obvious position that England will be looking to strengthen.
Yeah, he's looking at his last 3 years, 28, 29 and 26 wickets, so that's your sort of 4th seamer role, isn't it, in a championship side. Had a good year of the bat last year, averaging 46, a couple of hundreds, a couple of 50s, but that's a good 10 runs above his career average so far.
Yeah, no, he's a good player. I would say that he's your 4th, probably in an ideal world. He'll be your all-rounder seamer. But I'm not sure about his wicket haul. But he pops up from time to time. He'll get the odd 5 for 4 for here and there.
Averages 35 with the bat across 70 first-class games, 71 now, 118 for 3, 42 overs gone here at the Cooper Associates County Ground on the opening day of the Rothesay County Championship season. Who's that in the back? Shep's in the back, chatting to Charlie Taylor.
Yeah, I mean, looking at his record, if he got his batting average up 3 and his bowling average down 2, which is not out of the question. You're looking at, that's Ben Stokes' record. So, yeah, good cricketer. Oh, lovely shot there from Rue. A little bit strayed into the pads. Nice piece of fielding by Ben Slater out on the boundary.
Was Peter Moore's the man that got you up to Nottinghamshire? He was in charge then, wasn't he?
Combination of Pete Moores and Mick Newell, who I knew pretty well from my playing days. Did a good salesman's job on him. Hopefully I came through with my sales pitch. Yeah, I had a good couple of years playing for Nottinghamshire. Won the T20, which was certainly the highlight, and captained the one-day stuff.
So you hit the winning runs in the T20?
Nice.
You played in the. Was it that really wet final? The fight with it rained off on the Saturday. Was it
No.
that finals day? No. Oh.
No, it was the COVID final.
Right, that was it.
Myself and Ben Duckett put on a bit of a partnership, and then Dan Christian iced the cake. It was.
You've done all the baking there.
Well, I suppose lick the spoon.
Are you playing for anyone this summer?
I will be year 4 at Burbage and Eastern Royal.
Lovely.
Yeah, looking forward to that. I went away and played in India for a few weeks, so I've got a few runs and a few overs under the belt. But you know that pain I was telling you about when you haven't bowled for a while,
Yeah.
and I'm going to be having that quite soon, which I'm really looking forward to.
Pulled in the air. Tries to catch it, but that's going to land safe between two fielders.
Nicely played away. He's pretty prolific with the pull shot there. I think his heart would have been in his mouth for a second there as it headed out towards Joe Clark on the square leg boundary, but just got a good enough angle on it, but certainly went past him at a catchable height. Runs are starting to flow. Maybe a hint of frustration from the Nottinghamshire attack. I think they would feel like Somerset 5 down would probably be fair, so that maybe just striving a little bit here, and Somerset are making hay. That run rate's just popped up towards 3 runs and over now. Another good delivery. I do feel like he's just a little bit too short for this wicket at the moment, Lord.
Headline writer's dream. Remember the first time you saw Tom Abell play or became aware of him? Was he a superstar in the make? Was it as a senior pro you were aware, or as a professional you were aware of who's in the academy? Is there a lot of talk about who might be coming through?
Always looked a very good. He's a very good character. Always very technically correct, shaped up very well, and he came into the team and did okay. Then he was given the captaincy too early, and if you remember, he had a particularly tough time with the bat and ended up, again, credit to him, I suppose, he dropped himself while he was captain, and I think that was a poor decision, I think, to make him captain before he'd really found his feet as a batter. I think if he'd have played a season, got some runs under his belt and then given the captaincy, I think that would have been a much easier transition into the game. But the character he showed in that tough time and the player he's become, I think all credit to him. He's a fine player, and he's, like I said, he's an absolute linchpin of the middle order. I mean, year in, year out, he's up there in the averages, amount of runs scored, and it's a real shame for Tom, actually, that because of there's these hamstring issues, and when he pulls a hamstring, it's normally not just a little pull. I mean, so it's pretty much stopped him bowling, because he had a fantastic bowling record as well as the 4th, 5th seamer, and It's a bit of a shame for himself that he has lost that string to the bow to a point, but I think since losing the bowling he's become a better batter, so I guess we'll never know.
Has much changed in the way he bats, in the way he sets up?
I think
he plays?
He's definitely erred more to the batting on. He was relatively conventional early on, but he's definitely evolved into someone who likes to bat on middle and off, and backs himself to not miss those straight balls, plays very well through the leg side, leaves well. So I think the fundamentals of his game are exactly the same, but I think he's just through experience and hard work and finding him out about his own game, he now positions himself on the crease where you generally have to bowl quite a good ball to get him out, and I suppose that's all you can ask for when you're batting.
Dylan Pennington back into the attack. 10th over for him, 1 for 14. He's bowled superbly. As you were saying, perhaps not quite with those numbers in the wicket column he might have liked or might have felt his spell deserved, but that's the way bowling goes. You'd have probably had a few of those days.
Yeah, but then, it's one of those things that are hard to do, certainly on the first game of the season, but sometimes you just got to zoom out because there are other days where you'll bowl atrociously and pick up 4 or 5 for, top edges and, bad shots, lucky dismissals, whatever you want to call it. I suppose you always got to set your stall out. If I do this for 16, 14, whatever, however many games you play a season, I will have a good year. That's it's one of those very frustrating games where, like Pennington in his first spell, he could have taken 3 or 4 wickets quite comfortably, only got 1. I do feel like with the ball getting older now and that movement slowing down, I do feel like the over the wicket angle helping the ball towards the slip would be something for him to consider quite soon, because I thought he bowled a brilliant line to Thomas early on, just landing it in and around middle stump and just getting a little bit of movement towards the slips. The ball's got to do a lot more from the in to out angle.
Which has become almost conventional. It was 20 overs before they tried it this morning, Nottinghamshire. Probably would have been this afternoon, actually, by the time we got through 20. 5 dots so far. Got the speed gun working. He's up there at 77, 78. Stone and Law similar. Lyndon James down there in the early 70s.
Yeah, I don't have a huge confidence of our speed gun, if I'm honest. When Riley Meredith was bowling 78 miles an hour.
He had a few onto that, I think.
Does seem to be on the low side, though.
Some TV companies, you get the impression, turn them up. Single to end the over. There's Pennington's over. You can look. What you can do is look relatively to the other bowlers. 26 for 3, 44 gone. What else is going on? Up at Chester Street, Durham, 192 for 4. 100. Emilio Gay, perhaps even the first 100 of the season for anyone. Could be a one England look at. Emilio Gay was on the Lions tour, scored heavily last year, batting at 3, a position that potentially needs to be, as you were saying, top 3. Whether they will actually pay any attention to the county championship is another question.
Yeah, I think one of the slightly, is it a difficult thing? The chat when the county championship went 2 divisional, I think it's hard to argue that there's not a difference between there are great players in both divisions, but there are some players playing second division cricket that wouldn't get into a first division team. I think that's a relatively fair comment. And is there a holding back of certain players? If you score 1,000 runs for Notts or 1,000 runs for Northants or Leicester, with respect, does it have that same impact for the international selectors? I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
And it's often the depth, isn't it? It's where seamers number 3 and 4. A lot of Division 2 sides might have a very good opening pair, but then you look at who've they got coming on first and second change, and that's where you often see the difference. Some Division 1 sides at full strength have serious 4-pronged seam attacks.
Yeah, and I suppose the acid test of this is, and I go back to, it probably would have been a hugely frustrating period of time for Worcester. Worcester were always the best team in the second division, used to get promoted and then lose 10 games the following year and go back down, and then the following season they get back up and then they go back. So that does ring true to what I'm trying to say, that
the jump
there is a little bit of a difference.
Particularly the longer there's been that 2 divisions, you're naturally going to get the better players gravitate toward the top.
And out of the teams in the division, how many Test match ground teams stay in the first division? I would imagine there's
That's a beauty from
good stats to back up the fact that the Test match grounds with probably bigger budgets. And
what have you got? Lancs have been stuck in for a second season in Division 2.
That is an absolute jaffer, by the way.
Yeah, it's a beauty from Lord.
Oh Lord!
He's a headline writer's dream.
Yeah, you don't want to face too many of those. You've got to be in very good nick to nick one of those. But again, it's classic of a younger bowler. You look at the backup ball to that great delivery. A drag down into the hip. Thank you very much. One, get up the other end. And all of a sudden, that pressure you've built up with that gem of a delivery is gone almost straight away. We had a fascinating conversation with Sophie about learning to bowl different areas, different lines and lengths on certain pitches. Stone certainly in the first spell just had it on tap. He just found the right length, used his experience, knew that he had to hit the knee roll length, and he just did it over and over again. And again, he and Pennington looked like they could have probably taken 3 or 4 each.
That's the difference. It's a consistency, right? All these bowlers can bowl a good ball. They all know what they're doing.
Yes, it is what you back it up with that's important.
Did you feel, what point in your career did you feel like you found that, the ability to get into that rhythm consistently? Was that an experience thing?
It probably sounds like quite a demotivating thing that I learned, but I became a better bowler in terms of output, wickets, not going for many runs, when I just tried to be the most boring bowler I could be. I was young, combative. I wanted to run in and bowl as quick as I possibly could and bowl magic deliveries. And I used to probably go at like 3.5, 4 and over. But then when I learned just to bed in and bowl in a quote-unquote professional manner, I then went for 3 and over. And I mean, when you look into the historical stats of cricket, the difference in, certainly from a bowling average point of view, it's quite remarkable. And I can remember Pete Bowler explaining to me this when I had one of the first sort of penny drop moments. If you have a look at like some of the greatest bowlers that have played the game, will have a strike rate in terms of wickets per balls in the mid-50s, maybe low 50s, but we're talking the best bowlers that have played the game. Average Joes like me are more like 60. So you've got the great bowlers take a wicket every 9 overs on average, and average Joes like me every 10 overs. So that's not a lot of difference. No. Why a great bowler will average 22 is because he goes at 2.5 and over, and average Joes like me will go at 3.5 and over. He averages 20, I average 35, and that is literally the game. So if you're open to that, and we're talking about 100+ years of bowling stats, if you as a young cricketer embrace the fact that if you fight for every run and you're monotonous, and I remember the old guys talking about Joel Garner. He hated going for runs. He like buzzed off of maidens. Look at his record.
Because there's a sort of modern idea, particularly with quick bowlers, that people, it's sort of a throwaway line on commentary. Like, we don't mind this guy going for 4 or 5 and over, and the bowler won't mind it because he picks up a wicket every 6 or 7 overs. But actually, a bowler should mind going for that many runs and over.
Well, there's a multiplier issue with going at 4+ runs and over. your captain can't control the game, so you're going to bowl shorter spells, and ultimately you'll become one of those bowlers that's easy to rotate out of the team because you can't be trusted to hold an end up. So your career wickets are going to go down because of that. So, like, with all the innovations in the game, and I mean, batting's kind of a different conversation. But if you're, like I said, average, we're talking about like a bowler of my standard to a bowler of Andy Caddick's standard, the difference between our wickets per ball is an over and a half. And it's minuscule, but like I said, I just bought into the fact of, like, I'm not going for runs. I'm just going to hang in there, be patient. And that's completely against my nature because I want to run up and bowl magic balls, you know. Fascinating stuff. Wish I'd have known it straight away.
When did you probably told it quite early.
I was probably told 1,000 things. Yeah, probably.
What point did you start listening?
Probably about 38.
When you went to Notts.
I mean, you know, it was, you know, for every young cricketer when they start their career, it was great. I mean, one of my first wickets was the great man next door, Mike Atherton, and I can remember it now. It was at this ground, and I was charging in, trying to prove a point to one of the best opening batters that England had produced. Like, he doesn't care, but in my head, I was like, right, I need to show him. Like, by the time I was 30, I was just looking to not go for runs, and I just had a faith that I'd get wickets. Bowling average went down dramatically. Can be overcomplicated sometimes, but fascinating stuff. And we've got a fascinating day's play today. The rain has stayed away. We're 46 overs into the day, 130 for 3. Somerset fighting hard and are at least on par at this first innings for my mind so far. Nottinghamshire, the first hour, were exceptional.
Oh, they were.
But credit to Josh Thomas, I thought he showed great temperament at the top of the order.
Well, it's while you could see the frustration as he wandered off because he knew how hard that spell as we get 4 leg byes there, just drifting down the leg side, Lord. No bat on it, but it's run away anyway. He was well aware of how hard he'd had to work to still be there after an hour and a half. And he fell just before lunch to the spin of Liam Patterson White.
Yeah, there was one bowler I was expecting to see terrorised today, Brett Hutton. I think that was almost quite timely from a Somerset perspective that he's just on his way back. Nice to see him bowling this morning. I was on the back end of recovering from whatever injury he had, but he always takes wickets against, well, he takes wickets against anyone, but Somerset in particular.
Some bowler, isn't he?
Again, and I think he's much like I described, just bashes away, like your Merton, Rushworth, Master, you know, there's plenty of them out there.
There's a name I haven't heard for a while, Masters. What bowler he was. Yeah, 102 first class games, Brett Hutton. Strike rate of 48. Average of 26.
Yeah,
so top end county bowler, isn't he?
I mean, he would have gone for no runs per over. I mean, he was so monotonous. I mean, Trez, when he used to like play against unbelievable bowlers, fast bowlers, and was just looked $1 million. Dave Masters and Dimitri Mascarenhas used to terrorise Trez. Just that lack of pace on the ball and the nibble that they used to get. I mean, great bowlers. Highly, well, not underrated. They are highly rated, but.
Yeah, 2.68 and over, David Masters. 672 first class wickets. Into over number 9 for Rob Lord here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. James Rue and Tom Abell together at the crease. Josh Thomas made 40 earlier on before he fell. Tom Curley-Cadmore just a 4. Tom Lemonby only 3.
Bowls a lot like Josh Tongue, this lad, doesn't he, action-wise?
In a way, I'm disappointed not to see Josh Tongue, but I guess with my Somerset hat on, I'd be quite happy to not have Josh Tongue backing up Ollie Stone and Dylan Pennington.
I was watching the warm-up. I actually thought
it was him.
It was him, but yeah, it's the similar sort of haircut, isn't it, and bowling style. Just lacking a bit of consistency in his spells at the moment. Pennington continuing from the Trescothic stand end. Wind buffering the shirts around. Plenty of wind blowing from left to right as we look at it. Hence all the bobble hats and gilets, padded coats. Certainly a chilly day for our committed supporters of both Somerset and Nottinghamshire. A lovely shot there from Abell into the gap. Should pick up 2 and will do. Nice piece of fielding by the Nottinghamshire pair right there on the boundary.
What would you be doing right about now if you were waiting to bat in next? Decent partnership building. You watcher?
Panicking. Oh, I don't know anyone that enjoys being next in. It's just, you kind of, you have to watch because you want to know how people are bowling and, you know, work out, get a little bit of a steer into the challenge you're going to face. But then it gets to a point, we're probably there now, where it's an hour gone by and you just get the nodding dog on, the yawns, then you'll have a coffee and then you need 3 wheeze, and it's just like, you're just in this no man, you're in purgatory until that moment comes.
I did a feast with James and Thomas Rue over the winter, and James was saying he falls asleep next in. He's lively until then.
Yeah, well, that's the story that you hear about Viv. Viv used to be under a table with his woolly jumper as a pillow, having a little nap, and they used to give him a knock. Worked all right for him. Now I would feel like that's not giving myself the best chance. I used to juggle like 3 balls just to keep my eyes and hands going, and this will be no shock to you. Probably talk a lot.
Can't imagine.
Nervous talking. Not out.
Yeah, only the bowler really interested in that. Tom Abell not particularly worried. So if you were the nervous talker, let's have another look at that one. Who were the silent types? Who got really nervous and really quiet?
I think not many players I played with wouldn't have some form of anxiety written on their face. I mean, yeah, opening the batting in like one-day cricket was always one of my favourites. Just get out there, get into it. Right, we've had on the live stream, the comments, we've had where are you watching from? Now we're going to have, which I think is one of the favoured questions for our live stream listeners from different parts of the globe. We had a favourite Pringles flavour, so I think the food questions are always a bit of a bonus. Me and Sophie spoke about it for a while. Favourite Easter egg to be enjoying on Sunday. But I think you should be able to celebrate Easter with Easter eggs all weekend.
Yeah, we certainly do in our house. Like 4-leg bites or runs, little tickle.
Throw them at me, folks. Favourite Easter eggs. Lovely little tickle down the leg side. Quite a straight delivery inside edge of the bat. Bowler frustrated, something like a moral victory, but Abel care not into the 40s as well. Rue 46, Abel 40, batting beautifully as a pair.
Are the kids of your household of an age where you no longer have to provide chocolate on Easter Sunday, or do you still get a bit of stick if you don't?
No, they will still get Easter eggs. Definitely. They should be reciprocating and buying us some by now, but thanks to our match sponsor, City West Country. Hope you're enjoying the day. Ooh, false shot there. He's gone across the line, leading edge over cover for 2. Certainly not the prettiest runs Rue will score today.
Yeah, he was playing that free mid-wicket.
Yeah, I can guarantee our eldest, my daughter, she will definitely buy mum and dad a Easter egg. She's a
good egg.
She's a good egg. The boys won't even know it's Easter until midday when they wake up. No, I think Dexter's my youngest lad. He'll be playing cricket for Gloucester 2s on the weekend, so no Easter eggs for him. My big boy, he's home from uni, so he'll be chowing us out of house and home.
That must cost you. You must see the bills
ridiculous
just spike during term time.
Shower never off, dishwasher never not full,
Oh, yeah.
mess everywhere, and fridge empty.
You wouldn't have it any other way, though. Just struggling to adjust his line, right hand, left hand. Lord, pace is up there. Up there with Stone and Pennington. We're on 48.
See, that is one thing I'm hearing a lot about. Sorry.
No, yeah, you can know.
There's one thing I'm hearing a lot about Easter eggs.
Go on.
Is you don't get much chocolate in them anymore. Because don't the shops have to do the price per kilogram stuff, and it's like ridiculous. So we're getting a lot of, I'll rather buy the bar because you get more chocolate. I get that.
They are expensive, aren't they? Well, I was going to say, there was something called I assume it was Cadbury's. They did a squeg when I was a kid, like a square egg, and that was great because of the shape of it. You got some really thick bits because they can be quite brittle, can't they? Easter eggs. There's not much to them. You break them really easy. I liked your idea of a solidly chocolate one. I'm not sure how practical it would be, but you need a saw to get through it.
Maybe it's just the experience thing that overrides the taste buds. I just love cracking Bosch that never splits in two across the seam, always breaks the other way, which triggers me a little bit. Sat there with a cup of tea, one Easter egg gone.
Do you dunk?
No.
So is this basically your request for Sunday to our production team?
Well, even though the jacket potato was good at lunch, I'm obviously hungry. Right, Lord, last ball of his 10th over. Oh, and he's bowled an absolute beauty. More excited, I think, by how good the ball was. No edge, no move from Paul Pollard, umpire at the river end. Rue survives on 48. He's bowled some seriously good deliveries. Oh, in his spell so far.
I think if anything, it flicks that 5-pad on the way through of James Rue's back leg, properly squares him up. Rue looked a bit mystified.
Yeah, I think he played one like that, I think, second ball of his innings. That's quite a full delivery, and he's played back to it, which has given the ball that little bit of time. But, I mean, that could have bowled LBW, nicked him. That was a beauty. I don't think he played it that well, but Lord still wicketless. 10 overs for 33. Bowled some great deliveries, some indifferent stuff in between. Pennington, on the other hand, has been pretty relentless in his areas. 1 for 22 off 12 overs so far. Definitely turned into a very good batting service. Again, credit to Nick and his team of ground staff to have a wicket with pace, bounce, a little bit in it for the bowlers early. But if you get yourself in, you can make some good runs, and it's certainly looking like a very good cricket pitch here at Taunton. I think we are going to have to lean into the live stream listeners from time to time, Sam. It's just me and you for the rest of the day now that Sophie has departed for Warwickshire.
We can do
It's
that.
going to be a shift, isn't it?
Well, I'm sure Everett's lurking somewhere. He definitely was lurking at
He's
lunchtime.
always lurking.
Yeah. We'll be all right. We can just relax into it. Don't need to do any nervous talking. What's Haseem Hameed thinking here, do you reckon?
Well, you'd assume that he's always trying to think about challenging the batters in the pursuit of a wicket. I mean, he's got a relatively generic field at the moment. You know, Tom in particular looks to play with a very straight bat, hit it down the ground. Could he lose that third slip and have him down the wicket, like on the strip either side, adjacent to the wicket, just to get in his eye line? Maybe get a caught and bowl, because Tom does like to play again straight down the ground. Or Pennington can keep bowling there, and Hayes might just catch the outside edge. But yeah, I always think that I don't think batters necessarily enjoy short cover and mid-wicket catches
Because of being in their line of sight.
to a point, but I think there's just an added level of precision on that shot. You know, you get a leg stump half volley, you can just flick it away. It doesn't really matter if it goes in the air a little bit.
Yeah.
You've just got to add that little bit more detail to the shot, get your weight over the ball to make sure it goes on the ground. All these little things that, you know, just add a bit of challenge to every shot. So, yeah, for me, if you're not going to change the bowlers and the plans, maybe just have one sort of fielder that you can just be a little bit more mobile with. Try and upset the concentration of the batter.
This partnership's up to 80 now between these two, Abell and Root. 150 balls now at the end of that over. 50 gone. Needs really, he must be thinking, he needs wickets from Pennington and Stone during their spells as well. Pennington 313 now, Stone's bowled 11. James and Lord 12 and 10 respectively. Patterson White bowled just the 3 overs before lunch, did pick up the wicket of Josh Thomas. Caught a first slip by Freddie McCann, who himself had one very much a token over just before the lunch break. These two going along nicely. For Somerset now in a little bit of sunshine. I don't think there's quite a break in the clouds, but this little microclimate here around the Cooper Associates County Ground. Shep was saying down when he drove up. He came up from Torquay and it was raining all the way up to about 10 minutes before Taunton. You said the same the other way. Has anyone come back to you on your Easter egg?
Yeah, lots of comments. And, any chocolate less than 80% cocoa is not worth buying. Dark chocolate Easter egg doesn't feel right to me personally, but Reese's.
Just a feeling.
Reese's, Terry's dark. You can't. I like Terry's chocolate orange. That's nice. Does anyone get a sneaking suspicion I'm going to be eating chocolate later?
I mean, that Terry's chocolate orange sort of serves the
Sickly.
purpose that you,
Sickly,
but it does serve the purpose that you were asking for. It's not quite egg-shaped, is it? But it's round and it's not hollow.
You could bowl it if
you could bowl
I
it.
wonder if
Would
I
it do
get
a
that
bit?
to swing.
But do you reckon it would get to 80 overs, or will we be back in having to change?
I think
But you said it yourself, sickly. So actually, if you had a full Easter egg, it would be sickly.
yeah, it's one of those chocolates that you can definitely have a segment too many. Another short delivery. Not particularly well played there by Rue, but gets one nevertheless. Yeah, suggestion that maybe Liam Patterson White and rotate seamers from the favoured end might be worth trying in search of this breakthrough wicket.
I think that might be his hand forced shortly. There's a lot of cricket left today. What we've still got 46 overs.
Yeah, it's definitely getting close to that point where Patterson White's going to have to hold an end up. He's already made one breakthrough so far. I mean, I think that's probably the one wicket of the day that maybe you could look back on. You know, a spinner on a pitch that I can't imagine there's going to be much for them. You know, for him to get that breakthrough, and Thomas, who played so well, maybe slightly disappointed with that. But at the moment, this pair closing in on a 100 partnership, playing beautifully. 42 and 49 for the middle order stalwarts as they are now.
Sorry, 6 down up at Edgbaston, 127 for 6, and that's with a little bit of a recovery as well. Ben Folkes and Tom Laws. Both 31 not out in a partnership of 62 runs. So they were in real trouble at 65 for 6, sorry. That run out, just the start of a bad opening day. You must have seen that by now, have you? Burns and Sibley. Burns getting run out. So I've not got it.
I did see the run out. I saw
Yeah.
Sibley was...
Not interested.
He had anchored.
Not his call either.
He was like
it?
20 off of a lot of balls, doing what Dom Sibley does, being incredibly difficult to get out. Is he still batting?
No.
I mean, he batted for an age. I think he batted through the first session. Yeah, I haven't seen the run out, but
25 off 80, Dom Sibley got. Rory Burns runs 2 in the run out.
yeah, I would say that's a Rory Burns fault. He looks like he's hit it straight to mid off and gone for it. The panic run, early season. Pennington round the wicket to Rue. Another play and miss. He's bowled very nicely today, Pennington. Could have a hatful. Another ball just straightening away from James Rue. Done well to miss that one.
What does he do to the untrained eye? What do you like about Dylan Pennington?
Well, he's consistent, good athlete, tall, enough pace. I would say the challenge is if he's bowling to a right-hander, the ball coming back at you into your pads towards your stumps, and the pace. If you bowled a shorter ball, for instance, definitely at the moment I think looks more threatening against left-handers. He's got a very consistent ball that just goes away from the batter. I would say the next level for him is, can he get the ball to shape away from a righty, so he brings both edges in and occasionally back into the left-hander. I think if you bring both 2 edges into play, I think that poses a much bigger problem for any batter. But in fairness, there's quite a lot of moisture in the air and nobody's swung the ball particularly a huge amount today, so not saying that he couldn't swing the ball, but another magnificent 50 from James Rue, like they all are. Very timely, well needed, and James Rue has come to the party on this Good Friday.
Yeah, 8 last summer, of which 3 were converted into hundreds. Looking to start the 2026 season in the same vein. Has been in a test squad, James Rue. Last summer, that first test against Zimbabwe. You'd think his time wouldn't be too far away.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I know. I think England have always been blessed with a lot of very good wicketkeeper batters for quite a few years now. Jamie Smith's certainly an exciting player, but I think he's going to have to play exceptionally well to keep this lad out of the team.
Jamie Smith.
Whoever gets the first gig,
yeah,
is going to have to play exceptionally well to keep James. You know, not to overstate, but the way that he started his first-class career, continuing, and it's not just he's not a streaky player. He doesn't get streaky runs. He's got the temperament, the technique. He leaves. I mean, he's a seriously complete player. His wagon wheel on the card there, you know, he favours that, you know, that cover area, but he's for me, he's a test batter. I think with Jamie Smith, you know, with the hitting ability and the T20 skills, and you know, almost like I think a lot of players have got into the England Test team under the banner of being exciting cricketers, rightly or wrongly, and let's say it's probably wrongly, looking at the last Ashes series. Maybe it's time to give an opportunity to a player that, for me, looks like a Test cricketer. He's always looked like a lad that could bat all day. I don't see that out of quite a few of the England batters. You know, yes, they're going to get big scores from time to time, but what you really want when you're playing a 4 or 5 day match is someone that's going to exhaust the bowling attack in the first innings, wear the team down, because that pays dividends towards the back end of a game. And James Rew, I think he has a natural knack of reading the game very well, as also. 150 up here for Somerset. 52.2 overs gone. A little milestone away from getting that first point of the season. But the way they're going, they won't be too far away. Lovely cover drive, belted through the covers by James Rew. Beautiful shot.
And it immediately puts pressure on Asiba Meadley and Patterson White here, because Patterson White is into the attack, and the idea will be that he bowls, what have we got, 44 left, like a decent chunk of those overs now from the river end, with all the seamers having had at least 3 spells.
Well, I'm guessing with that line he's hoping for a little bit out of the footholes, but again, I think that's somewhat optimistic on day one. But there's always a little bit of risk when you're playing those big drives, but that last one was executed beautifully by James Rew. That one a little bit closer to him.
Would he have to keep playing?
Yeah. Yeah. I think he would. He's just... I mean, one of the striking characteristics of his game is he reads the situation really well. He goes down. He has that ability to press on when he wants to. He plays with freedom, but he also understands that, you know, you've had a key partnership, you lose your partner, and he visibly goes down a little bit until his teammate has got in, and then he's able to go up and down at the appropriate times. And I think one of the best examples of that is when he had that enormous partnership with Tom Banton, when Tom got the 3-7-1.
Last year, yeah.
He completely was happy and visibly withheld his game to allow Tom to flourish, and I think that was undersold actually in that particular partnership. He was a real key for that record score, and he does it time and time again. And like I said, I mean, one of the wicketkeeper batters, I'll hang my hat on it, is going to have to score a lot of runs for England to keep him out of the team.
Where does he bat?
Wherever the other bloke does. 6 or 7. Oh, A lovely shot there from Tom Abell. Bit of frustration there from Pennington. A rare short delivery and swatted away through square leg for 4. You don't often get much change bowling short to Tom Abell. Plays it very nicely.
I think we might have our first injury sub. You've seen they brought that in, the new ruling. So you're allowed. So Tom Wesley's picked up a finger injury for Essex. Noah Fane's come in as an injury sub, so he can bat, not allowed to bowl in the game.
Is that the like for like thing?
I think so, yeah. But they've widened it, haven't they? Thoughts and feelings on that? So Steve Harmison was talking about it the other day. And I think his view was that, and I'd imagine plenty of his era will have that view that, you know, if a bowler pulls a hamstring in on day one,
strap it on other bowlers.
Yeah.
I think it will probably end up cricket's VAR. I think there's probably so much grey within the rules because there isn't really such a thing as a like for like player.
Yeah.
I mean, is it a batter? What if he's left-handed? What if a spinner's bowling and the rough's on the other side of the wicket and you could bring in it's open to interpretation, abuse and inconsistencies, and that will no doubt be an argument point at some stage. Down the leg side from Pennington, off the thigh pad, team runs for Somerset.
Yeah, we had it a little bit. It's almost been brought in through the concussion substitutes, and this is the first time I think it covers illness, significant life events, as well as injuries. So it's a season-long trial.
I mean, that's a grey area. What is a significant life event? Because what's significant to me might not be significant to you. I don't know. I think if you're going to have a sub for an injury, no, that's a bad idea, Pete. I'm not going to say that. I was just thinking, if you're going to have a sub. But then that's really open to abuse, isn't it?
As in, you can bring in anyone.
Faking in, oh, ow, my calf sore, and you bring in a spinner when it's fourth innings. Yeah, so that's a terrible idea, Peter.
Oh, sometimes it's good to put these things out there, if only to dismiss them.
We're currently 3 runs away from 100 partnership. I'm, I suppose, risking a commentator's curse, but producer Ben whispered it into my ear, so I will blame him.
Yeah, so I took a different thing from that. I thought it was a gentle nudge, so that we knew, which we knew anyway, but we wouldn't announce it. But you don't believe in commentators' curses, do you?
Yeah, you can't live your life worrying about that. 163 for 3. Abell, 1 away from a half century. Rue on 54. Liam Patterson White from the River End, looking to give a little bit of breathing space for the captain and the rotation of his seam bowlers, but what the Notts team would have felt like in the first 12 overs, I think, is probably quite drastically about turned. Somerset have beautifully batted themselves into a very good position here on day 1 at Taunton.
It's been nigh on perfect for this last couple of hours, hasn't it?
Oh, aggression from Abell down the wicket. Not quite timed, but wide and over. Extra cover for 4.
And that boundary also brings up the century partnership between Tom Abell and James Rue.
The PA system's so good here, we almost don't need to do our work.
I got my steps up before the game, and I have to say the new PA system is definitely loud, but I'm not sure it's enjoyed because it's too loud. If you're outside of a stand, fine, because you can hear it. If you're in the stand, probably going to take you back to the 90s when you're in a nightclub. Oh, lovely from Abell, lofted over mid-off into the top of the Colin Atkinson pavilion for 6. Aggression from the Somerset stalwart.
And this is that pressure on Patterson White. This is deliberate from Abell. This is the guy who's meant to be giving the seamers a rest. He's a good enough bowler. He's a quality player, Patterson White. Just giving him something to think about, giving Hamid something to think about.
Yeah, it's always that thing. Positive, not reckless. He's darted it in towards leg stump.
Clever from Tom Abell. He was just looking to work it to the leg side. He knew what was coming from Patterson White there.
Verrain didn't get down the leg side. It looked like a very straight ball. It wasn't a million miles away from leg stump, but should have been a bread and butter take from the wicketkeeper. Do you concur with that pronunciation, Verrain? You happy with that?
I thought it was Varane, but...
Varane.
Juan
Sebastian.
Juan Sebastian. Raphael.
Thanks to our match sponsor.
Under the over, 14 off it, 177 for free.
I always get slightly nervous with pronunciations with those good Scrabble names. Right.
Good point.
There's a lot going on in that name.
Your commentaries are fascinating.
V and a Y.
Fascinating insight into your mind, isn't it? Be good. When was the last time you sat down for a game of Scrabble? Christmas Day activity or something like that in the Casa Trago?
Do you know what? When phones became what they are now, myself and Ian Blackwell used to love word type games. Yeah, they were our thing. And some of the words that I used to come out with would be incredibly high scoring, only not in the dictionary. So I had my own little vocabulary.
Right.
They sounded like they should be words. In fairness, we debate them for hours.
Ollie Stone back into the attack from the Trescothic end. How is Mr. Blackwell? Have you seen him much over the winter? Bit of golf or anything like that?
Well, I played a little bit of golf with Ian. He's he'll be umpiring somewhere in the country now. I just saw his son downstairs, young Jack. Had a photo with him and sent it to his dad.
Is he a decent cricketer?
That was nice. Yeah, he's just joined the academy here, Jack Blackwell. Hopefully, he'll be getting some second team cricket in the coming weeks. Show what he can do.
His old man was a serious cricketer. I did wonder when I saw the name, I saw the press release actually, I wondered if there was a relation. Abell 59, Root 55. Ollie Stone is making sure that front line's in the right spot. First red ball appearance for Nottinghamshire in a couple of summers for Ollie Stone. Slips in that catching mid wicket is just about in. It's more an orthodox mid wicket actually by the time he's wandered back out to his starting position. I think that's Jack Haynes. Genuine edge, took the hands off the bat, didn't carry to second slip.
Yeah, well played there, Tom Abell. Good piece of bowling in that sort of corridor of uncertainty, but he realised halfway through the shot the error of his ways and just took the bat away at the last minute.
Good bit of fielding in the end, actually.
Benefit of the doubt to Abes there. Rode that one nicely. Yeah, certainly getting into that stage where Notts really need a wicket now, don't they? I mean, was it 60 for 3? Yeah. Really was quite perilous at one stage, but these two have done what they do time and time again for Somerset. Batting under pressure. Doing it well.
.56 gone, 40 left in the day, the opening day of the Rothesay County Championship. Delight to be back with you, thanks to WPA Health Insurance for once again sponsoring the Somerset County Cricket Club live stream. We will be here throughout the summer every day. Vic Marks is in tomorrow, I think.
Some days we get breaks, but not today because Sophie has abandoned us.
She's at the Bridgewater Junction by now, hour and a half in on Bank Holiday M5. Yeah, she has slightly more important duties, captaining the women's side.
We're going to need some help from our live stream listeners.
We always get help from them. Patterson White continues. This time Abell is playing with the back foot. Slater's out there and cuts it off. And they'll settle for 2. Long on has dropped out now, so just a single. Hasib Hamid happy for him to take that one. What have we got for Abell? Long on, long off. Deep square leg, sweeper on the offside. Need something to happen here. They need to make something happen, Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, it's hard just to sit by and let batters milk runs, and it's easy to let a session drift by, and I don't think it's for lack of effort from the bowlers or the captain. It's just the Somerset pair at the moment have played exceptionally well. I mean, a little bit of fatigue, the odd poor delivery, and when they have been bowled a scoreable ball, they've put it away. So there's not much you can do. It does look a very good batting service. Now that ball, the lacquer's off the ball, a little bit of moisture has made it probably go a little bit softer than you'd expect at this stage. Great time to bat, and important that the Somerset pair really do cash in. Don't think there'll be a better time to bat in the match than what they're experiencing now.
Yeah, Stone tries the Yorker, something a bit different to Abell, and look, they know what they're facing. They've got 2 of the better, if not the best, certainly uncapped batters out there in the county championship. Both set, both past 50. Decent batting pitch, balls What is it now? 57 overs old. Stone into his third spell. Pennington's bowled 3 spells. Driven by Abell into a gap. Just 2. One wicket for Ollie Stone. Feels like a long time ago now. It was an absolute beauty. Tom Kohler-Cadmore opening the batting. Clipped the top of his off stump for just the 4 runs. Ollie Stone with that relatively new ball. Somerset 7 for 1, 14 for 2, 66 for 3, but all gone their way since.
Shot, Thomas. Lovely back cut. James Hildreth-esque through that point region for 4. Would you concur with that, Sam?
I don't think he'd mind the comparison. I enjoyed it. I do miss watching James Hildreth.
That felt like a very Hildy kind of shot.
You know what? Tom is a really good speaker, and he's very good at saying the right thing. But you know, often they train.
That always helps.
But they train these days not to give too much away. But I remember asking Tom a question about. I can't remember if the question was about James Hildreth or about one of those generic who's the best player you played with or whatever style questions that journalists just ask on repeat because we've got no imagination. And he gave a decent answer, but a relatively stock answer. And then suddenly it was like he went, actually no, and he sort of the emotion came out and he talked up, and it was a really nice. Like 30 seconds where he just eulogised about James Hildreth and how much he enjoys watching him batting and learning from him. So clearly he picked up a little bit from playing with a great
Isn't
man.
that what you do when someone dies?
Eulogising. I think you can eulogise. A eulogy is...
Don't you have to be...
I don't think you have to be dead.
Passed on?
It's not breaking news. I think you do get eulogies at funerals, we definitely do, but I don't think... in order to eulogise about someone. I'm going to check it. You might be right. You and Ian Blackwell.
No. It's the only time it's the only context I've heard eulogy used in. But then again, I mean, I think I probably got an E or an F in me GCSE English, if I was lucky. So
I don't think you have to.
Who am I to say?
Your friends are obviously very negative. It's about praising someone.
Okay.
In a speech or a piece of writing. So
in modern language. Bigging up, cuz.
You bigged him up, yeah.
No, very easy on the eye when he was playing well, was James.
And the mad thing about it, I remember talking to Hildreth about it. So do you watch yourself back? He went, no, wouldn't do that. Way too ugly to watch myself back. I can't stand watching myself back. And he means it as well. When he says it.
You always think there might be a little bit of modesty within that, but I spent quite a bit of time with him, and I think it was very consistent. He didn't like. You would play a shot and you would think it would look a certain way, and then you see it and he'd be like, "Oh no, that felt way better than that." But I think that rings true for most things. I mean, definitely with the golf swing, hit an absolute beauty, and someone's recorded it. You're like, "Oh, felt like that looked better than that."
190 for 3. Ollie Stone breaking the 80-mile-an-hour mark in that previous over.
Maybe a little bit of a late comer to the Easter egg party here.
Well, it's not that late because it's still Good Friday.
Walton and Hershey's. I don't know Walton, but Hershey's. That is the worst chocolate I've ever tasted.
Is that an American one?
It's horrendous.
I think Walton and Hershey. I think Taunton Town are playing Walton and Hersham. Someone had just mentioned that, so I think the Walton is a play. But Hershey's is that American.
Taunton Town have gone one up against the top of the league team, and Taunton need some results, don't they, to stay up? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. But on a side note, Hershey's terribly strict. I think we need saving, Sam. This is gonna get deep.
But this is where we've got to dig in.
And maybe just talk about the cricket.
Go for 2 or 3 and over. and not mind it being a bit dull.
I suppose that is the good thing about these live streams. You can always just mute us if we get on your nerves.
If you haven't already. Good from Patterson White so far this over. Just the one from it. Do you have half an eye on Weston-super-Mare's football these days? Weren't you like head of security or something there for a bit?
No. I was. I've enticed a number of local companies to sponsor Weston-super-Mare, and I used to watch the game with the owners, just make sure that things went well.
Off the pitch.
Off the pitch. So I was a point of contact if something was going wrong, and
you're very cagey here, Cheeks.
In Weston's ground geographically, there were a number of youths that used to consistently cause bother, and that was kind of my job to just sort of smooth that one over. Thanks to City West Country for being our match day sponsors today. City West Country would sound like they would be a great sponsor of Weston-super-Mare FC.
So you were the Paul Bulbeck of
Weston-super-Mare. Health and safety.
Lyndon James.
I think because I grew up with the boys of the owner of the club, and I think it got to the stage where they had their matchday experience spoilt by silly random complaints. So I think they just leaned on me to take those off their shoulders so they could have a nice day out.
So you were like a human complaints box.
Yeah.
And people come put suggestions in your hand.
I'm sure, knowing me well enough to know that the answers were often quite blunt.
Yeah, diplomacy is. But you say how you feel, Triggs, don't you?
Weston playing Torquay United tonight.
That's a big one, isn't it?
Yes, both teams right up there at the top of the league. Weston in the playoff positions at the moment. Torquay a little bit further up, but the Seagulls have some games in hand.
Aren't they both Seagulls? Are Torquay Seagulls as well?
Doesn't feel familiar.
No, maybe not.
You should know this. You do quite a lot of journalism in the football now, don't you? You still doing that?
They are the goals, yeah.
Do you still do the football stuff?
Yeah, I do. I like behind the scenesy style stuff. I went up to they lost 10-0, but I was basically on the extra coaching stuff for their defeat at Manchester City, which was fun. Doing a day on the ground staff up at Wembley a bit later on in the month for the FA Cup semi-final.
Oh.
Too straight, tickled away.
That's very straight. That's a good inside edge. Another little moral victory that will mean nothing to Lyndon James. Another 4 runs to Tom Abell, but that looked very straight. Yes, it was. He's got away with that. You notice how Tom Abell's now into his innings. I think he's crept even more so across the stumps. He was planted in front of everything then. Lucky he didn't miss that one.
Torquay are the goals. They're winning 1-0 up. They're winning 1-0. Weston are losing.
I mean, remarkable bit of scoring here. James Rue beat Tom Abell to 50, and now Abe's has raced to 74. James Rue 58.
But that is almost a demonstration of what you said about James Rue a little bit earlier about how when he noticed, Abell took the attack to Liam Patterson White, and he's happy just to go back into his shell and just play a supporting role.
Oh, just having my day ruined. Torquay are 1 up against the real Gulls. The Seaside Mafia will be devastated in the stands. My brother's the groundsman there. He'll be in the stand frothing at Weston staying down. If you don't mind on the live stream, just keep me updated on the Weston-super-Mare Torquay score, please. That would be fantastic. As we're creeping up towards tea time here at Taunton. It's been an intriguing day's play, completely dominated in the first hour and a half by Nottinghamshire, but this partnership by Rue and Abell has really swung the balance. But I have to say, massive credit to Josh Thomas, batting a lot of balls for his 40, that I think has facilitated this partnership. He took a lot of pressure from some very, very good bowling. So a great start to his season, opening the batting, and hopefully he can continue with that and get some sizable scores this summer. In fairness, from a batting perspective, I think Lam and B. Kohler Cadmore got seriously decent balls. You know, Lammer's the feathered one that nipped away, and Tom Kohler Cadmore's, you know, a high 80-mile-an-hour delivery, pitching, leaving, clipping the top of off. It's close to unplayable, really. That was an absolute gem of a delivery. So Somerset I think have been got out at times, but have really scrapped hard and are deserving of this position. 199 for 3. And there goes the 200th run of the day.
Somerset's 200 comes up in the 61st over.
There's that PA system. You got in there first, though.
It's definitely new.
So you saying
I did have a long conversation early with one of our members. PA system when you're next to the speaker is really loud. I was like, it's kind of it's a bit of a difficult science because you know the PA system on the ground has to be heard when you're not next to a speaker, so it's really difficult to have it quiet to be easy on your ear when you're under one, to be heard 20 yards away. So it was a conversation that I felt wasn't going in the right direction.
Sounds like you did handle it quite diplomatically.
I just think be very selective where you sit.
Yeah,
that's kind of my feedback.
If you will sit underneath a speaker,
you know, right on cue from the live stream. If heaven forbid there's a Basil faulty situation with a fire, everyone needs to be able to hear. Someone has just put something about faulty towers on the live stream.
I've seen it.
What a show. What a show.
So are you, on that TKC dismissal, are you saying you go against Harry Everett, who described it as a decent ball from Ollie Stone, made to look even better by TKC not getting forward to nullify the movement?
At that pace, at that angle, it's like pitched middle and off and clipped off stump. I mean, that's if you drew a line of where that ball was going to where it ended, that would be over half a bat's worth of movement at 85, 88 miles an hour. And with respect to Mr. Everett, you'd probably have to experience it to know how difficult that would be to play.
Speaking of difficult to play, that shot from James Rue, he makes it look so easy, but it's a difficult shot to play. Puts it straight into the ground, 4 more.
I think I did say that if you, speaking to Mr. Cooper downstairs, we talked about that dismissal, and I said, I reckon 98 times out of 100 that's bowling you, and the other 2 is hitting you on the back leg LBW. If you got into a really, really good position. That's a serious ball. I think if we slowed that down and you got your little ruler out and tracked that, that's probably going on to hit, I would say, middle and leg. Let's do it with that piece of paper. I reckon that's going on to hit middle and leg, and it's ended up clipping off stump. That's a serious ball. So can you write a comment on that piece just to slate him?
Slate him.
Go on, do it. Quick.
Let's have another look. You're going to put the paper. You reckon he's playing a decent line here, Tom Cadmore?
Right, so start his hands there. That's landed there. Yeah, that's going on to hit sort of middle and leg, and it's ended up clipping the top of off.
If it holds his line, he's punching that to mid-on, you reckon?
No, that... The balls don't get released from middle stump to middle stump. He's obviously bowling from like 2 foot to the left of the stump. So on the angle, if that ball stays on a straight trajectory, that's hitting middle and leg.
Yeah.
And it's nipped off the seam and hit off stump, clipped off stump. The difference between where that ball was going to where it ended up is more than the width of the bat, which is 5 inches. Serious ball. Then you throw in the fact that he's probably bowled that at about 87 miles an hour.
So we're learning don't trust the BBC and don't trust Harry Everett.
If it doesn't move, he's hitting it for 4.
So it's punching it to mid-on. Patterson White continues. As does Abell and as does Root. Not even to need a wicket here.
Can we turn the ground speakers up, please? It's slightly muffled here in Kuala Lumpur. Love that. Comment of the day: the wind is carrying it across the seas.
It actually is.
That's old Errol Supplier's part of the world, isn't it? Errol Supplier was born in
Kuala Lumpur,
wasn't he? Yeah, I think in fairness the old PA system's tweaked a little bit because of how windy it is outside. We're very lucky that we're sat inside this room out of the elements. Oh, yes. Shots fired here, Sam. Sarah is grooming her English setters ready for the Cornish Gun Dog Open Show. Fancy a trim, Treeks.
It's gone. Picked up a wicket just before tea. Patterson White. James Rue was down sweeping. Got a little bit of I don't know if it was a bottom or a top edge. Onto pads. Good bit of work from behind the stumps.
Very timely wicket there for Nottinghamshire. Under edge onto the lower part of the shin. Let's have a look at the replay. Super slow-mo. Inside edge onto the boot. That's very unlucky and a brilliant decision by the umpire. Great bit of wicket keeping by Varane. That's really good awareness there from the wicket keeper. That's popped up, hasn't spent a lot of time in the air, and he has made a great catch there. That's a superb piece of wicket keeping. Top innings there of 64 by James Rue, undone in quite unusual, unlucky fashion. But exactly what the Nottinghamshire captain and team needed.
Needed something. Had to be something special or a little bit of luck. They've got a little bit of luck. Special catch. Stayed alert. Not a lot of hang time for that. James Rue will be disappointed. Good start to his summer. Just didn't quite time that sweep shot. You done that many times? Bottom edge into the boot.
Yeah, it's super unlucky, but I think that's a brilliant piece of wicket keeping. He'd have been unsighted for a lot of that.
Lewis Goldsworthy is the new batter. Probably would have assumed that he wouldn't be required before tea, the way these two were going.
Yeah, right on the stroke of a tea break. That would have been a complete session of dominance by the Somerset pair. Nottinghamshire will be over the moon with that. It really did look like they were going to be slightly choking on their Battenberg at tea, but I think that'll just give them a little bit of a raise of the mood. Somerset 206 for 4 and were looking very, very well set. Thanks to WPA Health Insurance for their continued partnership as Lyndon James strides in from the pavilion end to Tom Abell. Lewis Goldsworthy, new to the crease, batting in that number 6 position. Opportunities early season to cement yourself in the team for a long run. A lot of very good quality cricketers missing out this game, such as the strength of the Somerset squad. Players like Tom Banton away at the moment at the IPL. It's important that players grab opportunities, isn't it, Sam?
Well, Archie Vaughan's the one, isn't it? It was Goldsworthy's nipped in ahead of him.
Yeah, I think they'd probably made the decision on weight of runs.
Yeah.
And Goldsworthy has probably fared a little bit better runs-wise than Archie Vaughan. I'm sure they would have liked the extra spinner being an off-spinner. Obviously, Goldsworthy bowls left-arm spin. Archie Vaughan's done really well with his off-spin. Would have been a tough call, but Goldsworthy probably just edges it over the last few years of run scoring in the county championship.
Yeah, 25 now. Played 32 first-class games, 300s, averaging 31.54. It's felt like he's always been the one that, for whatever reason, it's been easy to leave out.
Not enough runs.
And he just needs to make that decision a bit tougher.
Yeah, there's only one way to do that. You know, you put 5 or 6 points on that. You know, you get into the mid-late 30s as a batter, and you make yourself undroppable. I mean, that is, you know, when you're that in-and-out player on the fringe of a lot of squads, that's your motivation, that every time you get an opportunity, you need to make yourself undroppable, and that will be the goal, especially at the start of a season. No better time to chalk up a decent score and get yourself a run of games.
Yeah, finished last summer with 100 at Chelmsford. Batting at 6.
Yeah, and that would play a part as well. I think Josh Thomas's position as well. That last game
86,
of last season. You know, I think there is a fairness to how you finish the season going on to the next, that you've you know, earned the right, if you like, to have the start of the next season. There's not really much that you can take from indoor nets in a pre-season into the first game, especially when, you know, the pre-season games are played in such cold and damp and underprepared conditions. But set fair here on day one. Tea time at Taunton in the Rothesay County Championship. Somerset taking on Nottinghamshire. Somerset have scrapped and scrapped well to 208 for 4. A magnificent 100-plus partnership between James Rue and the not-out Tom Abell, who's got himself to 80. It's going to be a very pivotal third session. We look forward to joining you in about 20 minutes' time. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the umpires and players are back in the middle. If you're looking at your calendar, Somerset taking on Gloucester Friday, the 24th of July, and it is the famous Beer and Cider Festival. Don't take this as absolutely the law, but there are normally about 50 to 70 different beers and ciders. If you fancy giving it a go, the first release of the tickets, they're £27.50 a head, so absolute value. Make sure you book your train ticket home, though. Somerset 208 for 4, looking to build on from a magnificent partnership between James Rue and Tom Abell. Tom Abell is still out there, 80 not out, looking to start the season in bumper fashion. I'm joined by Sam Dalling this afternoon, and Ollie Stone is going to bowl the first ball of the final session to Lewis Goldsworthy, who plays that nicely out into the offside.
Just you and I this afternoon, isn't it? Lovely.
You and I don't know the rest of the words. Yep, just me and you, Sam. We'll grind it through. I've already been on the phone to our tech procurer.
Yeah.
Trying to get myself an earpiece that isn't like wearing winter earmuffs, because I do find if you do a bit of a stint, these things, you do get very hot ears. I never thought an ear could sweat, but mine do. Nice bowling there from Ollie Stone, just shaping away on the offside. Maybe, yeah, you do a long stint and you get very hot ears in these things, so I'm hoping for a little lighter earpiece.
You get a bit of an indentation as well, don't you?
Yeah, not good for the hair.
Who is our...
Ollie Cox.
Right.
From Brandvox, is that his... Yeah,
okay.
Might have made a mistake there, but yeah, he does all the media stuff down here, and the Bristol Flyers, the Bears, Bristol City. He's just preparing for tonight's basketball match.
Oh, the Flyers, that's the basketball team, aren't they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, a bit of aggression there from Joe Clark at mid-wicket, whizzing the ball in to the wicket-keeper. Pretty average throw, actually. It looks like that's just bounced in front of him and caught him on the inside of the knee.
What I enjoyed was that the friend didn't look at him for a while, and then he turned around expecting an apology, and what he actually got from Joe Clark was a signal to say, well, you should have come up further to the stumps and taken it on the full.
Yeah, a little bit gloomy here at Taunton, but got the use of the lights that are doing quite a bit of the heavy lifting. I think in years gone by it would be quite on the dark side, but great advancement in county cricket. Most of the grounds, if not all, have floodlights now, so keeping the play out there. And I'm actually really surprised, Sam, looking at the forecast and what it was like in sunny Western-super-Mare this morning, that we've had so far a full day. It wasn't looking good until I hit about Burnham-on-Sea.
It always gets brighter at Burnham and Barrow, though,
doesn't it just?
What a place.
What a place, what a golf course. Squirted off the outside edge. Not exactly where Lewis Goldsworthy was trying to get it, but enough of the bat to race past point. And he picks up his first runs of the season.
He'll take them. He'll very much take them. And he'll feel a little bit better. Have to sit there for 20 minutes. I'm not sure they have Battenberg anymore in there. I know you're a fan of it. It seems to come up relatively regularly. Whatever he was having at tea. Wouldn't have sat that comfortably, but now he's got those runs on the board. What do these bowlers eat? I was go back to that Lancashire thing. I was chatting to them, saying, what do you eat during a day? Because bowlers can be covering 20, 25k.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've got to have something. I definitely sort of leaned into like the meal replacement shakes, but I have to admit, if I was on a bowling day, especially if I was likely to bowl straight after the break, I'd often have, and I know Peter Siddle would be a fan of this, a couple of bananas and some yoghurt, just to have something in the system. But I mean, the catering for the players is pretty tip top around the grounds now. You can always just put up a plate for whenever you are off the field and have a snack or two and an energy bar. Like I said, gone are the days of, you know, your only food source was lunch and tea. You know, you could always have a bar of something run on, and if you were struggling, because blood sugar levels and energy, you know, you've got to keep them up. Like I said, if you're running in bowling your 20 overs, you're going to probably cover somewhere between 10 and 15 Ks, which you need to fuel for sure. Good solid breakfast as always. Yeah, notable position there is Tom Abell's innings has evolved. He's noticeably gone sort of more across to off stump and quite a long way down the pitch. A good foot outside of his crease, which I'm sure the square leg umpire has communicated to his partner at the other end. Looks like Tom Abell's trying to negate those LBWs and that little bit of movement, forcing the bowler just to adapt his lines and lengths. Goldsworthy isn't renowned for moving around too much. He looks like he's in a pretty orthodox position there, just on the popping crease. Lyndon James striding in from the Trescothic stand end. A little bit of movement away, just squaring Goldsworthy up that time.
Temptation to come up to the stumps then from the keeper when Abell's on strike? Or is that too much of a risk to miss something? He's a good keeper. He's a South African test keeper, played what, 30-odd test matches.
Yeah, I think it's quite the norm now. I mean, the standard of wicket keeping internationally is very high. I mean, it's not about you not having the pace, it's just a tactical decision. It wouldn't be unprecedented to see a keeper come up to a bowler such as Lyndon James.
As you say, you don't need to against Goldsworthy because you're not having that same issue. Just to make what you were talking about earlier, you know, the fielders not necessarily in the eye line, but just adding that element of precision, making them.
Yeah, I mean,
think a little bit more.
Yeah, I think if it gets to a point where a batter's looking so comfortable, it's definitely an advantage to bat that far down the wicket for a multitude of reasons. And if a batter's looking super confident, there's not a lot of movement, I think it's just a good tactical ploy just to peg the batter back in the crease. You know, especially you know, a batter like Kola Cadmore, when he gets in and he's being very attacking, when he dances down the wicket, I mean, he comes such a long way down as well. Just to throw the batter off his stride, maybe. Doesn't look like that's part of the conversation at the moment. Very nice there. I mean, that's one of the brilliant things with Abe's batting. He's sounds really obvious, but when the ball is in and around the stumps, he's very strong. I mean, as a bowler, I think you've probably got to hang it slightly, a bit wider out of off stump, and sort of ask the question of Abe's, how long are you prepared to leave it for? And then your slips come into play. You know, you could maybe put a point fielder out on the boundary, one less on the leg side, hang it for a little bit longer. Because I think when Abe's is in good rhythm, it certainly looks like that today, and you just bowl at the stumps, it just looks easy for him. So I think there are some slight subtle tactics that the bowler could use that they haven't as yet.
But those are the moments where Tom Abell's looked most uncomfortable today, and it just, I think it was Stone bowling from this end, the Trescothic end, the opposite end to which he's bowling now. A couple of slightly wider ones that Abell
he
pulled his bat
just
away,
fishes out. Yeah, he pulled the hand away. That's the line to an in Abe's that I think you need to persevere with for a little bit longer. If you get a little bit of shape away and he plays away from his body, I think that's when he looks vulnerable. When he's playing nice, tight and compact, that suits his technique. He looks like he could just hit the ball with a full face of the bat all day long. And for me, I'd get bored of seeing that. So yeah, if you imagine this field now, if it was able, you could keep your 3 slips, you could lose your mid wicket, you could bring mid on a little bit tighter and squarer, sort of like hedging those 2 positions, and just pop a guy on the offside boundary. If he does get a cover drive every now and then, it's only going to be 1. Yeah, that for me would be a pretty good solid tactic. A short ball there from Stone, and met well by Lewis Goldsworthy. Swivel pull through square leg for 4. Even though there is a bit of pace and carry, when you hit that length, it does look very docile with the shorter ball.
Yeah, complete control. Had a load of time there, Lewis Goldsworthy. He rolls the wrists all the way along the ground. Bowler's frustrated. Effort ball. And all that effort for nothing.
Yeah, it's generally an almost like a known thing, you know. Batters short of stature, very good square of the wicket off the back foot, drag them forward. Big guys, you can maybe give the odd sniffer or snot boxer, as I call it. Yeah, short guys generally play this short ball super well. Goldsworthy in particular, he was onto that in a flash. Yeah, I suppose it, like the hanging outside of off stump could be perceived as negative, but you know, when a guy's played touchwood pretty flawlessly to 80, it might be worth just changing your lines up a little bit. It's not negative if you think it can bring you a wicket.
We've got 4 of them so far today. Nottinghamshire, remember, at past 10 this morning, Haseeb Hameed won the toss. Asked Somerset to bat. Plenty of success early on. 7 for 1, 14 for 2, 66 for 3. And since then, largely thanks to that huge partnership between Rue and Abell, Somerset have come back into it and are probably on top in the game right now. Still could go either way this day. A couple of quick wickets would make it look a very different scorecard. Stating the obvious. Tom Abell's plan will still be there, not out overnight.
Western-super-Mare Torquay score, Sam. What have you got? Goggle it for me.
I can goggle it.
Taunton Town 2 up.
Are they champions
against the top of the league, the champions elect, as you so rightly say. Needed points for Taunton Town.
But a tough couple of years, Taunton, haven't they? They went up to the Conference South. Still 1-0 to Torquay yet. What's Western's ground called? I should know that. The Optima.
The Optima Stadium, yep. Cheers, Sid. Still 1-0 to the fake Gulls. The real Seagulls battling away. What time was kick-off, I wonder? Would it have been a 3 p.m.er? Should know this, really. I think my sons have gone to watch. So they'll be standing with Uncle Sam in the stands.
Yeah, 3 o'clock kick-off by the looks of things. Sounds like you're missing out on a family day out there.
Yeah, to be fair, I have shied away from watching my favoured Seagulls this winter. It's been particularly miserable, the weather.
A bit wet, isn't it, at times?
Not a massive fan of cold wet, but it's good value. I do enjoy non-league footy. Very, very good quality, competitive. And especially with Western-super-Mare season, right up there, challenging for a playoff position and that great run they had in the FA Cup. probably the worst draw they could have possibly had. Third round, the furthest they've ever got in the club's history, and it was
Grimsby away.
I think I was watching the draw, and I think it was something like Chelsea, Newcastle, a really low team, Boreham Wood, I think maybe, and Grimsby. I was like, the low team wouldn't be a bad draw because they could win. Dream would have been Newcastle or Chelsea. I was like, and I said before the ball came out, as long as it's not Grimsby, happy days. And it was not. It was even worse than that. It was Grimsby away.
Yeah.
And they played well. It was they had a good chance of that game actually. They conceded a couple of poor goals. Half an hour to go at the Optima Stadium.
It is where the real football's played, though, at that level. It's just such fun.
Money on a 80th minute free kick from Luke Coulson's left boot to equalise. That's where I'd go. It's a very sweet 25-yarder, there's that man. Lyndon James, 17 overs, none for 54. Hasn't, from his body language, looked the happiest of bowlers today. Just strive for a bit of rhythm. Difficult first game of the season, quite a strong win from left to right as we look at it. Across the ground, just looks like he's overstrided towards the crease, just a fraction. Just hasn't quite had that little bit of zip and penetration he often has. If we have a look at the bowling figures there, superb opening spell from Pennington and Stone, and weathered well in particular by Josh Thomas, who I thought, hopefully you'd agree, Sam, has put a really good flag down for banking himself in at the top of the innings for the first month of the season.
Yeah, he needs to be given a run. He needs to make runs, but he needs to be given a run. And Somerset need an opener. They need to nail that spot down. Ollie Stone continuing from the River End. Was it you having a conversation with some chaps about opening the batting, or were they just having a conversation on your table? I overheard it over lunch. They were talking about the need to find an opening partnership in the
yeah, I mean, it's you know, Somerset have got a magnificent middle and lower order. But there's always a number of games where there's only so many times the middle order are going to, dig you out of trouble, and they do such a good job of it. If you think you could have some slightly more consistent starts, even just taking bowlers into, the change bowlers, getting through that first spell from time to time, 40, 50, 60 run partnerships, but very consistently. Lammers is in the first 3, 4, 5 overs, and you're kind of always on the back foot as a team. And it isn't easy. It is the toughest job, really, facing the new ball, opening the batting, especially on early season pitches. But, other players do manage to get through it. Is it difficult? Is it technique? I mean, it opens up so many conversations, doesn't it? The era of players that practice a lot of T20 skills. Is there some technical things that are going astray? It certainly does test you, but I'm quite optimistic about that combination of Kola Cadmore and Josh Thomas, because left hand, right hand, and like I said, they do bat in quite wildly different positions. I do think that Kola Cadmore should persevere with using his feet from time to time. I think he's really good at it, and I think it does pose a massive challenge to the bowler to think that you've got a powerful striker of a cricket ball occasionally willing to advance down the wicket.
Yeah, pulled well just for one. Fielder out there, Goldsworthy. And I think there has to be an acceptance that if Tom Kola Cadmore is going to do it, I also like the idea of it. At his age, with his experience, he's not suddenly now going to become a man who is 30 not out at lunchtime against a new ball just because he's opening. He's going to play his way, which is going to be stylistically very different to how Josh Thomas looks like he's going to go about it. I enjoyed watching Thomas.
Yeah, I think there is absolutely a license to play your natural game. And if that is using your feet from time to time, being aggressive, I mean, there were a number of balls outside off stump he had a massive whoosh at. So it's not like he tried to play within himself in any way, shape or form, but he was quite static, which is unusual for Kola Cadmore. And maybe he's rethought the use of the feet thing. But actually, the more the ball nips, for me, it kind of makes more sense if you're comfortable doing it. Just because you advance down the wicket doesn't mean you have to play a big shot. There's a little bit of a pause here at the moment. Is that Tom Abell with a tight hamstring? Us Somerset supporters always look slightly concerned when Abes is stretching his hamstring. Does look like he does suffer from cramps.
It's called for a drink as well,
which is a little, yeah,
be.
Cramps is a little bit of a precursor, especially when you get hamstring cramp. You can leave yourself vulnerable to little pulls, and he does seem to have quite susceptible hammies. Nice high short ball to finish the over. Abes will pick up a little bit of some sort of electrolyte drink, no doubt. But yeah, there would be an acceptance, but it always comes down to there is an acceptance to play your own way, but how many runs have you scored? It's always going to come down to that. If you score your runs, and let's face it, it's not, you don't expect your opener in county championship cricket to average 50. If you average 30, you're doing a really good job. And if you do it in a slightly different style, absolutely fine.
But the Josh Thomas job he did this morning, because the way those two were bowling, Stone and Pennington, if they do pick up those couple of quick wickets and suddenly they've got tails up, momentum, the Notts lads are buoyed, they're sort of, and I know they had them 14 for 2 or whatever, but if the other opener goes as well, you could easily be looking at 5 or 6 down at lunchtime. So actually the importance of the job he did, even though he was so frustrated to get out just before lunch, actually laid that platform for Abell and Rue to come in against slightly tired bowlers, slightly older ball.
Couldn't agree more. I think he batted brilliantly well, and there's in Josh Thomas's case, it's stay in your lane, and that's a great way for you to play. Lyndon James straying down the leg side and tickled by Goldsworthy for 4, who moves on to 15. Another loose delivery by Lyndon James, who's just striving for a bit of rhythm today. Yeah, I mean, we don't have enough. We haven't seen enough of Josh Thomas to know that. I know, because I've played against him a number of times, that he can be super aggressive. But in county championship cricket, I mean, it's an unknown entity to a point. So if that's the way he plays, absolutely brilliant. I mean, if he could keep scrapping and churning out, 40s occasionally going on, and everyone's going to get low scores when you open the batting. Yeah, but if that's if he's got that temperament to scrap, make that 40 into an 80, into 100, absolutely brilliant. Kola Cadmore, we know what he's about. We know he's an aggressive player. We know he's a ball striker. We know he likes to use his feet, and I would absolutely back that for sure. And especially when the ball's nibbling around, I think those little movements and that positive intent just improves his all-round game, including his defensive play. Because actually, when he does move down the wicket, he's very rarely committed to a big shot. I've seen him walk down the wicket a number of times and still play a defensive shot, but he's getting closer to the ball, which I think does quite suit him. And with the amount of movement around, I am surprised he didn't go to that quite early. Yeah, me and Sophie were talking about batting, and she did mention that they'd spent a lot of time this winter talking about moving their feet less, and it was in my head, it was like an alarm going, no, that is not a good thought. Move your feet less early season. No. You can do that in the indoor school on a flat surface or against a white ball on a flat surface, but moving your feet less is not going to work. 2:25 for 4 here. 1 ball left before we get to that 70th over. New ball just around the corner. Nottinghamshire will probably be targeting getting that 5th wicket before that new ball. Open a bit of a door to the all-rounders and the bowlers. Goldsworthy started his innings very nicely. Playing very straight, very conservatively. Just picked off a couple of loose deliveries. Latched onto a short ball. Abell's very much playing within himself at the moment. Started the session on 80. He's only got 1 run since. Very watchful. I've worked that out. 3 hours.
Change of bowling at the river end. Number 4, Rob Lord.
Change of bowling. Lord back into the attack. He's bowled some outstanding deliveries so far, but hasn't managed to sort of string an over together. 10, 12 balls all in that right zone. A few pressure release deliveries from time to time. Has definitely shown that ability to bowl some absolute beauties. Got a bit of pace about him.
As quick as anything in the game. This game, not the game generally.
No, I agree. He's very Josh Tongue in his gather and his delivery stride. Not a bad bowler to mimic. And a similar hairdo as well. Maybe they've got some cloning process up at Trent Bridge at the moment.
That's how sports science has moved on.
It's amazing how that happens, though, that if you have an outstanding cricketer, a lot of youngsters coming through just have a look of them. I remember Jonathan Trott and Ian Bell, and it was almost like they had a cricketing baby and it became Sam Hain. It was like the styles of the two of them were in Sam Hain, and obviously he's a fantastic player. 2 great players to copy, don't get me wrong. It's amazing how we didn't ever have a Andy Caddick-alike with the old funky start to the run-up and his action. That would have been hard to mimic, to be fair.
Bit of inside edge.
Yeah, a little edge on that one.
Do your boys have shades of you when they play? Bit of in the bowling action or batting? Because the Flintoff lad looks just like his dad when he bats.
Well, a lot of people say that that's very straight if he doesn't get that little edge on it. A couple of times Abes has been planted across all 3, but has just got enough of a little thick edge on it to save him. Important that he stays or gets back to that concentration. Definitely feel like Abes is cramping or maybe sort of tweaked a hamstring just a little bit. Looks like his steel-like concentration has just changed dynamic. He's gripping onto his right hamstring quite often. Feel like he's had a little bit of a warning signal, so don't expect any quick signals anytime soon. Yeah, he's definitely got a little hamstring at the moment. Abes, always slightly concerning because he doesn't often do a little hamstring, does he? Abes, they're normally like
they rip
6-week jobs. Maybe wouldn't be the worst thing to get a runner out there. Yeah, 3rd time the physiotherapist has been out onto the field. She's been shooed away this time. Good opportunity for her to stretch her legs, though.
Returning at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end,
Liam Patterson White, left arm spinner for Nottinghamshire, changing ends. He's coming on at the Trescothick stand end. He's already picked up those couple of wickets. One in particular quite fortunate, James Rue inside edging a sweep onto his shoe / bottom of his pad, and a great catch by Varane behind the stumps. Really lively bit of wicket keeping.
Big wickets though in the context of this game. Thomas and Rue.
Yeah, absolutely. You take that as a left arm spinner. Day one in early April, 2 for 32. He's done a good job. A couple of aggressive shots cost him, I think, 10 runs against Tom Abell. So he's, apart from those 2 balls, he's bowled tight as well. But they were more good shots, in fairness.
Well, he probably knows Tom Abell is unlikely to do that to him right now. Plenty of footwork. It was 4 or 5 paces down the wicket when he played those shots earlier on. Might be a bit of sitting back and nerdling from Tom Abell for a while. Out there on your effects mic. But that wind has probably saved us a little bit of rain today, blowing through quite quickly.
Yeah, it looked threatening a couple of times. That cloud dropped, the hills disappeared, but it blew through without the umpires getting too involved, which was nice. And that little bit of wind has blown in Harry Everett, part of the commentary team, and he's been a very, very much a team man today. He's not on the rotor, but he's going to come in and do a couple of overs just to give us a little break. I'll take a little short break if you don't mind, Sam. I can take these extra warm ear heating bins off, and you can have a chat with our mate Harry. You keen, Harry? We've got the thumbs up.
He's multitasking as well. What a man.
I'll be back in a short while. Somerset 230 for 4, Abell 84 and Goldsworthy 17. Yeah, mate.
Attempted Yorker from Lord. Goldsworthy just calls Abell through. Perhaps not as sprightly as he might usually be with that slight tweak. Pain he's feeling in that right hamstring. Hopefully, from a Somerset perspective, just a little bit of cramp. Early season cramp, dehydrated.
Happy New Year, Sam.
Hello, H. You all right?
Mate, how wonderful is this to be back? Not just Somerset doing well, but there's not been a tiny delay for rain.
No, there was one moment, wasn't it? The umpires went, oh, shall we? And they were very sensible and said, nah, we're going to stay out
Nick
there.
Pepper's lot did a lap, and they continued doing their lap, which is really nice, past the tarpaulin sheets.
Just in case.
Don't trust the forecast is the moral of today. And most of the faithful Somerset fans have still come in.
What time were you up this morning on what is
I barely
presumably your
slept.
Christmas day?
Yeah, barely slept through the night.
You must be a nightmare to be around.
I went in the spare room because I knew I wouldn't sleep in excitement. I been waiting a long time for this date. Well, earlier than ever before is the stat.
Is it the earliest
You
ever?
mentioned that, yeah. The 4th was last year, the 3rd this year, the earliest county championship start.
A welcome return. Push not quite timed. It will roll away from Hamid, who does well. They'll just get a couple.
Almost every time I've watched the ball be fielded by a Notts fielder, it's been Hasib Hamid. The captain's been everywhere, mid-off, extra cover, all of the runs that aren't easy fours. It's him sprinting after it. He's quicker than you think he'd be. You think he was a plodder opening bat, but he gets over the ground quickly, hauls it back in with that floppy hat that he really doesn't need on, but it's the trademark, the Hasib Hamid floppy hat.
I'm sure he'll be delighted that you've noticed, though. He's been waiting for someone to pick up on his speed.
Yeah. It's one of them that Alistair Cook used to win all the England fitness trials, didn't he? You think of fit and pace don't always go hand in hand. I wouldn't say Alistair Cook be quick, but he can keep running.
Stamina,
yo-yo
farm
test,
work.
Yeah.
They just did
carrying sheep on one back.
It's the 2K they do now. What was it?
Oh, sorry, I was speaking to an expert here, aren't I? I forget.
What did the Lancs do? They think it was, there was a couple of lads well under 7 minutes. That's sharp.
Should we put that in the chat? If you haven't seen, Sam Dalling was a professional cricketer for a day.
I wouldn't say that.
You did all the tests with the professional cricketers?
with Lancs.
I enjoyed it.
Which you popped in and you brought me massively down to earth by saying, well, you did all right. You must have been like the second oldest there. And I went, oh, yeah.
I think you were, weren't you?
I got myself down to third. No, it's Tom Bailey and Jimmy Anderson.
Obviously Jimmy Anderson, yeah. Tom Bailey, yes.
End of the over. 2, 3, 4 for 4. But yeah, a good day, fascinating day. All the different tests they have to do. A couple of them are ECB mandated. We're talking to Wells and Jennings about how it's changed over the years.
I think I said to you, mate, that it was the favourite piece of yours I've ever read.
You did, actually.
So there's a first of the season. We're being nice to each other in the commentary box. So Triggs hasn't rinsed me yet. He said something nice about me earlier.
Someone else, you know, when someone says something nice and it immediately becomes clear they haven't actually read or watched or listened to it.
No,
someone else said that to me, and then asked me a question, and I was like, well, that was the main basis of the piece. So,
well, you know that I read every word.
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, I know you would have done, but someone else did it. I didn't dare call them out and say, well, actually, if you'd have the piece you were just complimenting. Had about 1,000 words on that particular point.
Yeah, I've had that before when they ask a question. Like, I've just given you the answer. Liam Patterson White continuing then from the Trescothick Pavilion end. Long on and long off. I'm not going to be able to stop that. It's a beautiful shot. Can I catch in the commentary box? Not quite. Tell you what, that's nearly hit our new intern with M&H hat. The M&H bat of Tom Abell. What a beautiful strike that is. Straight over the umpire's head, over the sight screen for 6. We saw him bop Patterson White from the other end into Colin Atkinson Pavilion, more over mid-off. This straight as a die. Into the 90s is Tom Abell.
Well, I said in the previous over, Patterson White could be assured that Tom Abell, in his current state, wouldn't use his feet. Just given that the pain. Maybe the pain has eased, the hamstring has loosened off.
Well, Laura Holmes did a pretty wonderful job as physio, I guess. Bit of magic spray. Quicker ball. We saw Patterson White go quicker. In the over, when Abell got to 50, he went 4, then 6, then the 4 byes. And those 4 byes was Liam Patterson White getting frustrated early in the day, spearing it down the leg side, trying to bowl a particularly quick delivery. Tried it again then, was a bit straighter. Good one from Tom Abell, really nice, soft hands. That gap between cover and point that you always think's easy to get a strike rotation. I'm always coaching kids, get that one in there, but it's harder to get than you think. Tom Abell does it with class.
You had a busy winter, H? I'm sure you have. Were you out in Australia, weren't you?
Yeah, that was amazing. A once-in-a-lifetime job, probably. I've been to Australia before, but for 4 of the 5 Ashes tests. I'd had enough by Sydney.
Not surprised. I think they had as well.
Yeah, I didn't do Sydney, but yeah, amazing few months. Learnt so much from playing grade. I mean, I've been out there as an overseas cricketer before, but I trained with first grade Gosnells this time, which was a pleasure. I'm not the level of first grade cricket in Australia, but
some level, isn't it?
Yeah, but to train with them was pretty cool. With Ed Middleton and James Bracey from Gloucestershire.
They were playing out there, were they?
Yeah. Well, James Bracey pushed Alex Davies, former England Lions captain, into the seconds. You know this joke about Aussie grade cricketers always making the England lads go to the twos. You know, Mossman 2s had Archie Vaughan this year. Jordan Thompson was in the 3s a few years ago. Well, 2 county first-class wicketkeepers who've captained their sides. One was in the first team, one was in the second team. There's not a lot between Bracey and Davies.
Seeing a lovely replay of that Tom Abell 6. Have you choice words there from Liam Patterson White? He wasn't.
I also enjoyed
amused by the shot.
the Goldsworthy nod at the end. Like, Goldsworthy doesn't do big emotions. It was just a little nod of appreciation. His former skipper, of course. Complement each other well, do Goldsworthy and Abell.
Tickles it round the corner. Moves on to 95. We shouldn't have really had a commentary box change. I didn't think about that, given where Abell was at, but he seems to have ploughed through it.
I think Triggs was desperate for a wee and gone. Don't think he thought about that. Oh, I should say good morning and good afternoon to Michael Gowden, our US Somerset fan, who's often watching us at funny times of day and night. Introduced him to Will Smead last year. He was delighted. Got a signature on a Will Smead top he bought for his son. He's got a Somerset faithful group over in the US.
Yeah, and he's bringing the whiskey, apparently. That's my drink of choice, so I'm very interested.
Yeah, I thought I'd
got
let
a
you
good collection, yeah.
respond to the whiskey chat.
Mountain Rye whiskey, not tried that one. Oh, Tracy's taught Western a 3-0 down as well.
Yeah, big game in National League South.
Taunton a 3-up. Gary Johnson's Claret and Blue Army.
What about Rory Hodgson? What's he doing on his?
I think they were winning.
Bristol City.
Yeah, they were 2-1 up. They were 2-0 up, and then I think Charlton got one back.
Bit sad that we get our first day of cricket and we end up harking back to football that's been going on for 8 months, but
Back of a length, played well by Goldsworthy.
Is that Dylan Pennington, who was so keen to field the ball, he knocked his hat flying. It wasn't the wind, he punched it off his head. 3 metres behind him.
It's psychological, that, isn't it? The hat. You feel like a lot of fielders knock it off. You feel like it's weighing you down.
Yeah, I do the same thing. I never wear a floppy hat because I think it's slowing me down. Hamid just rocks it and he does knock it off still.
Yeah, but he's got pace to burn, so he can afford to be slowed down a little bit. Way too short.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Rob Lord, though. I'm surprised he was in this 11. I didn't realise Brett Hatton was injured. I knew Josh Tongue wasn't going to play. Luke Fletcher now coaching the women's side up in the East Midlands. So interesting to see youngsters get that opportunity. And Rob Lord's been quite impressive.
Do you know much about him?
He was Lancs, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I was talking to Michael Aston about him earlier. That was a wide, wide for height.
Yeah, just name dropping.
Well, yeah, it's been quite interesting having others in the box. I mean, it shouldn't really be name dropping. I think this is part of the problem with English cricket, that they come down so rarely.
Ooh, playing a miss.
Realistically, if you
where you want to be.
If you work for a broadsheet newspaper reporting on cricket, you probably should be at county grounds all the time. But with the quality of streams, as we're hopefully showing here, they can do it from home. So actually, a lot of the selectors, broadsheet paper journalists can do it from home. We see Shield Berry here quite a lot because he lives up near Bath.
They're just not able to cover it, right? It's not. The papers don't commission it to the extent they used to do. And that's why largely the boxes are empty. So it is nice. These first few weeks of the season before England get going.
Yeah, you'll find that when there's an England game on, they'll all go to the international match.
And that's natural.
But how natural is it? You see Premier League, the same journalists in football would do every Premier League game and still do England. I suppose cricket's different in that sometimes they play at the same time. But quite often they're not. Like we've got probably, 6 weeks here with no international cricket at the same time?
But it's just about these days what's going to generate clicks. And as much as we would love it to, if you're a newspaper editor, I suspect you just can't give as much to county cricket as you might love to. I'm sure plenty of them love the county championship. I'd love to have been around in those glory days under the over 75 gone, where a broadsheet newspaper would carry 4 or 5 county championship reports every game.
Oh, I'd love to. Yeah, absolutely agree. Definitely.
Looking ahead to the middle of June, Festival of Good Red Ball Cricket.
It's Good Friday. Very clever from you,
Stan. Somerset versus Warwickshire here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. That'll be well worth coming down to. Plenty of Q&As, and like I was saying earlier that you're probably at the end of a microphone asking some questions for that,
yeah,
I'm sure.
Definitely.
Like a Q&A these days, don't you?
I do like a Q&A. Some very good, successful Q&As over the winter, as Patterson White is nearly tucked for one square by Tom Abell. He's annoyed he's not got that past Hamid for one.
You've been doing walkers and talkers, you've been doing a little bit of?
Brilliant one with Nick Pepper the other day. I did my own walk and talk. I was quizzed by Perry Randall.
Did you?
That went very well. Had a lot of, we had 150 odd people listening to that.
Oh, beautiful.
Nick Pepper, I Q&A'd the other day. Rob Chambers was in there. Perry and I did a combo. We did half an hour myself with Nick, and he did half an hour with Rob Chambers talking about making M&H bats. But yeah, Nick Pepper there.
Who interrogated you then, did you say?
That was Perry, yeah.
Right.
PCA Perry. He does not the walk and talk. Although I don't need much interrogation, do I?
I imagine you very much just need a little bit of a,
you're not even,
jump start.
I could have probably done an hour's monologue, really, couldn't I?
Harry, and then off you go.
Yeah. 3 balls left in this over. Does Tom Abell want to use his feet, but long on and long off have gone back now, 10 yards off the back. Farhan Ahmed was not picked for this game. He is the subfielder at long on. This is weird, like it's a team sport, and of course you want to do well, but it's slightly odd. Every wicket Liam Patterson White takes makes him send the team slightly more than Farhan Ahmed getting into the team. So if Ahmed then takes a blinding catch to give Patterson White a wicket, it's a slight conflict of interest even in teammates.
They played a fair bit together last year, though, I think. This
Well,
is just
yeah. You know what? I think Calvin Harrison was the best of the 3 of them, and batting and fielding at slip. Took some cracking catches. To have 3 spinners all completely different, I thought is pretty unique in county cricket. To have an offie, a leggy, and a left arm finger spinner.
And he's in the Northamptonshire team today, isn't he?
Yeah. Trying to become a genuine all-rounder, batting 7 or 8. They had George Bartlett quite low down the order on the Northampton card.
That move hasn't quite worked for him yet, has it?
Nah, he was almost a TFC in the T20 side. Did you see him batting 8, I think, in a couple of last games? He's better than that. He batted 4 or 5 for Somerset. Got the 100 at Middlesex, I remember. Batting at 4, quite early in April a couple of years ago.
Rob Lord going to continue.
How good, though. I haven't talked to you about how good was that Carl Verena catch, by the way.
Yes, it was very good, wasn't it?
That's got to be the catch of the season so far, hasn't it?
There's not many to pick from. But, yes.
No, we've got to say, it wasn't caught behind. Normally you think a keeper takes a catch. That was caught in front. That's my favourite liner today.
He was very quick. How many times you said it?
3 or 4. I said it to Chris Rue and he chuckled. Even though it's his own son getting out, he chuckled. I thought, oh, that's a good sign.
Risky.
Yeah.
I went out there.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, unlucky dismissal there, but a brilliant catch. Just reactions, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Scrambled around one hand. Patterson White had so much faith in him that he watched the replay. I don't think he actually watched him take the catch.
Yeah.
He turns to the umpire straight away to ask, to basically say, well, he's hit that into his foot, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's just assuming that Carl Veran's going to get around and take that catch, which I think is a good sign that there's faith in the wicketkeeper. What we've got this delay here for? Are we going to get a bat pad in?
Yeah, we're going to see some short leg pads. Farhan Ahmed, I think that's why he came on, to allow the fielder to put the pads on. Farhan Ahmed's waiting to see, do I stay on or am I going off now? I really wanted Carl Verena to have, well, it still might happen, some involvement with Craig Overton to get the North Devon link in. I don't think they ever played together. Yeah, Carl Verena was an overseas at Insta a while back. Here we go.
There we go.
Look at this catch. Thank you, Ben Warren. Brilliant in the director's box to give us this. Look at that grab.
One-handed. It'd be so easy as well for that, when he hits the deck, for that to fall out.
Yeah.
Soft elbows.
I like that. Hands and elbows. This is the court in front. Not a no ball. Reacted. Quick reactions. Diving. James Rue knows straight away what a catch that is. And James Rue would obviously be delighted and pretty proud of that catch himself.
Yeah, I'm glad you finished that sentence the way you do. Wasn't much delight on James Rue's face at that point. Short leg in for Tom Abell, Rob Lord continuing. Takes on the pull shot still. Short log.
What is it with me that you always stumble your words, but I'm with you?
I haven't done it all day either. Short leg took like a brace position there. As soon as he saw that pull shot coming, head down, arms across his chest. Abell moves to 97.
Oh, Tom Laws didn't get his 100. Surrey bailing themselves out the lower order against Warwickshire again. First class best of 83 for Laws. Ben Folkes is still on 71 not out.
Edge behind and gone. Just a little tickle. That's a beauty from Rob Lord. He's bowled a few of them today and not got any reward. Well, the Lord has his reward. Lewis Goldsworthy gone for 18. Somerset 245 for 5.
Very apt on Good Friday.
Wow.
The Lord has struck, we could say.
Let's have another look at it.
Yeah, a bit of a nibble from the hands of Lewis. A good ball, but could he just leave that? I think he could.
For 18 runs of 40 balls.
Disappointment for Goldsworthy. He'd made a start. Need some big scores. It feels like a bit of a make or break season for him as well. He's in that potentially the George Bartlett zone of a couple of years ago where like, everyone knows he's a good player, but there comes a point where you can't just be a promising young player anymore.
Yeah, I've always loved Lewis Goldsworthy,
Me
and
too.
I've admired his stickability. I'm not saying Green and Aldridge gave up, but they went elsewhere to get match time. Bartlett, Byram, similar, fine. Goldsworthy has been in and out and often not treated that well, you'd say, and that he's not getting that many chances, but he got his 100 at Chelmsford in the last game. He stayed here, and Archie Vaughan has had to miss out. I think that's the right decision to make, and he probably knows there's a little bit of pressure. When Banton comes back from the IPL, he would probably have Goldsworthy's spot, and you've still got Archie Vaughan and Thomas Roux and even Finn Hill as options to come in. I don't think we'll see Finn Hill in the Championship, and I don't think we'll see Thomas Roux in the Championship till at least September, but there's options. So many options. There's a lot of strength and depth in Somerset's batting, just not so much in the bowling this year.
Craig Overton in at 7. Do you have your wish?
Yeah, Verena to over. I'm not sure if Craig would have been down at Instow when Carl Verena was there, but I'm sure I could text a few North Devon friends and find out.
You have plenty of friends down there.
Yeah, lovely setup.
I forgot you've got to actually update the BBC website as well with this wicket.
Multitasking at its finest.
You are fabulous. What a man. What the two slips, both looking at Hasiba Mead. What do you want us to do? 1 and 2 or 2 and 3? Hasiba Mead has gone for 2 and 3. Oh, it's a beauty to start with. Cuts Craig Overton up. I'll try to remember not to ask you a question for the next 30 seconds, H.
Sorry, I'm done.
You're
Quick
done.
typing.
Well, let's just jag back in as well. It's a good delivery, not what you want first up.
I think you know when you had like laptop CDs, whatever they're called, like things you put in your computer when we were younger. What were they called?
CD-ROMs.
CD-ROMs, that's it. I'm sure we had a quick touch typing CD-ROM that I did as a game as a kid.
Yes,
that's
I remember
helping me
that.
now.
Yeah. Without looking. Do you use
Yes.
all the fingers, or are you?
Yeah,
like,
I
you
do.
do it
I think.
properly. Do you?
Yeah, I'm not a piano player, but I do try and use all my fingers. Oh, Craig.
It's pulled him free for 1. It was a good run because it was to the left of Hasiba Mead. Not a sentence I thought I'd hear on opening day of the Rothesay County Championship. I'm not a piano player, but I do use all my fingers.
Well, my brother and sister both played very high-level piano.
Did they?
And so I would think, that was what I was thinking in the family, they would use all their fingers, and they both work on computers at work.
Right.
Whereas I don't do either, but I've learnt to type quickly enough. I guess it's more of a sports journalism thing, the amount of times I've had to rewrite a football match report from a 90th minute equaliser and suddenly scrap the headline.
Right, Rob Lord's dropped the ball, which is why he's trotting a little bit further back. Abel's on 97. Field has spread. There's a fine leg, a long leg, and a deep backward square leg. Well, he's just about 15 yards in off the boundary. Saying to Tom Abel, take the pull shot on if you fancy it. And there's a man in front of square in a similar position. So 3 fielders on that side, an arc of them, plus a short leg. Freddie McCann's just reappeared as a first slip. Me and Patterson White. Probably at gully, I think, I would say there. Tom Abel's just pushed it to Hasiba Mead. End of the over. Good over from Rob Lord. Reward for his work today. Picks up the wicket of Lewis Goldsworthy. Somerset 77 in, 246 for 5.
77 in, I like that. New way of saying 77 overs bowled. Is something you've been working on over the winter, Sam?
I'm not sure I'm the first person to say. I guess, yeah, it does feel more, it's that football
bit more
cricket
funky.
transition time, isn't it?
Yeah.
77 minutes in.
Well, Craig Overton then will face his first ball at a spin from Liam Patterson White with a quite tight field. The only one back is the deep square leg. He's forward deep square leg with the pads on, so he's not going to be charging around too much.
The skipper, Craig Overton.
Yes, that's a phrase we've said a few times in the past, but not loads of times. Bit of an inside edge there. I love the loud, clear calls. The North Devon bellow from Craig. That first run he got, Tom Abell, good hamstrings or not, was never any doubt as that Craig Overton was making him run. Whether he's in the 90s or not, Craig was going to make him come through for that single. Full. Later in the innings, I think Craig will bop that over his head for 4, even 6, but steady at the moment, getting his eye in. Mid on and mid off have both come up in what would be the ring. We're at a one-day game, as Craig's content to play out some decent straight deliveries here from Patterson White. Abell with gloves off at the non-striker's end. Just keeping calm. Both in their lovely sleeveless sweaters.
You're a fan of the sleeveless sweater?
Yes, personally I don't really wear them. Oh, Craig's gone over mid-on, only just. He didn't pick that up. You know, he's not got hold of that particularly well. It is 4. Kieran's going to go to 5, and that's going to be the first batting bonus point. That's crucial for Somerset. 1 point, which you never know at the end of the season. 1 point could be the difference between a place, a title. We don't know, but think how many times Somerset have left first innings batting bonus points out there when they could have got there. Well, could Somerset get 300, 350 before the 110 overs are up? Ollie Stone just didn't pick it up.
I love the genuine excitement in your voice there.
Oh, absolutely.
You really
I love a batting bonus point.
Enjoy that.
We just, how many years have I commentated on Somerset now? 5, 6, and there's been so many batting bonus points that we've missed out on by 1 wicket or an over or, you know, a silly shot here and there. And I think to get 1 in the first game of the season is a good effort against the champions on a green pitch. You're expected to be slightly lower scoring than normal.
Yeah, I didn't mean to kick you under the table. Just looking at me as if you're expecting a message. No, I just kicked you as I was uncrossing my legs.
Fine.
78 gone. Abell on strike, 97 he's got. Yeah, 1 is the cry.
Could short legger stop that?
It's hard in there though, isn't it? As soon as a batter's playing any sort of shot, you're then in a self-preservation mode.
Yeah, fair enough.
You spent much time under there?
No, I don't think ever. I think that's the one. I don't like to refuse a request from the captain, but I hate being put a fine leg or third man, and I would probably refuse on safety grounds to be in close. I'd probably play the car crash card and the head injury and say no thanks.
It's in the air. He wasn't in control of that, but it's gone. I think that's gone just over the ropes. I think that has plonked maybe a couple of centimetres over the ropes. He had his hand off the bat.
Well, there's a steward 2 metres away from that land, and I know it. Oh, I should know his name.
The fielder doesn't know.
He lives up in North Devon, so he's going to give Craig that as a 6. I think they should go to the steward because they're not sure, are they? The fielder doesn't know. The crowd are giving it a 6. I love that. We can hear it for the effects mic. Oh, there's a few boos from the stands.
Well, let's have another look.
I think the fielder would rather it got called as 6.
Let's roll it back.
If it's called as 4, the fielder will think he should have got that.
I think it's definitely gone over the rope there. You can just see where it first hits.
The steward's bottled that there. The steward's 2 yards from it and he's done nothing.
You can see the puff of sand, which is over the rope.
Yeah.
There. See that puff there?
I am disappointed. I think part of the steward's contract is they've got to be an umpire if it lands near them. I'll have a word.
He wasn't in control of that.
No.
So he was in control of that one.
So that's a win to Rob Lord, are we saying? That 4 or 6, whatever it was.
It was given us 4. We've got to call it what it is.
Yeah. So if Somerset lose by 2 runs, we're going to remember that moment.
Can you imagine? Where are you playing your cricketing trade this summer?
Oh, I can't actually reveal that on the live stream, Sam, I'm afraid.
Okay.
It's contract negotiations are taking place in the last couple of weeks. I'm a bit late on it, I admit.
When does the season start? May?
Yeah. I
didn't
intend to leave it quite this late. But I can reveal I'm no longer playing in the Weffel for Wemden. I did tell them last weekend, so more than likely to come back and play in Devon a bit closer to home after 3 years, driving up the M5 all over Somerset. I've had 3 good years in the Weffel.
Petrol money's expensive these days, mate.
Exactly. Petrol full stop is expensive these days.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's a shot. 2 straight, hits the stumps. Hit them hard, so deflects away. Couple more. This is interesting. I don't know enough teams to push you, but I'm not going to push you because you said you can't reveal it. I like the fact you're in contract negotiations. Well, you fending off offers?
Yeah,
you man in demand?
I had 4 or 5 offers, and I'm not very good at making decisions, as you know. So that's partly why it's taken so long. I've tried to rule out. I've narrowed it down to 3 clubs now, basically.
Okay. Player coaching roles?
Yes, mostly, yeah.
So does it come down to cash in the pocket, basically, with you?
No, a lot of it is geography.
Yeah.
And opportunities from a work point of view with coaching, and I haven't got a salary or a pension. This is self-employed life, so it's doing other bits and bobs around playing cricket.
Sounds intriguing.
And
you got an agent taking a cut of this?
I am.
I'm happy to do a live stream auction for you, Harry, if you want.
Well, that would be like the the Devon League mega auction.
I'm not going to play at Burbage, Nice and Royal Retreat because I can announce that live on air. That's a bit too far east for me. Anyhow, enough about me. Let's talk about the cricket. Fine leg, deep square. Well, more of a deep mid-wicket now, actually, and a long on. And also, to Tom Abell, there's a deep cover and a long off, because he's on 98, and Liam Patterson White is bowling spin.
There's good reeling off of facts there, H. Deflection away from you.
Yeah, got to be done. Plus, I was still trying to type up the 250 bonus point, but you distracted me talking about myself.
You could have ignored it.
I should have done, actually. I need to be better at ignoring people. Tom Abell then on the back foot, punches down the ground. Just 1 run to long off. Easy pick up for Lyndon James with number 8 on his back. Number 8 and number 9 at long off and long on.
So are you looking for a guaranteed first team spot?
Liam Patterson White has got mid off in the ring for Craig Overton. Yes, but the offers aren't to play second team, so that's not really a factor.
Right.
I don't know, I think you're putting pressure on me here, Sam. 2 balls left in the 80th over. This is going to be an interesting development. Craig Overton takes that 1 out to deep mid-wicket. Tom Abell is now on 99 not out with 1 ball remaining before the new ball. I expect the field to come up. And they do. Except mid-wicket's not quite so sure about it. Oh, I'm getting stick. I've had 3 different texts in the last 5 minutes. Come and play for us.
That's what
I've just had a new offer.
I wonder how many offers you would get.
I've just had 2 new offers, Sam, that weren't on the table. I can't have more decisions to make. Right. Tom Abell is on 99 in the first game of the season here. And he plays it out to backward point. Tom Abell is going to get to 100. First game of the County Championship season 2026. The local lad, Tom Abell, gets through for a brilliant 100. Him and James Rew had that record partnership for the 4th wicket at Trent Bridge last year. The 2 of them were pretty good today. James Rew fell earlier on. But Craig Overton, the captain, is there with Tom Abell now. And 260 for 5 as the new ball is about to be taken. But a lot of that is thanks to Tom Abell. Sublime class. And first ball he faced on 99. He gets there. The long legs of Craig Overton made that single not too risky. And really, point probably should have been in the ring a bit closer. I think Notts gave that to him a bit more easily than they should have done. Yeah,
and there was that hamstring trouble that seems to have cleared up. Hopefully just a little dose of cramp. 21st first class 100 for Tom Abell. 4 against Notts now.
Yes.
Most prolific, most prolific side. I'll be sick of the sight of him. Did he take a hat-trick up there as well?
He did. And Trescothick, did he catch all of them? I think Craig...
2 hat-tricks in the game.
I think these 2 lads.
Yeah,
the 2 lads batting, I think, took hat-tricks in the same game.
Did he play? Well,
Pete might have played, yeah. I'm sure Trescothick
I think you're right. Yeah,
many of them. Oh, just another offer.
How many? So you've got 4 new offers. So you're up to 7 now. And all into Abell. Field still spread. Moves to 101. But you could do that thing because quite a lot of players. You get sub-pros, don't you, in the sort of northern leagues and things like that. A lot of players
even
like just
Callington and Cornwall had Roloff van der Merwe, Nick Gubbins, Samit Patel, and Graham Wagg all in the same year.
You
I
just
think.
play the one game and people
Yeah.
do each other a favour.
Yeah, I'm not quite at that level.
No, I think. Yeah, I'm going to disappear. Triggs is going to no doubt make you yet another offer to come and join him at Burbage.
No. Craig Overton fishing outside the off stump there somewhat. Could have probably left that ball. The new ball, of course, Notts trying to make inroads with. We've just had a paid £2 to Tom Abell to say thank you very much for his innings. I don't quite know where that £2 is going to go or what's going to happen with it, but it's a contribution in the club bank account to get us a second overseas thanks to Tom Abell's runs.
Is that a thing, is it?
I didn't know it was a thing, Tree, to be honest with you. Yes, Tom, £2. Sod this all.
It's got to go straight to the Tom Abell Trust, hasn't it?
You know, like they carry the tub around or the bucket. When I was playing the Yorkshire League, we had Devon Smith was playing for one of the sides. Alex Lees was playing for another one. And if you got 100, then they'd pass this bucket round. I feel like it's a bit like that, but the modern version of. Left outside the off stump by Tom Abell.
I have to admit, I'm slightly more interested in the Colorado Mountain Rye whiskey that's been offered by one of our listeners when he comes over in September. That will trump the £2.
He did say he'd bring one over.
Super chat. Oh, it's been an emotional half an hour. Abell peeling off another first-class century. But Weston-super-Mare going down 3-0 against Torquay United. It's been an emotional roller coaster. What a brilliant innings, though, from Tom Abell. He's looked very composed, especially in that period, around about 80 runs, where he looked like he's been having a little bit of cramp, hamstring trouble. Refocused, and what a great way to start your season with 100 against a good bowling attack. Tough conditions. Abell's come out on top.
And there's Somerset batters or former Somerset batters all over the place. Casey Aldridge is batting for Durham against Kent at the moment. Sean Dixon has just had a duck on debut, sadly, for Glamorgan against Yorkshire at Sapphire Gardens. He went down the track, did Sean Dixon, to the seamer Jack White. Johnny Bairstow taking a good catch in front of first slip. Casey Aldridge is still going, but Casey Aldridge will probably run out of partners soon. Durham are 9 down against Kent. Kemar Roach, though, is... Do you remember that West Indies-New Zealand test over the winter? Kemar Roach had an amazing rearguard, batted for ages and ages. I think it was Justin Greaves at the other end who scored a big 100. And Roach batted for hours and hours and just stayed there. Well, former Somerset man Casey Aldridge will want that. Thanks to the graphic on the screen, you can see where Tom Abell scored most of his runs. Well, all of his runs are on that graphic. And we're going to see Dylan Pennington with the new ball from the Trescothick Pavilion end. Bowled well earlier on this morning, Dylan Pennington. Hit some pretty good areas. Who did he get out? He got out Tom Lammonby, didn't he? Caught behind for 3.
Yeah, he looked dangerous against the lefties, getting the natural movement across the left-hander from over the wicket. Looks like pads and stumps will be the danger for a right-handed batter, but quite often different balls have some different characteristics. He might get a little bit of shape away. Didn't look like he had the ability to get the ball away from the right-hander, but we'll see, Harry.
Indeed.
Certainly a challenger to the lefty. Bowled beautifully early on, could have had 3 or 4. Oh, yes, movement away, off the seam that time. That hard, new, shiny jute ball. Getting a little bit of movement out of this surface here at Taunton that, you have to say, from probably 40 overs on, looked like it was very much in the favour of the batter.
Always good surfaces here. Nick Pepper does a great job. I think you see the green tinge and you think it's going to do a lot, but actually get through that early period with the new ball. make runs at Taunton.
Oh,
that's a drop catch. Third slip.
Right in the breadbasket. That's a really straightforward chance there. The third slip off the thick outside edge of Craig Overton, and Pennington grimacing / laughing with his teammate Lyndon James. Super frustrated. He's deserved another wicket at least, Pennington, today for how he's performed, and that's about as easy as slip catch as you're going to get.
I can't understand how he's dropped that. There's no excuse. There's no... It's not as cold as it was. It's a nice height. It's quite an easy seeing ground. That's just a bit of a shocker, really.
Yeah, I mean, there is a bit of a phrase. There is no such thing as an easy slip catch, but if there was such a thing, that was it. You really do expect that to be taken. Disappointment etched over the body language of the bowler. And a big whoosh next ball from Craig Overton. Oh, and absolutely leathered through backward point. Slightly short, slightly wide. And the big man lets fly with that flashing blade straight out the middle. Joe Clark at extra cover just shielded his face. I don't think he even saw it. It rocketed to the boundary.
And of course, after a drop catch, invariably a boundary comes soon after.
Yeah, just to salt the wound. Absolutely key to take your chances, especially when they're gifted to you like that. Somerset 268 for 5, in really good shape in this first innings to put a sizable score on and put Nottinghamshire under pressure.
Dave Roberts has just texted me, Notts fielding coach job offer incoming. That's a very good point. There you go. I'll put my application in. Your mate Paul Frank still involved?
Yeah, Frank's he's an assistant coach here. Got some stuff with the 100 team as well, I believe. Good man. like a stick of rock. If you cut him in half, Frank C, it would say Nottinghamshire CCC through the middle. Fantastic player and coach for the club. Have a look at that scorecard there, dominated in particular by Tom Abell and James Rue. That partnership of over 100, crucial in the context of the day's play.
Three slips then in place for Ollie Stone, the fellow opening bowler. No Brett Hutton or Josh Tongue for Notts in this game. That's hit Craig Overton in the rib. Oh no, that's knocked him right over. Ribs are not a pleasant place to be hit. I've seen Craig Overton wear a chest guard quite a few times in the past.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he does, but it looks like that he might have gone all the way around that and got him in the right-hand side.
Oh yeah, because he's gone too front on.
Yeah, I think that's probably got him in sternum area. Yeah, painful blow.
Yeah, 2 hernia ops over the winter.
Yeah, it's got him through the other side. Yeah, that'll be sore that tomorrow.
Laura Holmes busy today. Well, she's just offering some support here for Craig. Tried to give him a fist pump or a thumb up or an arm. He said, thanks, but there's not a lot you can do it. Made of stern stuff up in North Devon. Takes a lot to knock Craig Overton over. And he has got a long sleeve shirt and a jumper for a tiny bit more protection than normal.
Yeah, he'll have a nice, nice purple badge for his troubles, I'd have thought.
It's funny, sometimes you can get a really bad bruise, but it's not that painful. And other times it can be really painful, not much of a bruise. There we go, what a response from Craig Overton. Smashes in for 4 through extra cover. Doesn't really need to jog that single. I'm surprised Ollie Stone went with a half volley, having just hit him in the rib. Or
yeah, there's a bit of meaning behind that drive. Beware the injured cricketer.
Strong bottom hand, bang. Well, Lewis Gregory's out with a pectoral injury. That wasn't far off hitting Craig Overton's pec the ball before. More runs leg side. Just going to be one whipped off his legs by Craig Overton. He's already into the 20s. Ollie Stone and Craig Overton, men who've been sort of on the fringes of England's selection in the last 5 years or so. Both have had chances in Test cricket without nailing down a spot. Another former Somerset man in Dom Bess is in the action. Glamorgan finally playing cricket against Yorkshire, their first day in Division 1. Bold, Ollie Stone, tight lines, not a lot you can do with that.
It could be a case of mistaken identity.
Go on.
Is it Haynes at third slip?
Yeah.
Was he the chap down at deep square leg when it went over him 4-6?
4-6, but they gave it as a 4. That fine leg. I think it was a 6.
No way you didn't see that. That landed.
Well, we all said it was 6, yeah.
Clearly on the rope.
Well, we all said, Sam, myself, you, all saw it was 6, and the steward didn't give it.
I'm just throwing out there. Isn't the cricket gods? Maybe, you know, the drop catch a couple of overs later. Maybe there's, you know.
You think he knew it was 6? And should have been honest.
100%.
He played there, was turning the other way.
I think you could probably argue at a point of the fielder that went over. Definitely not the. I was right behind.
Oh, you were down there.
Whoever was down at fine leg, and it clearly landed.
Were your hands aloft?
Were you signalling it? Well, it's just he felt like to do the right thing, you know. I'm just saying, like Mother Cricket, you know, sometimes she sees all.
Would Paul Pollard and Graham Lloyd recognise you from your playing days, see your arms in the air, and then say, Pete Trigo's a trusty fella?
No, they'd probably signal 4. Maybe we can get the replay and identify the culprit, and maybe there's something in my madness. It was definitely a 6. Though.
I think that's a great shout.
What did the slow-mo camera show?
We all said 6, yeah. We looked. We even saw the puff of sand the other side of the rope.
Yeah, it was the back of the rope on the fall.
Yeah. We couldn't believe.
And I'm getting old, mate. I got glasses, and I'm probably an extra 30 metres away, and it was clear as day.
We couldn't quite understand, and all the fans were giving it 6. We could hear a few groans through the effects mic. Craig Overton's going to take some pills. I reckon it's ibuprofen.
Here we go.
Here we go. Is it
conclusive evidence of the culprit?
Haynes. Jack Haynes, not Desmond Haynes. Oh.
Definitely 6. And it was number 30. Mother Cricket has struck, brought the drop catch. Absolutely scientific fact, nailed on. What are we thinking on the live stream?
So we're calling him
probably
the 6 cheat drops a catch.
Might get a bit of hate for that, but just
that's your tabloid article.
The wheel is round. You know, you do something like that, and then 2 or 3 overs later you drop a catch. You think, maybe there's something in the ether.
Good area from Dylan Pennington again. He's been pretty consistent. Still only £2 donated to this Tom Abell fund, but lots of thumb up.
Well, one of the great £2 though. Thank you very much to who was it that popped it on?
Sod This All, he's called.
Oh yeah,
great name. Yeah, someone else said, oh, Kit Harris, wisdom writer, add this to the 2 runs earlier on when the fielder touched the boundary. Yeah, okay, we're on it. Oh, nearly a chop on from Tom Abell.
Yeah, I totally agree, Jamie. The cricket gods do work in mysterious ways. But we are where we are. 275 for 5 now. Somerset putting up a top scrappy performance with a sprinkling of quality from Rue and Abell. Abell still going. Another single into the offside. That time of the day with the cold wind on the bowlers' bodies. Bowlers start to look a little bit stiff in the field. Ollie Stone looked like he was a little bit laboured getting to that ball. Nothing worse for the old bowling cement, as we used to call it. It definitely sets a bit harder when there's a cold wind in the air. Oh, shot there. Nice piece
Great
of
bit of
fielding.
fielding, yeah. I'd say that's the best bit of fielding I've seen all day. I think it's Lyndon James at short extra cover. The pick up there, it's hit very hard by Craig Overton. It was 4 or a dot. And clean as a whistle. Sort of scoop up low off the turf. The cricket gods work in mysterious ways, yeah.
It's confirmed it for me.
I don't think he meant to hit that in the air, Craig Overton, but deep point's not seen it. Lyndon James is nowhere near it. It's going to be another 4. And deep point's got to find a way of picking that out of the tarpaulin without getting his spikes on the sheet, or is he just going to go for it? No, he's just going to stand on the tarpaulin sheet. Normally they go on their knees or try and keep the spikes off it, but... Is that Haynes again? Yeah, it is as well. It's going to be like we're picking on him.
No, that's Joe Clark, I think, out there at deep point. Yeah.
They've kept Haynes at third slip. Yeah, actually.
Yeah, he's gazing into the distance, down towards the moment of interest. Maybe he's thinking, what have I done? What did I do? It's only 2 runs. Oh, that's a nice delivery from Pennington. He's been unlucky today. He's bowled.
Yeah, I agree.
Really, really well. 17 overs, 1 for 41. Could easily see him 3 or 4 today. The amount of times he's beat the bat. Another sharp, nipping delivery there away from Craig Overton, who has a good cast of the rod there. Young Nottinghamshire supporter here. A couple of not supporters enjoying a bit of car park cricket. Those were the days.
Cool, Harry Trump doesn't miss a trick, does he? He's there with his camera straight away. Before the YouTube live stream camera's on it, Harry Trump's there with his big DSLR camera. 3 slips then. McCann, Patterson White and Haynes are in there for the bowling volley stone. How many runs does Casey Aldridge have to get before, I don't know, powers that be, Rue let him go to Durham? First innings up there and he's in the runs already.
How many's he got?
46, not out at the moment. Oh, Hassi Hamid has not stopped that. Is it still going to go for 4? He's been quick across the ground. I was picking up his fielding earlier. He's dived, missed it, and they've come back for a couple. But didn't quite go for 4. Yeah, Kemar Roach is there at number 11 with Casey Aldridge.
I'd say it's probably more wickets, isn't it? I think the complete package. I mean, Casey's a quality player, isn't it?
Yeah,
he's a genuine all-rounder. I think he's a brilliant 7. Has potential to be a 6-5, definitely. But you know, he bowls a heavy ball, and you know he's got all the attributes to be a really, really high-quality all-rounder. But you know, the decision for him to move on would have been about being one of those first names on the team sheet, and you'd kind of think that playing in the north of the country, in particular Chesley Street, would suit his bowling, might get a little bit more out of it. Very, very good cricketer.
Yeah, he would have batted 7 ahead of Craig Overton in this game if he was here. Probably taken Jake Bull's spot, and Craig would have been 8, Casey 7.
Yeah, a lot of these situations, they're not always black and white. It's probably, I can't imagine for a second it would be that Somerset didn't want him in any way, shape or form. I think we've lost a number of cricketers that want to better themselves and get more opportunities. You know, I think we'll really miss Ben Green in one-day cricket. I think we'll really miss Sean Dixon in one-day cricket. He's been fantastic, and you have to say that, you know, he's got through to a final for Somerset and won us a finals day. I mean, the previous T20 finals win, he got 2 50-60s. It was outstanding on
with
finals
James Rue
day.
on his T20 debut. Yeah,
the semi-final here, quarter-final here,
Warwickshire,
unbelievable. One of the best knocks you'll ever see. You know, looked dead and buried, and he just came alive. You know, so we'll miss him. But, you know, that is a sign of the strength of Somerset as well, that, you know, guys of that quality struggle to get the amount of cricket that they want for their own sort of careers. And you know, it's not like back in the day where it was headline news that someone moves. It's quite a normal thing now.
Yeah, there's a lot of moves these days, aren't there? Not like your day where you'd be one club man, or?
Well, as much as possible. Yeah, it's all, I mean, there's always a story behind it. You know, there's always a reason for moving on, opportunities, offers, you know. Clubs court players that they think are open to moving and they can offer more opportunities. Yeah, I'm all for it, really. It's absolutely fine and gives opportunities for the likes of Thomas Rue to come of age and to play in the one-day team with, you know, 3 key players, certainly with the bat missing out. You know, it gives the next generation an opportunity. But yeah, big shoes to fill. Let's be clear on that.
Talking of big shoes, Craig Overton's getting a bit of a rib massage with his big feet out there. But
yeah, you need to pull the top pot, that's second skin up, show us all the bruise.
Maybe gel, do you reckon?
See
gel.
See how good an off-season he's had.
Dylan Pennington then from the Swiss Gothic Pavilion end. Picking up some interesting chat on the effects mic. That's a decent delivery from Pennington.
Yeah,
Craig
Physio should come
now.
out with the cold sponge. That'll get him back to the crease pretty sharpish.
Yeah, congratulations to Craig and Aisha having their first baby due this year. Craig didn't play in the SA20. Lewis Gregory and Will Smead, Thomas Rue, of course, all were out there. Even Mickey Pretorius out South Africa being his home, but Craig stayed here and had his operations, recovery, ready for this game, where he's captain. Could they push for 2 here? Probably not. Good anticipation from deep mid-wicket. Floodlights not taking over the natural light, but pretty important here. I don't think we'll be would be playing if there weren't floodlights here. If we're at New Road in these conditions, we'd probably be off.
I think they'll be looking at it as soon as you get the 4 shadows underneath the cricketer. That's normally the sign that the artificial lights have taken over the natural. That, I believe,
that's
is
the term I've heard. Yeah, heard that phrase a lot. As we are seeing a few fans walking to an early exit. Oh, there's a one there. Brilliant running from Tom Abell. That's superb anticipation, watching the ball. You think don't run to a misfield, but that was really sloppy from Dylan Pennington. Hasib Hamid came over from mid-on and covered up well, but he just didn't really pick the ball up. It wasn't hit hard. It was a back foot defensive shot from Abell. Craig Overton wasn't expecting it, but it's only about 6 steps for Overton, so he was fine. Abell was well in at the non-strikers.
Brilliant, but when you've had a twingy hammy all that evening, I'm like, Abes, you don't need that extra one, pal.
Do you remember it was the ex-university game, wasn't it, last year, the pre-season game? Looking forward to Tom Abell being the main run scorer in a pre-season game against the uni lads that he used to play with. And he did his hammy. That was him out for a few games.
Yeah, I'd say that was slightly on the high-risk side. Oh, another beauty there from Pennington. He must be scratching his head. I mean, he's beat the bat 20, 30 times today, it seems. I actually don't think that's a wildly inaccurate guess, actually.
No, I agree.
He could have had an absolute hatful. It's just not been his day, but he's bowled relentlessly in and around that off stump, darted the ball around, just had no luck. And I suppose just to salt the wound, that drop catch in the previous over. And again.
He's poking
31.
and fishing, isn't he? Craig
31.
doesn't need ready. He's just going to keep nibbling out there. Rain stops play in Hampshire, Essex. 219 for 3 at Essex. Matt Critchley's in the 90s. He'll want to play a little bit more today while he's in and get to his 100. Essex, who are going to bat with 12, right? This bizarre circumstance now with Wesley being off for that broken digit on his hand because of the Sonny Baker short ball. And Noah Thane coming in.
32. So frustrating when that happens. He's been relentless all day, Pennington. We could have a play and miss montage from Pennington's spells today. He's bowled 18 overs, 1 for 43. Could easily be 5.
And you reckon of those 18 times 6 deliveries, 32 have been player misses?
I'm throwing
maybe
a dart
more
on the board, but I reckon, yeah, it's got to be up there. Treble 11.
18 times 6, 60, 108. Not a bad ratio, that.
Yeah, there's been a lot of them. Ollie Stone from the river end. Can he just build from that bit of pressure that Pennington's been building? He's got the nick. Stone gets the nick. Abell's mammoth innings comes to an end. 108 from Tom Abell. A brilliant innings. And another fine piece of bowling by Ollie Stone, just nibbling around that 4th, 5th stump. Tom Abell can't resist just to have a little nibble at that one, a thin outside edge.
108 runs of 186.
And a smart catch by Varane, and that ends a fine knock from Tom Abell. A brilliant contrast of rearguard defensive play early on. He opened his shoulders, in particular against Liam Patterson White. Hit him back down the ground for a couple of sixes, but an exceptional knock there from Tom Abell. 286 for 6 now at Taunton, and in comes Jack Leach.
Yeah, got a few runs in pre-season, didn't he, Jack Leach? Craigo went off to have a baby scan. Alfie Ogborn came up the order, and Jack Leach batted nicely against Glamorgan here just last week. But a couple more words on Tom Abell. How well he batted today. That 4, 6, and then 4 off Liam Patterson White to get to his 50. Got to his 100 the first ball he faced on 99. A positive strike rate from him today. He looked at ease, actually almost overtook James Rue. I think James Rue doesn't mess around. Tom Abell just hit all around the ground, beautiful shots. Great to see him back to his best, even if there's slight concerns over his hamstring.
It feels like a little bit early, 2 or maybe 4 overs early for what you'd call that classic night watchman position. I know we've got some aggressive batters to come in after Leach, but I suppose if anyone that you'd want from the lower order to grit out 10 overs, Leachy would be your man.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Left-hand, right-hand combination as well.
Have him ahead of Miggy Pretorius makes a lot of sense here for me. I think it's a good move. And now Field One, of course.
Yeah, I mean, we've just been fed a remarkable stat, actually, and just, I suppose, credit to the way Nottinghamshire have bowled and our general sense that they've been quite unlucky. 86 play and misses so far today, the most we've had here since doing the live stream. Just, I suppose, proves a point. Make it 87. And I don't think it will be the last. It's been actually quite remarkable to see how many times the Notts bowlers have beat the bat, but Somerset have capitalised on that and have put a nice total up on the board so far. Still a few away of where they'd be really, really happy. But it could have been very, very different if 10 of those early on caught the outside edge.
Yeah, 86.
7.
You said batters before. Jack Leach will just about count in that category.
Yeah, he's a good player, is Leach. He's nuggety, gets stuck in, shown good pedigree. He's certainly not an easy guy to get out. You've got to bowl a good set of deliveries, and one in particular to remove Jack Leach.
Casey Aldridge deprived of getting a 50 on debut for Durham Ends on 44 not out. Kemar Roach couldn't stay there quite as long as he has done in many West Indian rearguard efforts. But yeah, Kent bowling Durham out for 3-3-5. That's a decent game in Division 2. Durham, how they ended up in Division 2, we will never know. That bizarre game at Yorkshire. Looked like Hampshire were going to be in Division 2.
Is it up north or down south?
Up north.
That one.
In
That's,
the cold.
that's
That's a good effort.
Steady first innings score at Durham
April.
first week of the season. Beautiful shot there from Jack Leach back to Ollie Stone, who's having a little bit of a word with the nut. 286 for 6.
I love Jack Leach's practice swings. Almost every ball he plays a little practice swing afterwards, and I just think it's brilliant the way. Well, you had that Cricket Stars. I saw that with Wiz, the wicket keeper. He batted quite well in those nets.
Yeah, he's solid. Yeah. He's solid, is our Leachy. Beer and Cider Festival. The tickets are on sale now. While Somerset take on Gloucestershire Friday the 24th. The first release of tickets. You save yourself a few quid. The tickets are priced right now at £27.50. Many, many different flavours and variety of beer and cider to do a little bit of a job on yourself. Book your train and book the day off work.
The next day. Yeah. We'll have some tasters.
And I've given up. I'm done. Done.
Some zeros.
Don't really drink anymore.
No, me neither, mate. They have some zero options.
I do like the occasional pipe, but I just get a headache the next day, no matter
It's
if
zeros.
If it's just one. I got old.
Last Beer and Cider Festival, I had 15 cider zeros. That's a good effort. Bit of a headache the next day.
That's crazy.
I wasn't on comms, just
that's like instant diabetes.
15, most of them were different.
Who counts a non-alcoholic drink, by the way?
Wow, we were in rounds. It's sort of my home stag do. Got a load of mates from over the country here.
Do you not drink alcohol?
No, I've done 3 years, mate.
Really?
3 years.
You've done way more damage to your internal organs with 15 zeros, for sure.
I was quite proud of that effort.
Yeah. God, I bet you might have disappeared off to the bathroom a few times.
Ah, yeah, bad of a 6-year-old anyway. Yeah, good point for Rodney Ward. That 86, that stat from Ben Warren, couldn't have been timed any better. He could have just made it up, really. In the 86th over, he told us that there was 86 player misses. As he just guessed that there's one over.
But now 87. I'm keeping
87,
I'm keeping a tally.
Pete doesn't write on his scorecards, but key information you do put down, don't you?
We've gone past April Fool, so I feel like I'm safe.
Yeah, there wasn't much on the old Somerset social accounts for April Fools. Normally there's a pun or laugh of some sort. They're very conservative this year.
Yeah, serious time of the season. Pennington into Leach. Leachy very watchful, prodding forward, defending. The umpires, I think, will start.
Getting a bit twitchy.
Just thinking about the light, it's definitely deteriorated over the last 10-15 minutes. 9 overs of play left, or 8.2 overs left. Pennington will be desperate to get a couple of wickets under his belt. He certainly deserved them today.
Go on then. If you're Hassi Pami, well, you were Notts 2's captain for a while, weren't you? If you were Notts' first team captain today and you were off the light at the end of this over, would you bowl Patterson White and Freddie McCann for the last 8 overs, or would you go off?
No, I would go off. Yeah, not with the new ball.
Yeah, I thought so. I wonder though, would they let Lyndon James bowl?
Because no, I think they would classify him as in the same bracket as if they went seam or spin. I don't think they'd be as brave as you're a slow seamer. You'll be okay. I don't think they'd do that.
It did make me laugh though. Some teams who had a really slow seamer that wasn't allowed to bowl, but then there's some spinners like Rashid Khan, for example, bowls pretty quick. Nowadays, some spinners who really get it through. Well, bowl bumpers. You see Marnus and Joe Root bowl bumpers.
Yeah, I don't think it's purely a dangerous thing. It's more a fairness conversation as well. Yeah, they're sort of looking over to each other. Maybe they're just trying to work out where they're going to eat tonight.
Yeah, Sophie Luff's off to Wagamama's. I wonder if she's checked into Wagamama's Birmingham yet. Quite an early departure. They're not playing until tomorrow morning. It's only 2.5 hours up to Birmingham. Not even that. 2 hours on a good run.
Best to be prepared, isn't it?
Yeah.
There we go, as we're talking about the old zero and the gold, there's that Thatcher's advert. I do like that one, the old animated Martin.
Oh, I was telling you what, I was helping him mate in his garden in the sunshine yesterday, and he was telling me he works at the Corn Barn, which is where some of the Somerset lads have got married, down Clumpton way, and they provide a load of the apples. They are the biggest apple provider for Thatcher's. Yeah, there's your little fact for one of our sponsors.
Oh, Craigo, that's close.
Keeper's end, wrong end. That's poor. The communication from Notts there, I would be cursing if I was the Notts coach. That wasn't an underarm to Craig's end. Craig was well in. Jack Leach was not really getting going. And he picked up an overarm to Carl Verena, and Leach would have been in big trouble. We saw Rory Burns and Dom Sibley have that shocking mix-up first thing this morning. The first wicket in the County Championship 2026 was two former England openers having a mix-up and getting a run out. Well, that could have been quite similar. If you see that clip, it was an awful throw.
I think it's very hard to run someone out if you both go.
Yeah.
It has to be like a really poor judgment. As long as you both go, like
commit.
The Burns Sibley was a yes,
shocker.
no. one stood on his bat handle at one end. It was a bit of a shocker, that one.
Didn't expect it from those two.
Didn't look like a great call from Rory Burns. If you for those listening, I'm sure you'll see the footage on social media. It looked like a very, very tight call at the best of times.
Well, while we're on Surrey, Ben Folkes, what a player. Probably the most underrated cricketer in the County Championship. I'll put it out there. He's just got 100. Surrey was 65 for 6. Warwickshire, cock a hoop all over them. And now Surrey 289 for 7. Tom Laws played a massive part in that. Brilliant partnership with Ben Folkes. He missed out on 100. But, yeah, Brendan McCullum and Rob Key, have a look at this amazing wicketkeeper who can bat. Jamie Smith put up to 3, doesn't get any runs. Ben Folkes stays in the keeping position and bats really well as Jack Leach. Just outside edges one over the cordon for 4. I think
it doesn't count as number 88. Leachy got enough on that and he flashed hard. Raced away to the boundary, couple of bounces.
Do you see a way back for Ben Folkes for England?
Well, I think it is one of those positions that I think English cricket are very blessed. There's a number of high quality players. You've got Cox, Rue, Folkes, Smith. I mean, that's 4 players. You know, you probably wouldn't raise too much of a heart rate if either of those 4 were given an opportunity. Folkes is a very fine player, no doubt about that. His sort of omission, and when Stokes Smith came in, kind of do sense that there's a little bit more to the complete package of Folkes that the England selectors aren't potentially happy with, but who knows?
Well, they said
very good cricketer though.
Liz Winden scorer makes a great point on the YouTube comments. They said Ben Folkes can't bat with the tail. I was at the Basin Reserve when they missed out by 1 run in that amazing Test match with Neil Wagner. But Ben Folkes has batted pretty blooming well with the lower middle order and the tail today. Shepherded them through getting those batting bonus points that they wouldn't have got without him.
Oh, I feel like Leachy's just copped that just above the glove on maybe the wristband. That's sore if you get hit around the wrist area. Looks like that got a bit big on him. Called for the physio straight away. Looks like, yeah, on the wrist, on his top hand.
There are definitely 4 shadows out there. I think Laura Holmes was inside there, and she's had to run all the way from inside Jamie Thorpe's Science and Medicine office, out the side door and leg it out there. She's had quite a lot of exercise today.
Might be a little bit of gamesmanship in there, but
yeah, there's definitely 4 shadows you talked about.
Not really that's necessarily Leachy's MO, but yeah, he's definitely copped a little stingy one there on the wrist, and the umpires are now having a bit of a chat. A little bit of rain in the air. It's definitely dropped a few looms.
Archie Vaughan's having a good giggle with Jack Leach, the 2 spinners together.
I think Paul Pollard just sort of intimated it, touch and go, whether they were going to offer the light or not. I don't even think there is such a thing as offering the light. Umpires have autonomy in the decision. It is pretty gloomy out there. think after that wicket of Tom Abell, I think the Nottinghamshire captain will be pretty keen to stay out there, see if they can put a dent in what they've got to do tomorrow morning. 6 down at the moment. Somerset closing in on 300, 288 at the moment. Tom Abell, a magnificent 108, backed up superbly by Josh Thomas and James Rue. And a great contribution so far from Craig Overton. He's currently 32 not out. Rode his luck to a point, but in between a number of player misses, he certainly contributed to the 87 that we've had so far today. He's hit some thunderous shots to the boundary. Leachy back in, and if you have a look to those dark roofs in the distance, there's definitely a little bit of drizzle sweeping across the ground. Almost unheard of to get the full day's play in first game of the season. Stone into Leach.
A Kent opener has gone very early to Kemar Roach. It's not Zach Crawley. It's that man who probably should have been opening for England in recent years. Ben Compton's gone for 4. Plenty of action around the grounds, actually. Bit of rain around this morning, but Somerset could be one of the earlier finishes, actually, with others making up time, particularly in Cardiff, Glamorgan. They've got plenty of overs left to go. Your foreshadow theory is not quite working here, Trees. I'm surprised that... Well, actually, Nick Pepper's going around to the covers now, but there's been foreshadows for a little while now. And fair play to Pollard and Lloyd. Happy to keep the players out there. I'm not sure if Jack Leach is that happy to still be there, but he's soldiering on.
Yeah, there's nothing to say there isn't a directive to the umpires to stretch the day's play as much as possible. Which, let's be honest, we spend enough time in England not playing cricket, so...
Yeah. And the scoreboard says it's 99.99, so no one knows what time it is out there anyway.
Yeah, there's no real sense that it's particularly dangerous, but the umpires are chatting now, and it wouldn't surprise me now that the ground staff have meandered their way to the covers that we are going to go off, and I would imagine that will be the end of play for day 1. 292 for 6 off of 89 overs. Overton not out 32, Leach 4. A magnificent century on the first day of the county championship season for Tom Abell, 108, and a superb partnership of over 100 with the very classy James Rue. Little side note, Josh Thomas, I thought, was magnificent opening the batting ground out. A very, very good contribution of 40. Hats off to the Nottinghamshire attack, in particular Ollie Stone and Dylan Pennington. 87 player misses throughout the day. They could probably justifiably claim that they've been a little bit unlucky today, but Somerset have fought well, fought hard, and finish day 1 in a good position. Thanks very much to Sam Dalling, Sophie Luff early on this morning, and a brilliant contribution, giving us a little bit of respite in the afternoon from Harry Everett. Is the match summary. What are your thoughts, Harry?
Yeah, great effort from Somerset. They'll take that all day long. Quite often there won't be many batting bonus points in the first game of the season. To get past 250 and still have 4 wickets intact. Happy days. Tom Abell, sublime. James Rue looked pretty good until that unbelievable catch from Kyle Verena in front of the wicket, diving forward off the sweep onto the boot. But yeah, a bit of rain now as well, so the covers will come on. And the forecast has been so depressing for today. Amazing that 89 overs have been managed. So a win-win for Somerset as a club and as a team to have definitely won the first day against the champions.
Yeah, lots of positives for both teams. Particular good day, I think, for Liam Patterson White. Left arm spinner, probably wouldn't expect to do too much work on day 1, but he picked up 2 crucial wickets, Thomas and Rue. So that's it, folks. That is the end of the day's play. 292 for 6. We will be back with you at 10 to 11 tomorrow morning. We wish you an excellent end to your Good Friday and look forward to you joining us tomorrow.
So, Tom Abell, great to be here this morning with you. Your 13th season coming up. Doesn't seem that long ago you started, does it?
No, it doesn't. Obviously, we were just talking about some of the sort of interviews we've done over the years, right at the start of my career and over the last 12, 13 years. So yeah, on the eve of my 13th season, it's just as exciting as it always is. But yeah, there's obviously been, some ups and downs over those 12, 13 years. But yeah, it's obviously good to be here, and you've obviously, been there for the whole journey, really, Walshy. So we've had, plenty of interviews and catch-ups along the way. So it's good to be here today.
So we probably know each other pretty well.
Yeah, probably too well, maybe. Some might say, but no, it's always been great sort of talking to you, Walshy, and I know you're a massive supporter of all of us in the club. So yeah, it's always good to see you.
Thanks, Tom. Now today we really want to talk about your cricketing journey and how it all began and how you got to where you are today, really. I mean, you've had a fantastic journey of cricket, haven't you? Tell me how it all begins. I mean, you were born and lived in the house that your mum and dad still live in Taunton. Where did it all begin for you, the cricket, then?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I would say is, I feel very fortunate, very lucky to have had, the opportunities that I've had, in my life. As you say, it was like a dream for me to sort of represent Somerset, and, I've had the pleasure of doing that for the last 12 years. So where did it all start? Certainly at home. My parents have been the biggest influences on me, and my two brothers. We'd play in the garden, in the street, at my local club, at school, on the beach, wherever we could play, really. I probably hogged the batting most of the time, I think. But yeah, I mean, we'd play all sports, whatever we could, with our friends, our neighbours. It was just, we'd just try and be outdoors the whole time. And absolutely loved, we had the most incredible childhood, and, we were just playing sport, and, I was playing cricket all the time, really. I think my mum always tells a story of, me playing in the kitchen with the fish slice and stuff. So, yeah, I think I was pretty obsessed from an early age.
Where are you in the family of the three?
I'm middle.
Middle?
It's a short straw, yeah.
Yeah, you've got the short straw.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So you probably had to do all the fielding.
I would say that, but as I say, I think, I probably ended up hogging the batting, and I don't think I gave my brothers much of a choice. So, yeah, I probably owe them a bit for bowling and throwing me loads of balls over the years. But as I say, I was very lucky. We had a great childhood, and it's centred around sport a lot of the time.
And tell me about sort of young cricket at a very young age. I mean, you obviously started at home, and then where did you graduate to? Was it cricket at the club, or here, or at school?
Yeah, I remember at school, I was probably maybe 8 and playing in the under-9s, and then, at my local club, Taunton Cricket Club. As soon as I could get involved, really, I got involved, and I just wanted to train and play as much as I could. And as I say, I was completely obsessed, I think, as a young kid, and then just loved playing, at school, in the playground, at home, in the garden, wherever it was. And yeah, I was, pretty fortunate. I got a place on the age group set up, and, that didn't always go very well for me as a youngster. There was, I never scored any runs, and there were certainly better cricketers than me. But yeah, I obviously was playing at school, playing for my club, playing as much cricket as I could for anyone, really. And then obviously, sort of being part of the Somerset age group system was amazing. And then I got an opportunity on the EPP, which is probably where things, really started to change and take off, and the amount of contact time and training I could do. And yeah, fortunately enough, got a place on the academy. that's where I guess things got a bit more serious. You know, the intensity, the level went sort of through the roof, and involved in the second team, which I remember being a really steep learning curve for me. And then, I went to university out of school, so I had 3 years to sort of try and earn a contract, earn an opportunity, whilst obviously playing and studying. And that was, 3 years for me to sort of try and develop as a person, as a player. And I guess from then on, it's been cricket ever since.
Can we talk a little bit about your school career? Because you were an outstanding schoolboy cricketer. You played in the first team, I think, when you were 14 at Taunton. And I think you're the youngest player to score 1,000 runs in a season over there for the school. And you got a special award, didn't you? Schoolboy Cricketer of the Year from Wisden.
Yeah, I mean, you probably know more than me about it, to be honest.
You can't forget that, Tom. Don't be too modest.
No, I mean, I was obviously a few years ago now. But, I mean, my school and, the staff at Taunton School, they had a huge influence on me and my cricketing journey. As you say, sort of given the opportunity when I was probably 14 to play sort of first team cricket, and I was around some really top players in that team as well, which I think sort of helped shape me and helped guide me sort of through that period of my cricketing life. But I mean, school cricket was a very big thing for me. I mean, I look back now and I do feel a little bit guilty that I think I opened the batting and opened the bowling, and I wish I'd have maybe sort of, given other people a bit more opportunity. But I loved it so much. I just wanted to be involved in the game, whether it was with the bat, with the ball, and thankfully my last season at school went pretty well, and I was named sort of Wisden Schoolboy of the Year. So. Look, but at the time you sort of don't really appreciate it in terms of, that it was going well that year. But obviously I look back now and, pretty proud of that. And, it was a big part of my life.
And when you stepped into playing second team cricket for Somerset, I mean, what sort of a step up was that from schoolboy cricket and club cricket to come and play second 11 cricket? Because you played, in 2009, 2010?
Yeah, I mean, I remember sort of being really taken aback, really, by the level and feeling completely out of my depth. I reckon I was probably 15, 16, maybe, when I first got an opportunity, and I remember being in a change room with the likes of, Compton, Chris Jones, Butler, and, you see the sort of level of these players, and, I was a pretty small 16-year-old and certainly didn't feel like I had the ability of these guys, of course. And I just remember feeling sort of a huge step up, and I think you probably start to doubt yourself a little bit more so than you do previously, than if you're playing maybe club cricket or school cricket. But I think, that's where you learn and find out a little bit about yourself. And that period of time I was sort of on the academy, and I think the level of training and the intensity of things sort of really went up a notch. And I guess it's sink or swim, and I had to try and find a way. And it certainly wasn't, smooth sailing. There were plenty of sort of tough times, and I didn't necessarily have too much success early on in second team cricket. But then, I sort of found my feet, and I managed to score a few more runs.
Who was on the academy with you? Who was a part of that cohort?
So Harry Rouse, James Regan, Will Jenkins.
Yeah.
That was my year group.
That was your year group.
Some seriously talented cricketers, and again, I sort of feel pretty fortunate that I was the one that maybe had the opportunity to sort of take it on and make it a career. But I know those guys have sort of gone down different routes and been very successful. So it's different for everyone.
But you were playing cricket still?
Yeah.
In Somerset?
Yeah, obviously, I mean, which is a very special thing for me. It's what I always wanted to do. And, you never necessarily anticipate having a, 11, 12-year career. But as I say, I've sort of been one of the lucky ones. And, it's amazing to talk about, but equally there's been some very challenging periods sort of through that time. So it's not always been, happy days. But yeah, I guess you sort of need that challenge in life, and overcoming those challenges and those obstacles is what it's all about.
And then in 2014, Alvira got injured, and you were called up, weren't you, near the back end of the season for Dave Nosworthy?
Yeah, absolutely. And it was a bit of, I never had it on my radar, never anticipated getting that opportunity. As you say, there were, I think, 4 games to go in that season, and the overseas had a little injury and he was flying back from South Africa. But yeah, I got the call from Dave Nosworthy saying you're in for tomorrow, and obviously just completely surprised, taken aback, and I just went straight home to tell my parents, and it was obviously an amazing moment for all of us, really. And it was obviously mixed with a huge amount of nerves and anxiety. But yeah, I remember we were in the field on day 1, which sort of gave me a chance to get in the game and just manage my emotions a little bit. Otherwise, I don't think I think my beans would have been going if we were batting first.
But you didn't show your nerves when you went out there and got 95, Tom.
I don't know about that, because I remember it being a bit of a struggle. I think, I remember getting off the marks. I think I nicked one down to 3rd man. So, and then once you're off the mark, you can relax a little bit and think, oh well, I didn't get out for naught. What can go wrong? But yeah, I just remember just trying to stick it out, really, because I think Warwickshire had a good team and we were under a bit of pressure, and I just tried to sort of stick around. And yeah, obviously it was better than I ever would have imagined, getting 95 on debut. But yeah, the second innings brought me back down to earth because I left a straight one for naught. So I guess that's a game of cricket in a nutshell, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed. But then the following year, you became a regular opening partner for Trez.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't anticipate that either, because I was still at university, and I'd done all right in the 4 games at the end of the season, and then all of a sudden to be opening the batting with Trez, who I'd watched play for England, watched play for Somerset, obviously admired from a distance. As a young Somerset boy, getting to open the batting with Trez was, like something out of a movie. So yeah, I mean, you feel pretty insignificant at the other end when he's, capable of the extraordinary, and, you're just trying to survive. But I mean, we had a pretty good partnership for those first couple of years, and of course he was a huge influence on me as a batter, and gave me a lot and sort of helped get my career going, I would say. So yeah, obviously very grateful to Trez, and had some amazing times opening the batting with Trez, and as a young player, just super excitable, and you're living out your dream, and every game was just like the biggest thing in the world, and it was just an amazing time in my life getting to open the batting with Trez for Somerset. Yeah,
I mean, Trez is one of those people you don't realise how good he was till he's not there anymore. I mean, to be the other end to him must have been something a bit special for you as a youngster.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we appreciate how good Trez, looking back on his career, but I certainly at the time I appreciated how good he was as a player, because he could dismantle other teams at will. And as I say, it makes you sort of think a little bit more deeply about how good you are. You feel pretty irrelevant compared to him. But I think we sort of dovetailed quite nicely. I'd try and sort of survive, and he'd score all the runs and take teams down. So phenomenal player. Obviously privileged to have had an opportunity to play alongside Trez. Obviously one of Somerset and England's greatest. So yeah, you can't ask for much more as a young Somerset boy.
And he was alongside you when you scored your first ton against Hampshire, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'd bottled it a few times, I think. That first 100, I think I'd had a few 80s and 90s. But yeah, I remember actually it was very rare that I was anywhere near Trez's score, but I think we both got to 100 at, a pretty similar time. I think he just pipped me. But yeah, obviously a very, very special day. I remember, I think I was stuck on 99 for quite a while, and I think my dad was sort of teaching down the road, and I think he just left his class to come and watch, and I remember actually seeing him in the crowd when I was on 99. So Yeah, a great little story, and obviously amazing that my parents could be there to see my first 100 for Somerset.
You had a big partnership with Trez there, didn't you, to get to that 100?
Yeah, we did. I think it was a pretty good batting wicket, that's for sure. So our bowlers had done a great job the day before, and then we just had a good partnership, and we made the most of it. And obviously we both got hundreds that game, I think, and got a pretty good score. So yeah, obviously always look back on your first with fond memories. But yeah, they're never easy as well. So just you certainly take them in when you do get 100.
You had a period at that sort of time, you were going out to Fremantle to play cricket in the winter. I mean, do you want to talk a little bit about that experience and how that might have helped you in your way?
Oh, I mean, that was, the most incredible experience. Had 3 seasons with Fremantle, and I think, again, got pretty lucky. It was an amazing club, amazing people there that sort of really took me in, and, we had some seriously good players. But the cricketing culture, I think in Australia, but, at Fremantle was unbelievable, really. The whole club training twice a week and obviously playing Saturdays and Sundays. So it was just a brilliant time in my life. As I say, they really took me in and gave me absolutely everything, and I absolutely loved, my time out there. And I think, it's the first time you move to the other side of the world for 5 months, grow up a little bit and find a bit out about yourself. Obviously, I was working on my game and my fitness out there. So, yeah, I like to think, I always came back a more rounded person and a better player. Obviously, as a young player, sort of getting to play all year round and, play all through the winter. It's a really good level as well, around some top players, I think. Yeah, it gave me a lot, and the club, I owe a huge amount to Fremantle, the club, because they were absolutely amazing with me.
And there was a bit of an Aussie influence here in 2016 when Buck Rogers was here as captain. What sort of a season was that, and ending in disappointment?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing to say about Buck, he was an incredible player and captain and person, for our club. I think he really sort of shifted the mindset and the dynamic of how we played. He was a brilliant captain, very forward thinking, and obviously, as I moved into my captaincy journey, I think, he was a huge aid to myself. But obviously, an unbelievable batter, and he certainly made the most of his abilities, and just a brilliant influence on all of us, especially young players, I think, at the club. And obviously, we were very lucky to have him as an overseas. We've had some amazing overseas over the years, and thankfully, he came back, in the following year as a bit of a mentor. So. Again, I feel, I've had some brilliant people around me and there to mentor me sort of through those early stages of my career. And
then you came back that winter, didn't you? I remember sitting upstairs in the Blundell's box, and you were announced as the captain of Somerset, aged 23, and you were going to take over from Buck Rogers in 2017. I mean, was that a surprise? Did that come out of the blue, or did you have an inkling that was going to happen?
I didn't. It was a surprise, obviously, when it first got discussed with me. I'd only had sort of 1 full season really in the side, and naturally, I was a little bit wary about my own sort of place within the team. But obviously, I spoke to numerous people. I'd done a bit of captaincy sort of in the second team, and for my club and school and things like that. But it's obviously a different beast, captaining a club like Somerset. But I spoke to sort of some of the senior players, obviously my family, and everyone was overwhelmingly supportive and on board. And I think, the club possibly wanted to go down a slightly different route. And obviously, I was a relatively young, exuberant character and, I guess full of energy. So I think they maybe wanted to go down a slightly different route. And I guess looking back, it didn't go too well, did it? Especially at the start. I mean, it certainly wasn't a decision that, I took lightly. But I mean, when you get asked to captain a club like Somerset, it's, you have the dreams and ambitions, of being a captain that can bring success to the club. And that's certainly what I felt. We obviously had unbelievable players still in the team. And they were always incredible with me, incredibly supportive, always there for, to help me. and support me. So yeah, obviously I took it on, and yeah, it was an interesting journey over the next 7 years.
Indeed it was. I mean, obviously, as you say yourself, it didn't always go right for you, and you actually dropped yourself on one occasion, didn't you? And to get a bit of form in the seconds, and then came back and did well.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is it couldn't have gone any worse at the start. I think my first 2 games I went 0-1, 0-1, my first 4 innings. So, oh Christ, then you're thinking, what have I done? And I was so, conscious about my own performance, my batting, whereas the previous year you just, I was a young opening batter, and I guess that was all you focus on, and you just play. Whereas I guess it did sort of take on a different dynamic, and then we didn't get off to a good start in the season, and then you're worrying about, are you the right person for the job? What have you done? And, all of a sudden you're caught up in the relegation scrap. Even early on in the season, and yeah, halfway through the season, I remember we said we're going to give it one more game, because obviously I was pretty shot of confidence at this point, and then it was away at Hampshire. They're a good side and tough place to go, and I got a pair, and obviously I think that was probably reminiscent of where my mentality was at that point, and obviously the decision sort of had to be made. It was my decision with Matt Maynard, and I think he certainly always had my best interests at heart, and was great with me through that period of time. Matt was so it had to happen, and I remember thinking, what does that mean for my career? Because Adam Hose had sort of come in, and he was playing really well across all formats, and you start thinking, well, what does that mean for sort of my career? Like, how might you don't necessarily see a way back into the team. And then it's funny how things happen. Obviously, Hosey moved on within a couple of weeks. So I missed 1 game at Scarborough, where thankfully the boys got the first win of the team. So I owe Louis G a little bit, but yeah, obviously then Adam Hose left, and that sort of vacated a spot in the middle order. And I didn't necessarily think I was the right person to come back in, because I was very short on confidence and still necessarily unsure about whether I was good enough. But yeah, came back in, and I think I got a 90-odd against Surrey, and then things started to sort of get better from there, and obviously we managed to stay up that season just. And yeah, thankfully I've not had experiences as poor as that since then.
As you're sitting there talking about those games, I can remember those games, and sitting here with that Surrey game on the edge and thinking, are we going to? And we did, of course. But then let's move on to one of your moments of triumph at the club, 2019, when we lifted the one-day cup at Lord's.
Yeah, I mean, that will probably always be one of the most amazing and special days of my life and my cricketing life. I think, a one-day final at Lord's has always been a showpiece, and one of the biggest days in the cricket calendar for a domestic player, of course. And obviously at the start of the season, you always set out to challenge and to win trophies. And I think building up to that, there'd been obviously a lot of talk about Somerset coming second. One too many times, and there's been some great Somerset teams as well. So, yeah, I think we had a brilliant team, and we just not scraped through, but we didn't go straight through to the semis. We had to play a quarter-final, and I think that actually worked in our favour in a way, because probably the best cricket we played was the quarter-final, semi-final, and then obviously the final.
Worcester, wasn't it?
Yeah, and Bant's got on a bit of a heater, and I think
got 5.
Yeah, that was Azza got 5. So that was a brilliant day. I think, we played such good cricket, in the quarter-final, in the semi-final, and in the final, and they were amazing days to be a part of. And we had a very close group. We were a close group of friends, and obviously we had some Somerset greats in there, and the likes of Hildy and Trez, and just incredibly fond memories, obviously with our family, with the supporters. I just remember down one end of Lords, sort of the whole of the Somerset support just going absolutely crazy when it looked like we were obviously going to get over the line. So yeah, to be a part of that team was absolutely amazing, and obviously to win a Lords final was very special.
And then obviously you stepped down from captaincy in 23, and obviously that year Luigi took over. Is that right? Yes.
Yeah.
And we won a one-day competition. We won 2 T20 competitions, and you've been part of those as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've been sort of blessed to have a pretty competitive white ball side over the last however long it is now. But yeah, I felt the time was right for a change, and I think, you know, for our group, change was probably a good thing. You know, Luigi is a slightly different captain to me, and I think he's got a great cricket brain and very forward thinking. So I think it was the best thing, and obviously, you know, Louis probably overseen, you know, one of the most successful periods of the club's history. So, yeah, as a player, it's been great to be a part of that. And, you know, Louis is a great friend and a brilliant captain for Somerset. So, yeah, as I say, the time was right, and it also gave me a chance to just, you know, focus on my own game a little bit. And, you know, captaincy is pretty all-consuming. So it was nice to sort of take a step back and actually focus on my cricket and my batting and trying to fulfil my role as a batter within the team.
And last year, 2025, you got 1,000 runs. Second time you got 1,000 runs. I mean, that's really what I'm guessing your aim has to be, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, so I just snuck in, I think, last year, but I never necessarily think about, you know, scoring 1,000 runs because, you know, through the season, you sort of judge yourself on your performances within games, if that makes sense. So yeah, obviously there's times where as a batter, you know, maybe conditions are in your favour and you sort of try and take advantage of that and, you know, put those big scores on the board. But equally, there can be other sort of situations where, you know, actually a gritty 40 or 50 might be pretty big in the context of the game. So yeah, I think from a batting point of view, it's when it's your day and you know, you get that opportunity, it's trying to sort of take advantage of that. And look, all of us want to be, you know, putting in match-winning performances, whatever that may look like. So, yeah, I guess 1,000 runs in the year is the gold standard from a batting point of view. So, of course, you know, when you get close to that milestone, you're always, I think, wary of it. But, yeah, at the start of the season, it always seems a long way off. So I don't give too much thought to it. But if you have a good start to the season, I guess you're always looking at that milestone, yeah.
But people look at numbers, don't they, unfortunately, for a batter? Of
course, and obviously that's the game we play. You know, it's there in black and white, and yeah, it sort of works both ways, doesn't it? Because, you know, when you're maybe not scoring the runs that you'd like, it's there for all to see, and you're almost hyper aware of it. But of course, when you do get those scores and the runs, it's a very satisfying feeling as well.
But it seems to me, looking from where I sit to watch you playing out there, your game has moved on again almost since you gave the captaincy up. You've concentrated more on your own game and been very successful batting.
That's very kind, Walshy. I mean, yeah, it's sometimes, you know, obviously when you do well, it feels great. And obviously when, you know, maybe you're going through a bit of a bad patch, you always sort of question whether you've, you know, done the right things, you're getting better and things like that. But I think, obviously, everything's evolving, the game's changing, and, you know, as a batter, you're always trying to sort of, you know, stay one step ahead and evolve your game with what's going on domestically and obviously internationally, because, you know, I think we all have aspirations to try and make that next step. But, yeah, had to adapt as the game's moved, you know, obviously with white ball cricket as well. But I've always, you know, been pretty passionate about, you know, fundamentally making sure my first-class game is in a good place and that I'm performing in red ball cricket for Somerset.
Last year you had an average of over 50 and you got a new career best, didn't you? 156 with Rui here. You shared a big partnership with James.
So that was at Notts, I think. I was just trying to think. Yeah, I mean, look, Rui's, you know, been a breath of fresh air to our team and our club, really. I think, you know, incredible player for someone so young. And yeah, I think we've actually had some pretty good partnerships over the last couple of years. So always enjoy batting with him. A bit like Trez, you know, at times makes the game look a lot easier than maybe it feels sometimes. But yeah, obviously, I mean, batting always seems pretty tough. So any time that you get a good score and obviously a career best, it's always a nice feeling. And yeah, hopefully I'm not done there, and there's a few more to come yet.
I was going to say, yeah, you're not done yet. You're only 32. You've got a few years left in the tank, I would hope.
Well, I hope so, yeah. But there's some pretty good young players coming through that are sort of snapping at your heels. So, yeah, as you say, I've obviously got to try and, you know, make sure I'm getting better and fulfilling my role in the team.
And what's it been like playing cricket at Somerset, at the county ground? Sorry, Cooper Associates county ground, I've got to say, haven't I? But what's it been like here over the years, the crowds and the support you've been given when you walk out there onto the pitch?
I've always felt we're so lucky at Somerset. You know, getting to represent the county and play here. I would say you certainly feel the support like nowhere else, and the feeling and the passion for Somerset cricket, I think, is unrivaled. And you know, you look at the crowds we get, the atmospheres that we get. I think, you know, Somerset cricket is a vibrant club, and yeah, it means so much to the people of the community and of the region. So, you know, getting to represent Somerset has always been, you know, very important and not something that we take for granted, because, as I say, it means a lot to a lot of people. But yeah, I think the passion and the feeling for Somerset cricket is like nowhere else.
What about 2026? What do you think we're going to be up to come the end of the season? What are we going to have on the shelf? Anything?
I certainly think so. You know, I think this time of year everyone's pretty ambitious, and you know, you like to think what you might be capable of. And obviously we've competed in white ball cricket, and obviously got a couple of victories in the T20 over the last few years. Of course, a big thing for us is trying to sort of, I feel like we've been saying this for the last 12 years, try and take that next step in the championship. We've been close. We've been competing the last, you know, 3 or 4 years. But of course, there's some very good teams, so it's not easy, and you've got to, you know, maintain that level of cricket, you know, for the whole summer. You know, you've got to play as good a cricket at the back end as you do at the start. You can't sort of afford to have periods where you're maybe not quite at the races. So, yeah, in terms of, you know, ability and the quality within the dressing room, I think it's there. I think we've shown that at periods over the last few years. But it's a case of, you know, those crucial times in games and in the season, making sure you win those moments. And I guess, yeah, coming towards the back end in September, you want to be in a position where, you know, you're in the race and you're competing for silverware. So yeah, I fully expect us to be there again this year. But obviously, yeah, we've got to start well next week, haven't we? So.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Tom. Been great to talk to you. Thank you for explaining your cricketing journey to us this morning.
Pleasure. Thanks, Walshy.
Thank you. Thanks, Tom.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you for your time.